Apabila seorang hamba mempertajam jiwanya dengan rasa bertuhan dan rasa kehambaan, kemudian dibawa berfikir, dia akan menjadi orang yang cerdik dan pandai, sehingga mampu membangun peradaban rohaniah yang merupakan aset yang paling utama bagi kehidupan umat. Untuk berkhidmat kepada umat dan menjalankan program pemerintah serta meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat, Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung mendirikan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula pada tanggal 10 Oktober tahun 1963, menjadikan fakultas kedokteran terbaik di Indonesia dengan pengalaman pendidikan lebih dari setengah abad.
Menjadi fakultas kedokteran terkemuka pada tahun 2024 yang unggul dalam ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kedokteran berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam untuk menghasilkan generasi khairul ummah dalam kerangka rahmatan lil alamin.
Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula dalam upaya meningkatkan mutu pendidikan yang terus-menerus atau continuous improvement, menggunakan metode pembelajaran small group discussion, lab skills, kuliah pakar, praktikum. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula menerapkan continuous improvement dalam pengembangan kurikulum. Teaching Center berkembang menjadi Student Center dan Problem-Based Learning hingga sekarang. Dan mengembangkan berbagai program pendidikan unggulan, pendidikan kedokteran, profesi dokter,
farmasi dan profesi apoteker.
sarjana dan profesi bidan,
Magister Ilmu Biomedik,
penyediaan kebutuhan pendidikan, kedokteran dan kesehatan yang berstandar internasional, yang sesuai dengan nilai-nilai Islam. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula ditunjang oleh berbagai fasilitas pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan kependidikan, sehingga mempengaruhi indikator kunci keberhasilan. Dan berupaya menjadi pusat penelitian, pendidikan, pelatihan dan pelayanan di bidang kesehatan. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula juga telah memiliki teaching hospital, yaitu Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung yang terintegrasi dengan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula. dan beberapa rumah sakit jejaring di Jawa Tengah, serta beberapa desa binaan dalam usaha peningkatan kesehatan masyarakat dan perkhidmatan kepada umat. Menjalin kerjasama baik pemerintah maupun pihak swasta adalah satu bentuk upaya Fakultas Kedokteran dalam mewujudkan pendidikan yang berkemajuan. Selain pendidikan di bidang kesehatan, organisasi kemahasiswaan juga dikembangkan dalam Fakultas Kedokteran, sehingga mampu membantu mahasiswa dalam berinovasi dan kreatif. Bersyukur kepada Allah, Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula telah mendapat berbagai penghargaan, yaitu prestasi dosen, karyawan, dan mahasiswa, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional, serta pencapaian pengeluaran produk, jurnal, dan hak paten Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula.
Saat ini, Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula memiliki 155 dosen tetap dan merupakan pakar di bidangnya, yang terdiri dari 23 doktor, 12 subspesialis, dan 34 spesialis.
Dan kami berharap kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula kini dan akan datang berusaha menghasilkan sarjana kedokteran, dokter, dan profesional kesehatan yang memiliki pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan sikap profesional dalam ilmu kedokteran yang berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam, moral, dan etika, mutu, inovasi, dan profesional, serta mampu berperanan dalam pengabdian masyarakat untuk menerapkan teknologi hasil penelitian dan pengembangan iptek di bidang kedokteran di seluruh Indonesia.
Semoga desain besar menuju lulusan mahasiswa Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula yang profesional, doing right thing and doing thing right, bertafakuh fiddin, serta berakhlakul karimah, dapat termanifestasi utuh dari waktu ke waktu.
Lulusan FK Unisula menjadi lulusan terbaik dari sisi keilmuan dan berakhlakul karimah, serta selalu mengupdate keilmuan dan siap mengabdikan diri kepada masyarakat.
Apabila seorang hamba mempertajam jiwanya dengan rasa bertuhan dan rasa kehambaan, kemudian dibawa berfikir, dia akan menjadi orang yang cerdik dan pandai, sehingga mampu membangun peradaban rohaniah yang merupakan aset yang paling utama bagi kehidupan umat. Untuk berkhidmat kepada umat dan menjalankan program pemerintah serta meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat, Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung mendirikan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula pada tanggal 10 Oktober tahun 1963, menjadikan fakultas kedokteran terbaik di Indonesia dengan pengalaman pendidikan lebih dari setengah abad.
Menjadi fakultas kedokteran terkemuka pada tahun 2024 yang unggul dalam ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kedokteran berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam untuk menghasilkan generasi qori ummah dalam kerangka rahmatan lil alamin.
Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula dalam upaya meningkatkan mutu pendidikan yang terus-menerus atau continuous improvement, menggunakan metode pembelajaran small group discussion, lab skills, kuliah pakar, praktikum. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula menerapkan continuous improvement dalam pengembangan kurikulum. Teaching Center berkembang menjadi Student Center dan Problem-Based Learning hingga sekarang. Dan mengembangkan berbagai program pendidikan unggulan, pendidikan kedokteran, profesi dokter,
farmasi dan profesi apoteker.
sarjana dan profesi bidan,
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your coming on second day of the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Sciences. Today we will hold the 3 plenary sessions with 3 keynote speakers and 9 speakers. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special event without any obstacle. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad SAW, who had brought us to the path of light from the darkness in this life. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we come to the whole activities today, let us start by praying first, so the event that will hold on this day will run well without any obstacle at all. Pray based on individual belief begins. Done, thank you. And on this occasion, this committee wants to thank to the main sponsor of this event, that is Medical Faculty of Unisula and Sultan Agung Islamic Hospital, Novel, Kalbe, Fahrenheit, Lapi, Madinah Mat, Bank Jateng, Rodia, Bank Jateng Syariah, BES, AFC Life Science, Zarina, Alanabi, Daria, Faria. And now we are going to for plenary session with Dr. Taufik Fredrik Pasiak, MKes MPDI, as a keynote speaker, and he will deliver his presentation about neuroscience spiritual concepts, change your brain, change your life. Educational background of Dr. Taufik graduated from the Faculty of Medicine, Samratulangi University, Manado in 1997. Completed postgraduate education in biomedical science from the Faculty of Neuroscience Medicine, UGM Yogyakarta in 2004. Completed education Master of Education postgraduate in 2003 from EIN Alauddin Makassar, and completes a multidisciplinary doctorate at UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta in 2009. Work experience Dr. Taufik started from the director of the Center for Neuroscience, Health and Spirituality, UIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta, and also the head of the Center for Brain and Behavioral Studies, LPPM Unstrat Manado from 2009 to 2019. Became a head of Anatomy, Histology, Faculty of Medicine, Unstrat Manado from 2016 to 2019. As Secretary General of the Central Management of the Indonesian Neuroscience Society from 2016 until now. Besides being active in organization both at ED and IPKI, the Central MHKI Experts Council and the Indonesian Digital Doctors Association, Predikti. Dr. Taufik, please, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Para peserta yang saya hormati, para panitia yang dihormati. Baiklah, pada kesempatan kali ini saya akan menyampaikan presentasi saya tentang perkembangan dalam bidang spiritual neuroscience yang merupakan salah satu bidang yang menarik karena berkembang di tengah-tengah perkembangan teknologi yang sangat luar biasa, sehingga eksplorasi terhadap elemen-elemen manusia yang selama ini kita yakini sebagai elemen yang tidak terdeteksi, unobservable, bahkan ada yang mengatakan gaib, yang selama ini kita yakini sebagai domain bidang ilmu lain, ternyata dengan perkembangan teknologi yang sangat luar biasa ini telah membuat bidang ini menjadi salah satu ranah yang bagus untuk kita pelajari dengan baik karena berimplikasi di dalam pendidikan kedokteran. Saya menulis buku tentang bidang ini dalam satu judul populer yang judulnya Tuhan dalam Otak Manusia, dan buku ini menguraikan apa yang saya lakukan selama proses pendidikan doktoral untuk mempelajari bidang ini. Intinya secara sederhana saya ingin sampaikan bahwa bidang ini adalah bidang yang mempelajari tentang fenomena yang terjadi di dalam otak manusia terkait dengan apa yang dia yakini sebagai sebuah kegiatan transendental. Apa itu kegiatan transendental? Kegiatan yang terkait dengan kepercayaan seseorang pada satu kekuatan yang lebih tinggi yang disebut dengan berbagai nama. Baik itu Tuhan, baik itu God, baik itu Deus, baik itu Do, maupun Gusti atau yang lain, tapi menunjukkan suatu kekuatan di luar dirinya yang diyakini memengaruhi hidupnya. Ketika dia berhubungan dengan itu, apa yang terjadi di otaknya dan apa implikasi dalam kehidupan, baik itu kesehatan maupun penyakit. Nah, istilah sehat sendiri kalau kita coba pelajari di dalam Undang-Undang Kesehatan nomor 36 tahun 2009 maupun Undang-Undang Kesehatan Jiwa nomor 18 tahun 2014 itu jelas sekali sebenarnya, terutama pada pasal 1 yang mendefinisikan kesehatan itu adalah kesehatan adalah keadaan sehat baik secara fisik, mental, spiritual maupun sosial yang memungkinkan setiap orang untuk hidup produktif secara sosial dan ekonomis. Jadi kalau kita lihat definisi ini, sebenarnya domain spiritual pada elemen tubuh manusia itu diakomodir dalam bidang ilmu atau disiplin ilmu kesehatan, karena dia masuk ke undang-undang kesehatan, bukan masuk ke undang-undang kepentingan agama. Oleh karena itu memang konsekuensi logis harus ada yang memikirkan bidang ini untuk menjadi salah satu bidang yang berada di bawah wilayah Kementerian Kesehatan atau bidang pendidikan. Karena selama ini memang bidang ini masih kurang dibahas, kurang mendapat perhatian, walaupun secara formal legal standingnya maupun dalam riset-riset ilmiah, bidang kajian spiritual ini memang sudah menjadi bidang yang luar biasa. Bahkan dalam tradisi berfilsafat atau kita mempelajari tradisi-tradisi berbagai suku bangsa yang diekspresikan dalam bentuk bahasa, kita menemukan bahwa domain atau elemen spiritual ini sebenarnya adalah satu domain yang diakui dalam semua bahasa. Dalam bahasa Inggris kita punya istilah body, mind, spirit, corpus, man, spirit, soma, siha, neuma, jasmani, nafsu, rohani, raga, jiwa, dan atma. Ini 5 bahasa tua ini mewakili elemen. Tapi kemudian sejarah menggeser sedikit bahwa elemen manusia itu hanya pada fisik dan mental. Ini kekhawatiran yang sangat luar biasa, sehingga bidang ini menjadi perhatian saya. Sampai hari ini mencoba meriset, baik itu riset pustaka, maupun melakukan riset-riset yang sifatnya eksperimental untuk melihat elemen ini. Saya menemukan satu koherensi yang luar biasa antara body, mind, dan spirit yang berimplikasi dalam bidang kesehatan. Nah, soal ini menjadi penting buat kita, kalangan kedokteran, ini membahas bidang ini karena apa? Seorang pencetus atau inisiator daripada istilah revolusi 4, yaitu Klaus Schwab, itu bahkan sudah menyebut tentang bagaimana faith atau agama itu sesuatu yang sangat penting dalam kehidupan yang penuh dengan teknologi. Dia menyatakan bahwa kerangka revolusi moral, revolusi industri 4 itu penting, dan iman itu kekuatan yang paling kuat. Artinya apa? Bidang ini sebenarnya mendapat backup dari berbagai bidang yang lain untuk menjadi salah satu elemen kunci dalam tubuh manusia dan berimplikasi di dalam kesehatan maupun penyakit. Banyak riset sudah dilakukan untuk menunjukkan betapa spiritualitas itu suatu fokus perhatian yang menunjukkan kemajuan dari waktu ke waktu. Nah, Anda bisa lihat di sini, saya mencoba memotret perkembangan sampai 2004 ya, dihitung dari tahun 80 selama kurang lebih 24 tahun. Ini belum sampai tahun 2022. Artikel-artikel di Medline, Index English maupun artikel-artikel di beberapa jurnal yang menggunakan istilah spiritual, religion, religiosity maupun religiousness itu dari tahun ke tahun itu meningkat terus-menerus ya. Jadi jurnal-jurnal terbaik yang ada di dunia ini sudah mengakomodir tulisan-tulisan atau artikel yang menggunakan kata-kata seperti ini. Ini menunjukkan suatu sifat luar biasa daripada riset ini yang kemudian diakomodir oleh jurnal-jurnal dunia. Bahkan kalau lihat di Medline atau Google Scholar, dari tahun ke tahun itu menunjukkan peningkatan yang sangat signifikan. Kenapa begitu? Karena seperti saya katakan di awal tadi, teknologi telah membuat kita mempelajari ini secara mendalam. Nah, ini 5 hal kalau kita mencoba mengaitkan antara agama, spiritualitas dengan neuroscience sebagai suatu bidang yang saya sebut neuroscience spiritual, ada 5 bidang yang harus menjadi perhatian kita. Yang pertama, komponen agama yang disebut dengan belief system. Ini secara umum disebut dengan ideological elemen daripada agama. Kemudian ada yang namanya practical atau ritual, itu yang hari ini yang paling banyak dipelajari adalah ritual. Misalnya kalau di Muslim kan mempelajari tentang efek sholat tahajud, efek puasa, efek berdoa terhadap kesehatan. Tapi aspek lain, macam aspek ideologi, belief system, apakah kepercayaan pada Tuhan, pada Allah itu ada implikasi pada diri manusia enggak? Itu masih kurang dipelajari. Apalagi intelektual atau knowledge system atau experience atau feeling atau dimensi-dimensi yang sifatnya sosial, dimensi konsekuensial. Nah, jadi pantauan saya selama ini di Indonesia itu riset masih banyak fokus ke ritual. Misalnya pengaruh doa, ya, pengaruh puasa, pengaruh zikir, ya, pengaruh sholat tahajud. Itu masih satu aspek yang 20% aja dari perilaku beragama. Ada aspek-aspek experience, mana hidup misalnya seseorang ya, dalam dimensi lifestyle misalnya, atau dimensi ideologi, apakah keimanan saya pada Nabi, pada Rasulullah, pada Tuhan yang saya yakini itu efek nggak ke dalam kehidupan pribadi saya, itu masih kurang risetnya. Sehingga menghadapi ini kemudian saya merasa penting untuk mendalami ini dan kemudian mencoba mensosialisasikan pada teman-teman. Jadi sekali lagi saya katakan bahwa memang betul ada riset-riset di Indonesia terkait dengan ini, tapi lebih kepada praktek-praktek ritual agama dan kaitan dengan kesehatan. Ada yang lebih substansial dari itu, dimensi ideologi, intelektual, experience, dan konsekuensial itu yang belum atau jarang diteliti. Bidang ini sebenarnya neuroscience spiritual atau spiritual neuroscience itu disebut dengan berbagai nama ya. Misalnya James Ashbrook dan Newberg itu menyebut sebagai spiritual neuroteologi. Beliau memberi penekanan pada teologi. Kalau saya sendiri cenderung melihat aspek spiritualnya karena dalam kajian-kajian agama, teologi itu berbeda dengan spiritual. Kalau teologi lebih sistematis, lebih terstruktur dalam satu agama, kalau spiritual itu lebih lebih bersifat lintas agama dan lebih ke inner elemen ketimbang neuroteologi yang lebih bersifat outer. Apa itu bidang spiritual neuroscience? Adalah bidang yang mempelajari tentang hubungan neuroscience, spiritualitas, dan agama. Tetapi lebih dari sekedar ritual, dia mempelajari tentang bagaimana pengalaman spiritual seseorang berada pada satu waktu, pada satu tempat, dengan keyakinan dia kepada sesuatu yang dianggap maha tinggi. Persepsi tentang waktu, ya, tentang ketakutan, atau kesadaran diri, atau kekaguman rohani, atau kesatuan dengan alam semesta. Dan kajian ini bersifat multidisiplin. Jadi memang mereka yang mendalami bidang ini, ya bidang neuroscience spiritual ini, pemahaman yang luas terhadap bidang ilmu lain seperti psikologi, teologi, sosiologi itu menjadi syarat yang sangat penting. Tetapi basisnya adalah pengetahuan di bidang neuroscience. Bagaimana kinerja otak itu yang menjadi fenomena untuk melihat apa yang terjadi kepada pikiran seseorang atau jiwa seseorang atau kognisi dan mental seseorang terkait dengan apa yang dia yakini sebagai praktek-praktek spiritual. Nah, itu sebabnya hadirin yang berbahagia, bidang ini harus dipelajari secara mendalam karena seperti halnya aspek-aspek emosi, aspek-aspek spiritual manusia itu juga ada dalam diri manusia ya, yang beberapa diantaranya tampil sebagai ekspresi-ekspresi emosi. Ini perbedaan yang sangat mendalam yang saya kira perlu kita pahami dulu, ditulis oleh seorang psikiater ya, yang memang pionir dalam bidang kajian psikiatri dan spiritual, Kunik, itu nulis dalam handbooknya menyatakan bahwa kalau agama itu lebih ke organized system of belief, sedangkan spiritual itu lebih kepada personal quest for understanding of the ultimate question of life. Jadi kalau kita lihat perbedaan ini, spiritual neuroscience itu lebih kepada personal quest. Jadi bagaimana pengalaman yang dialami seseorang dalam kaitan dia mempercayai satu kepercayaan yang dia yakini, dan kalau itu masuk ke spiritualitas neuroscience, maka itu terkait dengan apa yang terjadi di otak dan impact-nya terhadap kesehatan dan penyakit. Misalnya, pada penderita kanker itu menunjukkan kinerja otak terkait spiritualitas yang berbeda dengan penderita-penderita non-kanker. Bahkan kanker yang survivor itu menunjukkan perbedaan dalam kualitas kinerja otak yang memerankan peranan spiritual ketimbang dengan mereka yang non-survival. Jadi ini ada satu pemahaman yang harus utuh sehingga jangan sampai jatuh kepada pemahaman seolah-olah pembicaraan neuroscience spiritual dalam bidang kedokteran itu adalah pembicaraan yang lebih jatuh kepada hal yang sifatnya mistik. Nah ini yang saya kira kita perlu memahami secara mendalam. Uraian saya pada seminar kali ini lebih kepada pemahaman global, ingin memberi suatu penjelasan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian terhormat untuk bisa mendalami ini secara lebih mendalam dengan menggunakan berbagai pendekatan. Oleh karena itu, kajian-kajian ini memang membutuhkan multidisiplinary, multi approach terhadap bidang disiplin ilmu. Salah satu studi yang pernah dilakukan itu, yang melihat peranan agama yang luar biasa itu adalah studi Alameda County yang dilakukan selama 28 tahun pada 7.000 orang berusia 17 sampai 95 tahun. Memang tidak meneliti langsung tentang spiritualitas, tetapi mereka mempelajari bahwa dari 7.000 orang ini, orang-orang yang religius itu lebih sehat, lebih berumur panjang, dan hidup lebih berkualitas, lebih banyak teman. Jadi mereka yang 7.000 orang yang diriset ini, usia 17 sampai 95 tahun, mereka yang religius itu lebih sehat, lebih berumur panjang, dan lebih hidup berkualitas. Bahkan dalam hubungan-hubungan sosialnya lebih baik. Maka periset ini 28 tahun menyimpulkan bahwa sikap religius itu mendukung kesehatan. Ini satu kesimpulan yang luar biasa sebenarnya yang membuat ilmu kedokteran itu harus mengakomodir ini, entah dalam bentuk seperti apa, tapi harus menjadi bagian daripada penata-laksanaan ataupun tindakan-tindakan medis yang ada kaitan dengan kehidupan dalam bidang kedokteran. Nah, ini satu contoh yang dilakukan oleh Neuberg yang meneliti bagaimana perubahan aliran darah selama meditatif. Ya, mungkin hadirin yang pintar membaca cerebral flow dengan menggunakan alat ini bisa, baik itu SPECT maupun MRI, ini SPECT ini bisa melihat bagaimana perbedaan itu terjadi pada mereka yang berdoa atau menyanyi. Ini diambil sampel pada biarawati yang menyanyikan lagu-lagu rohani, dilakukan oleh Neuberg pada tahun 2001. Ini kajian yang cukup menarik karena dia juga lakukan pada meditasi pada Buddhisme yang Tibetian untuk menunjukkan bagaimana terdapat aliran darah yang berbeda pada kondisi baseline dan kondisi meditasi, atau baseline dan kondisi ketika seseorang itu menyanyikan satu lagu rohani. Neuberg mau menunjukkan pada kita bahwa memang suatu suatu pekerjaan atau suatu tindakan atau suatu perilaku yang terkait dengan sistem kepercayaan pada apa yang diyakini sebagai Tuhan, sebagai Allah itu menunjukkan perbedaan dalam aliran darah otak dibandingkan dengan perilaku yang sama tapi tidak ada kaitan dengan sistem kepercayaan. Misalnya dalam studi lain ditemukan bahwa percaya pada seseorang, teman kita, dan percaya pada Tuhan yang kuasa itu menunjukkan aliran darah yang berbeda pada otak. Jadi kepercayaan itu meskipun mengandung unsur-unsur yang sama, tapi juga mengandung unsur-unsur yang berbeda. Dari sinilah kemudian para ahli mempelajari bahwa memang perilaku spiritual itu adalah sesuatu yang spesifik pada manusia. Nah, riset dari Kunih juga bahkan melihat secara summary, saya mencoba membuat tentang ringkasan daripada riset daripada dilakukan di sini, menunjukkan bahwa orang yang memiliki perilaku spiritual baik dalam pikiran, sikap dan tindakan itu menunjukkan purpose of and meaning in life yang 15 dari 16 orang itu menunjukkan sesuatu yang luar biasa. Bahkan social support itu ada 19 orang yang merasa bahwa agama itu mendukung. Bahkan sampai di stroke, kemudian penyakit jantung, ini semua dimensinya medis. Nah, Kunih ini mau bilang dalam riset yang berlangsung puluhan tahun ini bahwa agama atau spiritualitas terutama itu memiliki peranan yang sangat signifikan di dalam kesehatan dan penyakit. Memang ini kita perlu elaborasi ya, tapi seperti saya katakan tadi, elaborasinya tidak boleh hanya termasuk pada masalah-masalah ritual. Dalam satu studi yang dilakukan oleh Ichmon itu dan Milren dan kawan-kawan menemukan bahwa orang yang melakukan ibadah secara sosial, kalau di kita sini macam apa ya, zikir akbar ya, atau majelis taklim atau pengajian-pengajian ya, atau kalau di Kristiani itu kebangunan rohani, itu orang yang melakukan ini secara rutin itu menunjukkan mereka tidur lebih baik. Kemudian dorongan bunuh diri, depresi, kecemasan itu mereka tidak ada, lebih kecil resikonya. Termasuk kehidupannya lebih stabil, lebih happy, dan dalam perkawinan itu memiliki kepuasan secara seksual. Bahkan yang penting itu umur mereka lebih panjang. Ini riset yang menunjukkan bahwa aspek konsekuensial dari agama, aspek sosial dari agama itu berdimensi luar biasa pada kehidupan manusia. Nah, dalam studi Ellison itu menunjukkan bahwa agama itu menjadi mediator yang sangat luar biasa ya pada kehidupan manusia, mulai dari kehidupan yang perilaku yang sehat sampai dengan emosi positif, bahkan menjadi sumber daya coping yang luar biasa. Nah, memang riset ini yang ditemukan oleh Ellison ini banyak berkaitan dengan aspek-aspek praktek daripada agama yang sependek pengetahuan saya banyak dilakukan di Indonesia ya, di beberapa center di Indonesia itu melakukan ini, baik itu tesis maupun disertasi ataukah kajian-kajian yang sifatnya mandiri. Dari sini saya ingin memberi satu pernyataan pada hadirin sekalian bahwa kita perlu mempelajari ini bukan hanya karena ini didorong oleh definisi kesehatan dalam undang-undang kesehatan kita, tapi memang pengetahuan sedang berkembang ke arah ini untuk menemukan elemen lain dari tubuh manusia yang berkontribusi dalam kesehatan. Selama ini kan elemen fisik ya yang dimotori oleh obat-obatan, kemudian emosi atau mental yang psikoterapi, tapi ada elemen lain yang berperanan dalam pengobatan. Itulah elemen spiritual yang kalau kita mau kajiannya pada bidang neuroscience spiritual. Saya kira ini barangkali presentasi saya, mudah-mudahan presentasi yang ringkas, padat, dan jelas ini dapat membuka sedikit wawasan kita bahwa sebagai seorang dokter, seorang calon dokter, atau seorang yang berkecimpung di bidang kesehatan, penting bagi kita untuk mempelajari apa yang kita sebut dengan neuroscience spiritual, satu bidang kajian yang baru tetapi berdimensi luar biasa dalam memberikan sumbangsi, kontribusi pada pengembangan ilmu kedokteran. Terima kasih banyak. Selamat siang dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Taufik Frederick Pasiak, MKes MPDI, for the information and knowledge which have been given to us. May it be useful for us. Now we enter to the fourth session, which will discuss the theme of neuroscience and will be guided by Dr. Dirga Rahmat A, M. Neurosci, MKet Clean SPBS, as moderator. His education background is medical doctor from Medical Faculty Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Unisula Semarang, postgraduate degree or master program, Master of Neuroscience, the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia, combined degree of neurosurgery specialist and Magister Kedokteran Klinik Faculty of Medicine Universitas Airlangga Surabaya, and now he works at the Surgery Department Faculty of Medicine Sultan Agung Islamic University Semarang. Dr. Dirga, please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Anjani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So,
Okay. It is a special event on this morning. So we will have a presentation about neuroscience that will be presented by our honorable speakers. So in this session, we will have three speakers. First is Professor Dr. Fatimah Muiz, specialist gizi klinik from Universitas Diponegoro. And the second speaker is Professor Ahmet Ural from Bolu Aban İzzet Baysal University from Turkey. And the third speaker is Dr. Trevino Pakasi from Universitas Indonesia. So maybe we can get the first speaker from Professor Dr. Siti Fatimah Muiz. So please, here is the curriculum vitae from Professor Dr. Fatimah Muiz, specialist gizi clinics. So Professor Fatimah was graduated from Fakultas Kedokteran Undip Semarang, and then she took her postgraduate program also in Fakultas Kedokteran Undip Semarang, and then from the doctoral and also in his specialist gizi medik from Fakultas Kedokteran Undip Semarang. And Prof. Siti Fatimah also took his magister program in Queen Elizabeth College in human nutrition. And Professor Fatimah Muiz is now the lecturer at Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Diponegoro. So in this presentation, Professor Siti Fatimah will talk about the role of nutritional therapy for neurodegenerative disease. Please, for Professor Dr. Siti Fatimah Muiz, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, dear audience. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera to all participants of this symposium. First of all, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We are all given by Allah a good health today, so we are together to share something about nutrition related to NDDs. Secondly, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be one of the speakers in this morning session. Okay, let me start with my presentation, please. Slide 1. Advanced science in human nutrition has come up that nutrients and non-nutrients in food interact with human nutrition at cellular and molecular level. Young came up with a definition that in 2001, I think. A nutrient is a fully characterized physical, chemical, physiological constituent that serve as a significant energy-yielding substrate or a precursor of the synthesis of macromolecules or other component needed for normal cell differentiation, growth, renewal, repair, defense, and maintenance, or a required signaling molecule, cofactor, or determinant of normal molecular structure and function, and promoter of cell and organ integrity. Second slide. Let us go further to other definition. I think these terminologies have come up in the last decade very quickly in our article readings. Those are nutrigenomic. It is a definition of interaction between genetic sequences and nutrient. Nutrigenetic, this is a study on the relation of eating habits to changes in DNA sequences that is followed by the development of nutrition-related disease, meaning nutrition effect on human genotype. Epigenetics is a study on the mechanism of gene activator or activation by nutrients, meaning the causal relationship between genes and their products before gene transcription, the event of DNA modification. B, also the definition of epigenetics, study of the process involved in the inhibitors or promoters toward DNA structure. For example, DNA methylation or demethylation. C, it can be also defined as a study of characterization of gene variants associated with response to specific nutrient. And now nutraceutical. What is nutraceuticals? It's a part of food or a food that give medical and health benefits, including in the prevention, or part of food that gives additional and clinical benefits to the conventional knowledge about the function of food. Further slide. From health to disease. Changing from healthy to chronic disease is a slow mechanism and influenced by so many factors, such as unhealthy behavior, can be in a lifestyle, can be in the diet, eating habits, and then environmental pollutants. And finally, due to the previous factors, there is a change in the gene or in the protein expression. Studies have identified diet as a long-term factor in the development of CDD, chronic degenerative disease. In its non-conventional role, CDD at present are so different than in the previous century. Based on the many studies, finding German and Roberts give the hypothesis that genotype plus environment plus genotype times environment would bring CDD susceptibility of an individual. Then genetic become a determinant factors after having involved with the environment. Bars and Farouk also proved that he found 40 chromosomal abnormalities in obese individuals. Available clinical and field study revealed that obesity and nutrition-related disease increased significantly in the last 3 decades. TNF-alpha has a key role in the development of dyslipidemia, insulin resistant, obesity, cardiometabolic, and CDD. On the other hand, studies also reveal that PUFA and its metabolites are good key factors in gene transcription related to inflammation, proliferation, and angiogenesis. Slide, please. And this is an example of the action that come between environment and gene sequence that causes polymorphism in several disease. For instance, I would like to show you here in what we call IL-1 beta, which is activity is the metabolism of lipids and carbohydrates. Disease that is related to this is this chronic degenerative diseases. And the nutrient to supply in this condition that has give some result was omega-3, long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acid. This is one of the example that was given by Di Renzo and Gualtieri and friends. Now we talk about inflammation. Increased length and severity of triggering factors in organs, including brain, will be followed by pro- and anti-inflammation cytokines cascade. The chronic trigger lead to NDD because corrective inflammatory secondary response to trauma will cause greater loss to neurons compared to the initial or the acute injury. High-fat diet increases inflammatory signal, adipose level, oxidative nitroxide stress, which causes mitochondria and organelle dysfunction and apoptosis in all tissues, including brain, meaning this is because of the activation of microglia. Studies reveal that 1, increase in ROS in over and undernutrition. 2, mitotoxicity, oxidative stress, calcium 2 plus iron overload, inflammation are primary pathways in NDDs. Nutraceuticals act in multiple cellular pathways to reduce inflammation, meaning that they have important role in the future approach to slow down or even preventing the emergence of NDDs. Central insulin receptor signaling in the brain will cause was found in AD and PD, Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. Impaired glucose tolerance are present in 80% of PD patients. Fat-rich diet was reported to promote inflammation and insulin resistance in hypothalamus. Prolonged oxidative stress plays important role in the metabolic-related disease, NDDs and NDDs, through the activation of pro-inflammatory network causing organelle dysfunction and apoptosis. However, there is not yet a conclusive answer to which part of the brain has the role for central insulin resistance signaling. Question to be answered also is, does peripheral insulin cross the blood-brain barrier? Slide, please. Now I will talk about brain metabolic stress. Brain stress response will be in the form of corticoid-releasing hormone. And this hormone will activate the hypothalamus pituitary axis, HPA. Then HPA will upregulate anti-inflammatory reaction, increase glucocorticoids, and then upregulate the expression of anti-inflammatory protein and repress the pro-inflammatory protein. This will cause deregulation in the metabolism of carbohydrate, protein, and fat. A chronic high glucocorticoids will cause a negative impacts on hippocampal excitability, and then will be followed by the impairment in cognitive ability. Studies found that elevated A-beta protein deposition is associated with higher glucose level. AD patients exhibit HPA abnormalities, and in PD patients, it is found that they have too high level of cortisol. So chronic overnutrition also will cause pro-inflammatory cytokines, and it will go to blood-brain barrier, followed by altering the neuroendocrine system, and then ends as a neuroinflammation. High circulating of level of glucose, free fatty acid, and amino acids are the cause of metabolic disturbance at cellular level in ER and mitochondria, leads to the organelle dysfunction and misfolded protein synthesis. So thus inflammation in or of hypothalamus as the master of energy balance regulator, affect neurohormonal system, and in the long term, in a chronic condition, it will be part of the development of NDDs, neuroinflammation. The role of nutrition as therapy or prevention in NDDs. Single as well as meta-analysis studies have been ongoing and is still going to find the answer of several questions in the genetic domain related to fat habits, nutrients, and nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals are substance or cofactors in various enzyme and receptor-related activities, such as vitamin B5 and its role, alpha-lipoic acid, coenzyme AQ10, nicotinamide, acetyl L-carnitine. They will protect mitochondria biogenesis and function, thus protecting on a cellular energy production. Sulfur-containing compound, polyunsaturated fatty acid, vitamin C, D, E, coenzyme EQ10, creatine, and phytoestrogen interfere with alpha-synuclein aggregation, mTOR signaling, ubiquitin protease function, and then followed by autophagy. In supplementation studies, polyphenol and flavonoids were able to counter the progressiveness or delaying the damage of NDD, meaning that they are giving positive effects. Please. Polyphenols. One of the example is epigalactocatechin galata in tea, in a green tea. It is neuroprotective via MAPK protein kinase C, and in AD, it acts via alpha secretase in the process of A-beta peptide, and then it's shown a benefit for AD patient, while in AD via alpha secretase process. In high fat diet animal, it reduces the event of misfolding protein and toxicity. Curcumin, quercetin, rutin, silimarin in vitro are able to inhibit neuroinflammation. Blueberries have the highest content of polyphenols, has benefit of protecting mitochondria dysfunction. Flavonoids, it will inhibit the TNF-alpha, the INOS, the NF-kB expression, reduce the production of pro-inflammatory markers in the microglia cell, then attenuate neuroinflammation. Consumption of rich in polyphenol and flavonoid enables cells to reduce the oxidation biomolecules such as nucleic acid, amino acid, and lipids. Thus, regular consumption of nutraceutical-rich foods or in form of supplements effective to delay or counter brain metabolic stress. Resveratrol in red wine is able to reduce the risk of dementia. Red wine is part of the Mediterranean diet or MED. In vivo and in vitro studies revealed its ability to reduce the amyloid formation, enhancing the clearance of beta-amyloid peptides, and the supplementation of MED will improve memory performance. Olive oil, virgin coconut oil, has the ability to improve clearance of beta-amyloid and regulating the antioxidant system that will affect the cognitive function. Fruit and vegetables, carotenes is antioxidant and has role in immune response and in inflammation. Diet rich in protein, fruits, vegetables help normalize blood sugar, thus protecting a person from ALS. Diet rich in legumes correlate with larger cortical thickness. Continue, please. Next slide, please. There is also an evidence that ketogenic diet has effect on the brain function. Small subject study was able to improve cognitive skill in AD with glucose retention, protective effect on hippocampus, and DNA methylation. Carbohydrate intake restriction, not as low as in KD, and replaced with MCT, medium chain triglyceride, can improve brain function and memory impairment in AD. Wang et al. Reported an animal study that ketogenic diet resulting in mild reduction of mitochondrial cytochrome C release through the activation of autophagy and mitochondrial pathway. Next slide, please. There is a gut-brain axis. In human GI, millions of microbiota such as virus, fungi, and bacteria coexist in a homeostatic situation. When the good bacteria are overnumbering the bad microba, the hypothesis is that GM generate metabolites as signal that affect brain function and mental health. Brain disorders can interfere the gut-brain axis harmony, causing the progression of NDD. So GM plays a role in the neuroinflammation process and its disturbance in the composition of SCFA causes disturbance in inflammation and inflammatory response. Studies reveal that less bacteroidetes and excess firmicutes are responsible for the increased inflammatory condition. Short-chain fatty acid, as the result of fiber fermentation by bacteroidetes and lactose, have anti-inflammatory action. It seems that SFGA can metabolites interfere with inflammation cascade in the gut or in another part of the body. The gut microba product from the free fiber will go through lymphatic system and vagal afferent to the brain. Gut cell secretion involve are serotonin, cholecystokinin peptide YY, glucagon-like peptide 1, ghrelin, and oxytocin. It is already well accepted that diet composition or change in food preference affect the GM composition. The alteration of macronutrient intake will be different in undernourished or overnourished individual. Thus, if there is a GM dysbiosis, effort to bring back the obiosis condition should become one of the alternative. This is a schematic what is happened from nutrition. One is the Mediterranean diet, which gives us a good effect. The left one is in a severe malnourished person, and the right one is the overnutrition individual. Right, next slide, please. And for the following 6 slides, there will be a list of the result of the nutrients and nutrition intervention related to NDDs. Let's go to the final one, please. Terus. Again, please. Again, please. Again. Okay, conclusion. NDDs, nutrition has become an important strategy to prevent or even to delay or to slow its progression. Mediterranean diets give benefits in AD and PD patients. Polyphenols, low glycemic diet, polysaturated fatty acid, and high-dose vitamin, protein supplement, and the existence of beneficial gut microbiota seem to improve cognitive dysfunction. Alteration in gut microbiota influences the inflammation and stress oxidative status. Future perspective study will be the need to have a long-term study to find the correlation as well as cause-effect relationship in large population with different type of foods. And my final advice will be through again the final. We have to remember what Hippocrates said in 400 BC. You are what you eat, and let food be your medicine. I think it is relevant for today's life. Thank you very much for being the audience of this symposium.
Okay, thank you for the presentation from Professor Dr. Fatima Muiz. So, Professor Dr. Fatima Muiz presentation is talking about the benefit from the nutrition especially in neuronal functions by reducing inflammation process that can be found in many NDDs or neurodegenerative disease, and about the benefit of many components in MD diets that can affect also and maybe to support the function of the neuronal function. So maybe we will have a next presentation from the second speaker. So please, for the audience who have questions, you can type the questions and we will discuss in discussion session after after all speakers present their presentations. So for the second speakers will be presented by Prof. Ahmed Ural, MD from Bolu Aban Iset Baisal University. So this is the curriculum vitae from Professor Ahmed Ural. Professor Ahmed Ural is worked at the otorhinolaryngology from department in the Baisal University School of Medicine. And here's the record from the Professor Ahmed Ural. And Professor Ahmed Ural has interests. Next. So for Professor Ahmed Ural has the interest in the sleep disorders, endoscopic sinus surgery, ear disease, pediatric, ENT disease, and rhinoplasty, also otoplasty. So for the second speaker from Professor Ahmed Ural, we'll talk about the nasal hygienes for healthy nasopharyngeal microbiome, neurological disorder in aging and Islamic perspective. So to Professor Ahmed Ural, time is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My dear friends, first of all, I'd like to express my gratefulness to the organizing committee and particularly Dr. Suzy Lorini, who invited me to be included as a speaker in this fourth International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Sciences. I hope we will further be together in other meetings as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My topic is nasal hygiene for healthy nasopharyngeal microbiome and implications from an Islamic perspective. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview for the microbiological impacts of nasal washing during ablution process, which is performed before every prayer 5 times a day. You know, cleanliness is the mainstay of our religion, Islam, and it's termed as half of faith. And from Fajr to Isha, during daily prayers, which we perform 5 times a day, the day starts and ends with ablution. And maintenance of cleanliness is mandatory for our daily life in Islam. Especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, the cleanliness of hands, face, nose, and mouth has gained more importance. And you know, we are gargling our mouth and cleaning the nostrils during the ablution process already. So what we do, we inhale water through the nostrils to the nasopharynx, and which is supposed to clean the nasal membranes and the mucus polluted by dirty air and germs. The nasal mucous membranes is the first line of respiratory defense. The body parts with the highest viral load are nasal cavity, nasopharynx, oropharynx, lymphocytes of oral tissues, goblets, and the ciliated cells in the respiratory epithelium of the nose. These parts have the highest number of receptors for SARS-CoV-2, which the receptor is termed as angiotensin converting enzyme 2 receptor. The intensity and quality of bacteria on the skin and nasal cavity depend on the personal habits, human traditions, age, gender, profession, the surrounding environment, and the use of topical antiseptics or antibiotics. Good washing using clean water or topical antiseptics can eliminate the majority of these microorganisms. The teachings of Islam provide a great deal of care to human health, and personal hygiene is important for various openings, especially the nose, which is the main source of harmful bacteria for entering the body. And Muslims practice 26 cleansing actions, commonly known as ablution, before every prayer. Repeating performance of ablution 5 times a day is commanded, and in each time nasal wash is done by inhalation of water 3 consecutive times according to the instructions of our Prophet. Now let's take a look at the current literature on this topic. There has been a publication investigating the wudu as an effective preventive measure against many infectious diseases. And you know, Islam has given great importance, great stress on cleanliness, whether it's in physical or spiritual terms. And while people generally consider cleanliness or purification a desirable aspect, Islam makes hygiene an essential part of faith. Islamic hygienical jurisprudence includes a number of regulations involving cleanliness during salat, through wudu, partial ablution, and ghusl, full ablution. And you know, there's a verse in Quran, the God mentions that Allah loves those who turn to Him constantly, and He loves those who keep themselves pure and clean. So, wudu is a no-cost, easy, better method of personal hygiene to prevent from community spread of infection, as it has a better sanitation protocol and requires only clean water possible for everyone. Apart from performing wudu before prayers, it's also recommended before taking food, while visiting patients, before leaving home for a journey, and before sleeping. These may help better hygiene and helpful in prevention. Since fighting against COVID-19 requires a social support, involvement of religious leaders is also a part of prevention awareness, and emphasis on wudu too may help Muslim community adopt preventive measures more readily. Beneficial effects of each step of wudu, along with the use of miswak, sawak, is scientifically supported but needs further research in this direction. Conducting clinical studies in particular group for assessment of wudu as a preventive measure may help explore the better data to analyze its efficacy and future planning of strategies fighting against infections and especially COVID-19. Nasal rinse and gargling as an effort in preventing COVID-19 infection with Islamic approach has been published in Bali Medical Journal, and the authors are from Indonesia, I suppose. And in this interesting article, the importance of the type of solution used during nasal rinse against the pathogens was investigated. In case of use of plain water in the nasal rinse, there was almost a 50% reduction of pathogens and foreign particles in the nose. If isotonic saline was used, number of pathogens were decreased without harming mucosa, and in case of use of hypertonic saline, chloride ions were found to be particularly effective against COVID-19 infection. Therefore, increased hydration of the mucosal layer that boosts the mucociliary clearance activity of the nose and provides mechanical protection against the COVID-19 virus. Individuals who practice nasal rinse and gargling using hypertonic saline had a shorter duration of illness and were the best choice in inhibiting viral replication. I think the type of solution to be preferred during ablution process can be important in the protectivity against the pathogens. Therefore, the take-home message to be taken from this article is the selection of the appropriate type of solution to be used for nasal rinse. Thus, gargling and nasal rinse have an important role in prevention of COVID-19 infection, especially when practiced routinely. Although obligatory, ablution has distinctive impacts on prevention of COVID-19 transmission, And hypertonic saline is recommended for ablution as a solution for washing the oral and nasal cavity. Some articles have focused on the effect of the ablution practice on nasal colonization of Staphylococcus aureus, and we have I came across two articles focusing on these topics. One is this one, and the other one is a pilot study that studied to detect the presence of methicillin-resistant Staph aureus among healthcare workers who practice ablution. And in both of these articles, the performance of ablution was found to decrease the nasal colonization with Staphylococcus aureus or methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, and nasal washing was found to be effective in reduction of the rate of colonization with these microorganisms. This is, I think, a critical point to be kept in mind. And also, a pilot study was carried on the efficacy of nasal rinsing during ablution in reduction of acute respiratory tract infections among Hajj pilgrims. This is also important. This was focused on general rate of nasal respiratory tract, upper respiratory tract infections without focusing on the type of microorganisms, but there was a remarkable decrease in the rate of respiratory tract infections with effective performance of nasal rinsing during ablution. Therefore, all these four articles that I mentioned supported a positive and beneficial effect of nasal rinse during ablution on the nasal microbiology and for prevention against infections. Therefore, we can suggest that nasal washing in ablution can reduce Staphylococcus aureus nasal colonization and also against acute respiratory tract infections and for also COVID-19 infection, even though the degree of the proof is less strong than that in Staph aureus colonization, it also may be beneficial. It needs to be supported with further trials. The effect of nasal washing in ablution against other pathogens else than Staph aureus must be studied in further trials. We need to encourage our our scientific communities to focus on this topic. And therefore, nasal washing in ablution can be a simple, easy, and effective way to reduce the colonization by microorganisms, and thereby it may decrease the occurrence of serious diseases, including staphylococci and possibly other pathogens. This is all I would like to share in this presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to share this presentation with you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation from Professor Ahmad Ulal. So we will have a next presenter or speaker that will be presented by Dr. Trevino Pakasi. So before we start for the last topic in these sessions, so we have questions already, and that will be discussed in the session discussion. So in the session discussion, we will have Dr. Pasya as well to join in our discussions. So maybe if the audience have questions from for all the speakers, from Professor Siti Fatimah Muiz and Dr. Pasya, as well as Professor Ahmad Ulal and the last speaker, Dr. Trevino Pakasi. So please write your questions so that we will wait in the session discussion. Okay, so for the next speaker in this discussion, in this topic, in this session, we will have Dr. Trevino Pakasi that will talk about stem cell for neurodegenerative disease. Is it possible? And this is the curriculum vitae from Dr. Trevino Pakasi. So Dr. Trevino Pakasi is from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, Jakarta. And this is the educational background from the Dr. Trevino Pakasi. So he has taken his PhD in the University Nijmegen Medical Center, Medical Science at the Netherlands, and he finished his specialist in spesialis ilmu kedokteran keluarga. And there are many achievements that has been achieved by Dr. Trevino Pakasi, and a lot of publication as well that has been published by Dr. Trevino Pakasi and colleagues. So now we will have a presentation from Dr. Trevino Pakasi. To Dr. Trevino Pakasi, time is yours.
Hi, my name is Trevino Pakasi, and this morning I will talk about the role of dietary intervention in gut dysbiosis and stem cells aging in neurodegenerative diseases. I am a teaching staff in Department of Community Medicine, and my specialization is family medicine. So I will talk a little bit about dysbiosis and stem cells, but in the eyes of family physician and what we can do as a family physician general practitioner in the primary care setting. These are the reasons why we have to talk about the topic. First, because neurodegenerative diseases increases. As we see in this article, one of the most important neurodegenerative disease is the Parkinson's disease. And this systematic review showed that the prevalence of Parkinson's disease increases by age. And this is more important if you look at the conclusion that the prevalence also different there are differences between geographic area. And then this is something important that in the eye of family medicine, we need to know the influence of geographical area to the provision of food, provision of many things. This article talking about another neurodegenerative disease, which is the Alzheimer's disease. That is also one of the important diseases. And then talking about the epidemiology of Alzheimer's, we can find also the increasing number of the disease. And then more interesting if you look at this title, because there are modifiable risk factors and prevention. And this is what we have to put our emphasis as well as a family physician to prevent diseases. The second reason why we have to talk about neurodegenerative diseases, because as a family physician, we need to control risk factors. We need to identify what are the internal risk factors and what are the external risk factors, and try to control all these risk factors of having the diseases. And then, especially in this lecture, we will talk about the role of gut microbiota and dietary for preventing the neurodegenerative diseases. Talking about every disease, it has the history as the following picture, what we call the natural history of a disease. A disease starts outside the human body, what we call the period of pre-pathogenesis. There is an interaction between agents, the cause of the disease, and all the risk factors with host and environment. And one of this interaction, once entering the human body, the process starts to disease progression. This is incubation time, and then somehow, someday, somewhere, signs and symptoms occur in the clinical horizon. Then the disease progress, become disability, and then some people died. Anyway, we all go to that direction. Some people also recover from the disease. This is actually the pathway of every disease. No one can deny it. The objective of the talking today is we will discuss about human ecosystem and then put more emphasis in talking about the biological aspect, updating the mechanism of aging of the neurodegenerative diseases through stem cells, the role of intestinal stem cells, interaction with the gut microbiota, the fate of intestinal stem cells in the gut, yeah, and the interaction with food and alteration of gut microbiota. At the end, we can conclude what are the good food for us. Every human being lives in an ecosystem. A person can be healthy because of the balance between spirit, body, and mind. And we know that the interaction of these three factors will produce healthy mind, healthy physique, and then at the end, make a good well-being of the person. This person live in a family, and the family live in a community, and community live in the biosphere. Each part of this circle has their own variables and determinants to influence the family and the person interact with the environment to become stay healthy or to become sick. And this is important concept when we would like to analyze what kind of practice that a person or a doctor can advise to a person to prevent neurodegenerative disease. Based on this concept, of course, we would like to make it more technical, operational, to talk in the context of such neurodegenerative disease to a patient, then the patient or the family can understand and try to apply this concept in the daily living. Continuing from the mandala of health, we are focusing now on the human body. When we talk about the mechanism of aging, there are a lot of mechanisms, but now we are focusing on the role of stem cells. As we know that stem cells can differentiate into adult cells, and then every stem cells in the many parts of human body should actually working to replace the dead cells, the differentiated ones. Why? Because the the the the dead cells should be replaced because uh, to maintain homeostasis, because the tissue needs a replacement that to be functioning well. Also the organ system. This is the main task of the stem cells. And then one of the important stem cells is the ISC, which is the intestinal stem cells. The intestinal stem cells, as you can see, it is in the intestine in your gut. And then the task to produce epithel. Epithel is an important tissue that can select which part nutrition, good food, or other things that actually needed for your human body. But then if the tissue is damaged because not sufficient replacement from the stem cells to produce the epithelium of the gut, there will be a leak. And this leak will make many metabolites, unimportant thing, unnecessary ones inside your gut, entering the bloodstream and then spread to all other part of your body, and also influencing the stem cells in other part of the body. So that's that is the starting point of aging all over the human body, including the neurodegenerative diseases. This is a schematic diagram of the crypt and villi in the intestinal epithelium. And this is, if you look further, there is a place where the ICCs reside. And then the ICCs will work functioning as the genital cells that they reproduce itself and differentiate. And then the process is very complicated, including also your maybe food and interaction with microbiota. Now continuing the leaking in the gut, metabolites that is not important, going through the bloodstream and then damaging other progenitor cell, other neural, other stem cells, And one of the important stem cells talking about neurodegenerative disease is the neural stem cells or progenitor cells from brain tissue. And this has been proven that it exists. Maybe few decades ago, doctor believes that that a stroke patient can be cured. But now look at this finding, because there is progenitor cells also for neuron. So it opens another opportunity now, to look for the treatment result from these progenitor cells. This diagram showed that how diet affects the stem cells. And there are two pathways actually, the indirect effects and the direct effects. The indirect effects, because the diet include in our food and spread after finishing the digestive system, spread all over the body, and then this will give more good function of the human cell, to human tissue, to human organ. And these hormones affect the microenvironment of the cells, and also doing inflammation. I don't know how or why. And the interaction between the inflammation or the work of the nervous system with the environment, niche cells produce some behavior or some parts of the stem cells. And then on the other way, the direct effects that the food handler provides directly carbohydrate, protein, lipid, many important tissue as well. This is a diagrammatic view about how the interaction between this microbiota to the process metabolism inside the gut, and these metabolites and also interaction with the microbiota will influence this micro environment, which is talking about degenerative disease to become differentiated ones, adult cells. Now this picture showed what the microbiota in the lumen of gut talk or interact with the T helper, the immune system, and at the end the interaction influence these stem cells to become adult blood cells with the influence of other T cell helper cell. Again, the interaction between microbiota and also the immune system. In the previous slide, we talked already about the task of the stem cells, that the stem cells should produce itself or self-renewal, but also to differentiate. And then this diagrammatic picture showed the interaction between so many different types of food influence the stem cells, influence the self-renewal of the stem cells. And then this is why at the beginning, I talk about the importance of geographical area, because this geographical area typically will produce kind of food, and this kind of food also will be the culture, the lifestyle of the family and in the individual. And then this is why when we talk about the alteration of the microbiota and also affected the stem cells, because of maybe the changes of the person. going somewhere else, going other places that maybe is not familiar with the food. And this is actually the mechanism why this kind of food affected renewal of a patient or not. This table talk more detail about those kind of food and then the influence of those kind of food into to the stem cells. Again, this is what we can withdraw conclusion later on when we would like to apply it to our own food. On the left column, right column, left column, we can see that there are components of food which are calorie, protein, carbohydrate, lipid. This is the main four important nutrients. But of course, there are also nutrient that is important but not categorized as nutrients. But we are not going to talk about this. But we see this in the table that each kind of food has different kind of food has different influence. Let's say like that, because of the different content inside. And you can see that like this one, this is important, yeah, high fat diet, Western diet as well, may induce carcinogenesis. This is important to remember. And it doesn't mean that other pathway is not on the risk to become having the degenerative disease. But this is talking mainly about what food that will influence your healthiness. Now we have learned the long pathway of developing neurodegenerative diseases. And we have learned the process inside the human body, more focused on the work of the stem cells. And we see that the damage of the stem cells, they cannot working or functioning well because influence of unnecessary metabolites that enter the bloodstream. And we know already that these kind of metabolites can enter the human body, the bloodstream, because of the malfunction of the human epithelium system in the gut, in the digestive system. Now, based on this this way of thinking, then we can say that microbiome as a modifier of neurodegenerative disease risk. It has been proved in this study, but also if we are trying to reflect to ourselves, to our daily life, or our daily activities, then we can find out the work of those factors, and we will come at the end to the conclusion that microbiome is a modifier of neurodegenerative disease. Microbiome inside your gut also modifiers of neurodegenerative diseases. Now, having the knowledge of what we discussed previously, what are the implications? What are the take-home notes that you need? First, we know that prevention is the best option. No one can deny it, and then it has been a long notion. And what to prevent actually? What we would like to prevent malfunction of the stem cells, which is by our intervention, the stem cells can still produce self-renewal, and the stem cell also can differentiate to the adult ones. And then this is also important because at the end, the adult tissue or the adult cell will maintain the tissue function, will maintain will maintain the homeostasis. And then more important, to prevent the malfunction of the intestinal stem cells, because this malfunction will lead to leak and any kind of metabolites that we are not that is not important to us entering the body system and then make other damage to other cells, then the person starts to aging. And what are actually the good food? First, antioxidant. Antioxidant is important to fight the ROS, I forgot. And then also like it gives you more protection, let's say. And also, if you look at the 2 slides before about the table of the food, then you can conclude that you need more protein, you need more amino acids as the building blocks, and you need whatever for the tissue renewal. And inside the human body, it is in your gut. The interaction between the microbiota and also the stem cells, will lead to the end that we also have to maintain our microbiome. We cannot just eat antibiotics or whatever that makes the imbalance of the microbiomes, and that will be a problem. And other things that besides the good food and the antioxidant microbiome, you need also to cook your food every day. Cook fresh food and then eat home product. That is the most important. Why? Because we are going to reduce the influence of food, the influence of environment, many influences that damaging the function of the stem cells. Now, I hope this is quite well understood, and then they are also taking home notes. Then I hope this will be useful for you also to explain your friends, your patients, anybody. Thank you very much for the attention. Good morning.
Okay, thank you for the presentation from Dr. Trevino Patasi. So before we start our discussion sessions, I would like to give some conjunctions in all the topic that have been presented by our speakers. So as we know that in the neuroscience, when the neuron is damaged, or there's in the neurodegenerative diseases, especially in adults. So from the opinion that has been said by Raymond Kajal, the scholars that famous in the previous in early 1970, he said that in adult, when the neuron is damaged, it will hardly possible to recover or to regenerate. But now the many study that have been published show that many factors that can apply in the neurogenesis, especially in adults. As we know that in the adults, neurogenesis is limited because the proliferation rate is different with the newborn, and many factors that might affect the process of the neurogenesis as well, especially the environment, such as from the nutrition and maybe the stressor can also affect the process. So it is our concern to study about the treatment or maybe the drugs or medication that can be used to improve the neurogenesis in the adult, especially to recover or to have the recovery function of the neuron. So there are some questions that have been asked from the audience, and maybe we would like to say that our second speaker, Professor Ahmed Ural, have to leave, so that cannot join to our discussions. So we will have Dr. Taufik Pasya and Professor Fatimah Muiz, and as well as the Dr. Trevino Pakasi that will answer the questions in our discussions. So the first questions for Professor Fatima. So what kinds of food could boost our mood? Sorry, first question is yeah, from the Mandawati. I want to ask about fiber diet in obesity. How much someone should have fiber diet to improve gut microbiome and give effect on preventing dyslipidemia? So maybe for Dr. Fatima Muiz can answer the questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will try to answer the question. The normal recommendation is between 25 to 30 grams of fibers, and that is a lot. It's about 3 glasses of vegetables, mixed vegetables, cooked without the water. You can take the gravy, whatever, as much as you want, but without the gravy, you have to have 3 glasses of a mixture of vegetables. That is 1/3 of our plate. That is a big one, yeah. And then 2 portions of fruits. Jeruk satu, 1 maybe orange, maybe 1 apple, or the good traditional fruits which are not expensive are there. You don't have to always eat apples because it's imported one mostly. Yeah, most of them are imported. So all the high fiber fruits are available. Kesemek, I think that's, yeah, kesemek, that's a nice one. You can make into rujak. So I think if you make like gado-gado or pecel or rujak, alternate day change, and then the sayur you make without the coconut milk, yeah, because the coconut milk is good if it is raw. When it is part of the vegetable sauce, it is heated in a high temperature, and the fatty acid become trans fatty acid, all of them, because of the high temperature. Yeah, so it is about 25 to 30 grams. You try that, you will get easy movement, bowel movement in the morning because of that lots of fruit vegetables. But those vegetables are important for the as an energy source for our gram-positive bacteria, which are good in our gut. So when they have enough energy, and then they can ferment it, the undigestible one, then the production of short-chain fatty acids become high. That will make the epithelial cell in the villi healthy, so they can produce their function as an immune producing cells, and also as a serotonin producing cell, dopamine producing cell. So then the serotonin will be transferred to the brain through the efferent of the vagal nerves. So if that is what I would advise. So just 3 glasses of vegetables and 2 kinds of fruits. That is a good one. So do not eat too much pasta, or we call it porridge. Many of our foods now are from refined carbo. Mie instan, tepung beras, tepung all this kind of flowers, those are highly glycemic index. They have high glycemic index, all of them. And our snacks are all from that kind of substance. So that is one of my advice. And then the second question, I think, is how to boost the mood, Dr. Dirga. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think the food that can produce high serotonin is tryptophan. Tryptophan is precursor for serotonin. And the tryptophan is available in all different kind of nuts. Kacang tanah, kacang merah, kacang hijau. They have a lot of tryptophan. Yeah. We only eat kacang hijau, the mung bean, once a year during the fasting times. And in other occasions, we sell them all the kacang merah, the red beans. They are available in the market, but we seldom use. You should use that in a soup.
Yes.
So this is the Mediterranean diet, which is now a queen diet and is accepted throughout the world. They eat a lot of beans, seeds, without cleaning the endosperm, the outside lining of those beans and seeds. One thing in the Med diet that we cannot follow is the red wine, because we don't drink wine and they are fermented. I don't know, it's the alcohol content must be high. In our religion, it is not allowed. So yeah, maybe yogurt. Then they eat only red meat once in a month, and chicken maybe once in a week. The other would be vegetables and fruit. That is the Med diet. So if you can look at my table, 6 table that I skipped because my time for presentation was already almost over, you can see that Med diet, what are they can be used in several diseases and can be improved in several conditions. Those 6 tables those are meta-analysis of, I think, Di Lorenzo. Yeah, that's a good one. And then keto diet. You have to be careful with keto diet. Keto diet has to be supervised by a physician, because if you because we wait for until the ketone bodies appears in our urine. But when the ketone is too much, it is a dangerous situation also for us. So be careful with keto diet. And it is very difficult to adhere on the keto diet because you have to eat so high fat, about 80 to 70%. That means you have to drink oil in Indonesia, or butter, make a lot of, put something a lot of in your food with butter, while the carbo is advised to be only 10 to 15%, which is very low. It's a very difficult one. So I think I would suggest that you make a, what you call, balanced diet, but smaller portion. If your recommended daily allowance is, say, 2,000 calories, why don't you take 1,600 calories? That is a very, very healthy one. And try to be within the normal weight, which is for your height, because we have a range for normal weight for different heights. You can see it from the WHO chart. Yeah, there is also a normal waist circumference. For men, it is not over 90, and for women, it is not over 80 centimeters. I think that is important to do that. So maybe please try to look at my tables and what will be affecting what. You can see from that. I think that's my question, my answers. Are they already answering all the questions, Dr.
Yes.
Dirga?
Yeah, for now it's already answered from the questions. Maybe if there's another question, we can discuss later. So maybe we will start for the another questions. So from Dr. Mevita to all speakers, how we decide best treatment in patient with neurodegenerative disease from the neuroscience and also for nutritional therapy. As we know, in Parkinson or dementia, we often found patient has a memory and cognitive decline. So how to applicate neuroscience in that case? Thank you very much. So maybe we can ask the opinion from Dr. Taufik Pasha. Maybe Dr. Taufik Pasha, can you give us some insight or maybe some answer about how we apply the neuroscience in the case of neurodegenerative disease? Okay, maybe Dr. Taufik Pasha still has important matters, or maybe we can move to the another speaker, maybe from Dr. Trevino Pakasi. Do you have any opinion about how to applicate neuroscience in the neurodegenerative disease?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator, for the opportunity and all committee. I'm sorry I joined with my mobile phone, so it's not providing the feed. I cannot use my virtual background, although I have a green screen. Okay, regarding the question, this is a very tricky question, yeah, how to answer it. I'm not a neuroscientist, but I also interested with neuroscience and also learn a little bit, not all, and applying those like another question also I saw in the chat room that related with the neural stem cells and then possibility of the neuron to the stem cell to produce adult neuron and to replace. It is actually by theory it is possible. You can have a new neuron, although we understand, at least in my curriculum, when I was in medical school, it is said that brain damage is permanent. Nobody can replace it. But there are also some case studies reported that can be renewal. Yeah, can be there is a progress or maybe a recovery from brain diseases. Now, what is my opinion actually? The science has proved that there are stem cells and also possibility to make adult neuron out of the stem cells. The question is, how big is the damage? How fast that the stem cells can produce a new one that can replace the dead neuron? It is my opinion. Yeah. If if it is not very fast, how come that we expect the function will be recovered? Because when we talk about functioning of the brain, that means not only the neuron is replaced, but synapse. We need also synapse. It is like what we learn when we are a child, when we are a baby. Learning stimulation makes the synapse. And then you know that one neuron, as what I have learned long time ago in medical school, one neuron can make a connection with 40,000. It is very huge number. And then you know that because one stimulus, we can respond differently, yeah, in the same similar stimulus. So that means we can replace that neuron, but then to have the same function. And mostly patient family like to have normal function after that. Wants the patient to walk like before they had stroke, for example. Patient had stroke. It is not easy. It needs time. Needs to replace or maybe use the old one, not the old one. There is also another thing about neuroplasticity, talking about there are other neurons that not used, and still we can use this neuron as well. So a lot of work, a lot of time needed. Yeah, just the same as the time needed to develop the disease, to develop Parkinson's disease, to develop Alzheimer. It is years, yeah, not only 1 week or 2 weeks. Yeah. So it is also that Indonesian patient do not have. Yeah. do not have patience, cannot wait. They think that in 1 week, in 1 month, it will be recovered. Yeah, but apparently no. Yeah, no. Then the question about how to apply this knowledge about neuroscience and also about stem cells, about this biosis, etc. Apply this before you have the symptoms, before you sick, you are sick. Apply this when you are still young and healthy. Start now. Don't wait until 30 years, 40 years later. Start now. And you will never know. It is like paying an insurance. You buy the insurance, but you don't want to use it, right? You don't want to become sick or be disabled. You still want to be healthy. Yeah. So start now. This knowledge, you will never know whether your intervention will be proven later after 30 years. But still, use it as an insurance. Take it or leave it. That's my opinion, doctor.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Trevino. So Dr. Trevino said that it is best to prevent than we experience itself. So we have to prepare ourselves, maybe with using healthy diet and the other treatments. So, and also to avoid maybe many substances that can harm our body. Okay, maybe for Professor Fatimah Muiz, can you give your opinion or answer the questions, how to apply neuroscience in the case of neurodegenerative disease?
I would refer to the studies that have been meta-analyzed by Lorenzo in my paper, in my presentation, especially the tables, because some of them give positive, but another study of the same substance, supplement or whatever they put in the diet, sometimes the results are still negative. So there are still controversial results. But maybe this controversial result was resulting from the different methodology of the study. So, but if you want to see what causes reduce dementia or improve cognitive impair or whatever didn't happen in person with packed diets and everything, please read the result of these tables. Those tables are the meta-analysis from I think Di Lorenzo. Yeah. So I cannot say this is one is good for this one, because there is not yet any data on the bioavailability of nutraceuticals, and then the stability of nutraceutical because of the cooking, because of the processing of the food. So those are the weakness that we are still facing when we want to say, please eat this a lot because this will make you like this, just like 2 + 2 = 4. That cannot be mentioned in nutraceuticals at present. So I would think that whatever we eat, if we eat in a varieties of food every day in a normal amount, then that will preserve our health. Like I think before it is called functional food. Yeah, nutraceuticals was called functional food because I think Allah gave us so many things in the world that we can eat, and I think He provided that to make us healthy, not to make us unhealthy. It is only how we consume them. It's too much of red meat. We know that red meat full of inflammation substance there. That is why the med diet is only taking red meat once in a month. It is their usual practice in the daily life. And that proves that they are healthier. The number of dementia and other neurodegenerative disease is low in those countries which in the Mediterranean area. Yeah, I would say that eat everything like what the previous speaker yesterday. I think it must be something, Mr. Kiai, yeah, I think Ustad or Kiai, that everything has to be in balance. That is what he said. It is a very good presentation from the the first speaker yesterday. Everything has to be a homeostasis, looking for health and looking for the ability of us to do what God, Allah, tells us to do. That's a good one. If you remember, maybe Dr. Made, remember, yeah, the first speaker yesterday, you were the moderator. It was a very good one. Yeah, everything moderator, you eat everything changing from daily to day. Tidak. Today is low day, tomorrow is low day, tomorrow is low day, today is pecel, yes, tomorrow pecel, the next day another pecel. Yeah. So varieties of food, a variety of a variety of diet, of the choice of things. I think that is. I think Allah doesn't. Allah doesn't like that. Yeah. Today maybe I like kacang panjang oseng. I like tempe oseng, and every day you have tempe oseng and kacang panjang oseng. That is not healthy because God Allah give us so many things in front of us that we can eat, and inside those He put something that we found in these decades. It is so useful for us. In the years before, maybe 100 years before, our great-grandfather usually drink jahe and lemongrass. We didn't know that they have anti-inflammation properties. And now people start making drink, yeah, that contain all the anti-inflammation anti-inflammation factors there. So many akar merah, jahe, lemongrass, kemuning, keniki, all those are given by Allah, but we don't know, we just know it now. Yeah. So I think making life in harmony, making what we like. I like steak, I like pasta. Yes, do it twice in a month. Not every day, then you will eat ayam geprek. There is flowers and oils, those are high energy. Yeah. So then as a medical doctors, we have to really think what we eat to make sure. Once in a while I like ice cream. Nobody do not like ice cream. Everybody likes ice cream. But you don't eat ice cream every day. You eat ice cream maybe twice or 3 times a month with your family. Yeah. I think that is from my point of view. Yeah. And how can you prevent the dementia? I think with living what the Mr. Ustad said yesterday makes you happy, and you can what he said, I think you can menahan keinginan yang tidak bagus. That's what he said yesterday. That will make your life in a good homeostasis in the perspective of religion and your effort or your ambition or your demanding activity in the daily life. So everything has to be in a homeostasis condition between what you need and what you want to have. Because sometimes you have something that you don't need or you already have. Yeah. I think that's my answer. And then the second question is about sodium. Sodium, yeah. I would think, what is the difference between refined salt and sea salt? I think the difference is the content of the natrium. It is not because it is one white and one is coarse. No, it depends on how much you have natrium inside. Yeah. Is it higher in the refined salt or is it higher in the sea salt? You have to look at the Google and you can see the difference, how many milligrams of sodium inside. So that is the sodium that we avoid not to take too much. Yeah, but we have to remember we live in a tropical country. In the summer season, like now, you sweat a lot and you lose the sodium there. Also, without potassium there. So maybe in the summer you have to take more salt than during the rainy season. Yeah. I think that is my answer, but also we have to remember that all the processed food has natrium in it. Drinks or meat, they have always used substance with sodium in it. And our need daily is only about 3 gram of 5 gram of salt, which is a little, very little. That is 5 grams. So we eat more than that, because in every cooking we put 1 spoonful of salt inside. But if you don't hypertension, you don't have the gene that your ACE inhibitor is produced in your body, then you have to be careful with salt. But if you don't have any problem in the family, no history of hypertension, why don't you just be happy about what you eat, as long as you don't overeating substance which contain the sodium a lot, especially the processed food. They always use sodium as preservative. Yeah, I think that's my question and my answer. Thank you, Dr. Dirga.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Fatima Muiz, for the answer. So we still have a little time to our discussion sessions. So we would like to send the apologies from the Professor Ahmed Ural, and also from the Dr. Pasya, because they have another important meeting to attend. So if the audience have questions for our speakers, please send the questions. So maybe we can answer the questions via email, or maybe from the web. So maybe the last questions for Dr. Trevino. So from what Dr. Trevino said, we can conclude that brain plasticity in adult or older people is possible. And can we modulate the brain plasticity using healthy diet? So please, for Dr. Trevino, you can give the answer.
Sorry, Dr. Dirga, can you repeat? Because
Yeah.
the connection is not good.
Terbuka
Yes.
ya, tadi nggak? Tadi
Hello?
So the
mute.
questions from what Dr.
Tadi
Trevino
mute.
said, can we conclude that brain plasticity in adult or older people is possible? And can we modulate the brain plasticity using healthy diet?
Yeah, I've addressed a little bit in my previous answer. It is possible by theory, but when we ask the result in terms of clinical symptoms, the question continues to how big are the damage and how fast is the brain can replace themselves. And then also there is a need to exercise, because we need synapses to make the function well again. So that's too short, to make it short. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Maybe we have made the end of our discussions, and I would like to maybe give some final statement about our topic that have been presented by all of the speakers in these sessions in the neuroscience. So in the neuroscience, there are many factors that can affect the process of the neuronal functions. And in the case of the disease, for example, in neurodegenerative disease and other disease in the neurons, many factors that can affect the process for the restorative or maybe for the neurogenesis. And from our speakers that have been presented, we can say that maybe the balance in the life, mentally or spiritual life, and as well as from the diet and also the exercise. So we have to get the balanced life. So maybe for all of people or the audience, we can have a healthy diet and also healthy life, exercise, and prevent the overconsumption of our food as well, to prevent or maybe to have a good functional in our neuron. So maybe thank you for all speakers that have presented their presentations, and we would like to thanks for the insightful presentation, and maybe we can meet in another event. So thank you very much for all the speakers, and sorry for if there's mistakes, or maybe if I cannot deliver the discussion very well. And I give the time to the Dr. Made Umade to lead the event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Dirga, for guiding the full session well. We hope all the participants get a lot of benefit from the session. And for the documentation, we are going to have a photo session with our speakers in this session and moderator. Finished. Our committee already finished take a picture in every screen. And we have breaking for 10 minutes before we go to fifth plenary session.
Masih ada plenary session. Kok banyak putrinya ya dosen di Unsula ya? Lihat tuh panitnya.
Okay, it's time for our fifth plenary session with the theme Human iPS-derived pacemaker cells can save bradycardia arrhythmias in elderly patients will be delivered by Professor Ichiro Hisatomi from Tottori University, Japan. His educational background is a graduate from Tottori University Faculty of Medicine, Japan of Medicine, Tottori University, and from Tottori University Graduate School of Medicine for MD and PhD course. In 1985 till 1986, he completed a clinical and research fellow, First Department of Medicine, Tottori University Faculty of Medicine, PhD in 1985. 1986 until 1988, postdoctoral fellow division of cardiology, Department of Medicine, Reingold CG Center, Northwestern University School of Medicine, and many more of his educational history. Without further ado, I invite the professor to deliver his presentation. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And also, I appreciate your good introduction for me. First of all, I would like to share the slide. Just a second. Can you see the slide? That okay? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, I would like to start my presentation. And that is my today's presentation is entitled by the application of iPS technology to create the biological pacemaker for treating the bradycardia arrhythmia in an aged patient. And my presentation is wondering the suitable for this symposium, but anyway, I'd like to start. Okay, first of all, I would like to show the relationship between well, just a second, I would like to point. Yeah, I'd like to show the relationship between sick sinus syndrome and aging. As you know, the sick sinus syndrome is characterized by the electrophysiological properties as shown in this right tachycardia and bradycardia. And sick sinus syndrome is frequently associated with several complications such as heart failure and stroke. And also, everybody can see my slide. Is that okay? Can you see my slide?
Yeah, okay.
Good. Okay, that's great. And also, I would like to show the relationship between the age and sick sinus syndrome. In this slide, the ordinate indicate the prevalence of sick sinus syndrome, and the abscissa indicates the age. And more than 60 years old, the prevalence of the sick sinus syndrome is drastically increased. That means the aging increased the sick sinus syndrome. So in order to treat the sick sinus syndrome patient, usually artificial pacemaker has been transplanted. However, the artificial pacemaker includes several medical problems, such as the limited battery life or lack of physiological response to autonomic nerve regulation. And so the current purpose of my project is to create the biological pacemaker from the human iPS cell and substitute the artificial pacemaker for the biological pacemakers. And I would like to realize the new regenerative medicine using the biological pacemaker cell for the bradycardia arrhythmias. So first of all, I would like to show the development of biological pacemaker cell from the human inducible pluripotent stem cell, namely the iPS cell. So iPS cell is invented by Professor Shinya Yamanaka, who wins the Nobel Prize. And iPS cell is able to be prepared from the somatic cell, such as the skin cell or blood cell. And taken together with the specific gene transfer, the Yamanaka 4 factors, such as the OCT4, SOX2, KL4, and CMYC. And these Yamanaka 4 factors transform the somatic cell, such as skin cell or blood cell, to the human iPS cell. So in my laboratories, we generate the iPS cell from the human lymphocyte. I actually collect the blood sample, about the 5 milliliter, and we extracted the T lymphocyte and culture the T lymphocyte on the mouse embryonic feeder layers. And then these T lymphocytes are infected with Sendai virus vectors harboring the Yamanaka 4 factors. And these Yamanaka 4 factors transform the lymphocyte to the iPS cell. So pluripotency is known to be defined by the capability to differentiate to the 3 germ layers such as endoderm, ectoderm, and mesoderm. And then this mesoderm can differentiate it into the cardiac myocyte. So I would like to show the protocol on the cardiac differentiation of the human iPS cell. This protocol is composed of the 2 stages. At stage 1, under control of the monolayer culture of human iPS cell, GSK3 beta inhibitor CHIR 99021 together with the noggin differentiate the human iPS cell to the anterior primitive streak. And at stage 3, after formation of the aggregation of anterior primitive streak, these cells are incubated with the BMP4 and FGF2, and these cells can differentiate it into the cardiac myocyte. Okay, sorry. Okay. usually this is the cardiac differentiation from the human iPS cell, and ideally it should be beating. But sorry about my computer program and it not beating. But anyway, these differentiated cardiac myocyte actually include not only the pacemaker cell, such as the sinoatrial nodal cell, but also the ventricular cell and the atrial cell. So therefore, the purification of the pacemaker cell, we need a specific marker to purify and correct the pacemaker cell from the differentiated human iPS cell. So HN4 hyperpolarization activated cyclic nucleotide gated potassium channel 4 is a good marker for the cardiac pacemaker cell. HN4 codes the pacemaker specific current, IF current, and this IF current can contribute to the faithful depolarization of the sinoatrial nodal cell. Therefore, the HN4 is a good marker for the pacemaker cells. So actually, in order to correct the biological pacemaker cell from the human iPS cell, we use the bacterial artificial chromosome. On the bacterial artificial chromosome, the reporter gene composed of the PGF, EGFP, green fluorescence protein, PGK neocassette reporter gene can replace the add to the exon 1 of the human HCN4 genome. And using this gene manipulated iPS cell, we can try to correct the biological pacemakers. Actually, after cardiac differentiation of the gene manipulated human iPS cell harboring the HCN4 reporter gene, so after then the disease cell express the green signal. That means the green cell express both HN4 and green fluorescence protein. Therefore, these green cells are biological pacemaker cells. So this is a typical example of the cardiac differentiation of the gene manipulated human iPS cell. You can observe the green signal and aggregation. After enzymatically digestion, we can correct the single green cell. That is a biological pacemaker cell because this sorted green cell express the HN4 ionic channel. So this is, I would like to examine the electrophysiological property of the automaticity of biological pacemaker cell. As you can see here, under controlled conditions, the biological pacemaker shows the automaticity, which is comparable with the automaticity of the sinoatrial nodal cell. And then the carbamylcholine, that is the parasympathetic stimulator, slows the automaticities. On top of that, the isoproterenol, that is the sympathetic stimulator, can augment the
Professor, are you still with us? Professor Ichito, are you still with us?
Sepertinya gangguan koneksi, dokter.
Prof. Ichiro?
Ya, beliau sepertinya gangguan koneksi, dokter.
Okay, thank you for the information. And because of a technical situation of connection, so we will we'll try to connect to Professor Ichiro. Can we?
Apabila seorang hamba mempertajam jiwanya dengan rasa bertuhan dan rasa kehambaan. Kemudian dibawa berfikir, dia akan menjadi orang yang cerdik dan pandai, sehingga mampu membangun peradaban rohaniah yang merupakan aset yang paling utama bagi kehidupan umat. Untuk berkhidmat kepada umat dan menjalankan program pemerintah serta meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat, Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung mendirikan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula pada tanggal 10 Oktober tahun 1963, menjadikan fakultas kedokteran terbaik di Indonesia.
Thank you. Prof. Ichiro, are you still here?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, can you see my slide right now?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can see the slide here.
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Just a second. Very soon, I will show. Sorry.
Yes, because of the connection, Prof.
Yeah, maybe there is sorry about the big problem about the connection, and I will soon back up. Just a second.
Okay, we're waiting.
Okay, sorry about that. You can see.
Yeah,
okay.
already.
Yeah, sorry. And then you can find out the blue signal, that is the biological pacemaker placed on the center can generate the electrical signal, and that is spreaded all over the atrial cell sheet. So we'd like to prove the concept of the biological pacemaker. We'd like to transplant the biological pacemaker cell to the rat bradycardia model, rat AV block model. Actually, first of all, that is the cartoon of the heart, and then that is atrium, that is the ventricle. We injected the glycerol into the boundary between the atrium and ventricle, and we can this glycerol can immediately create the complete AV block, showing in the upper slide. P wave is independent of the QRS wave. So actually, after that, we implantation of the 5,000 biological pacemaker cell to the apex of the ventricle. And then, as you can see here, after transplantation of the green cell, HCN4 EGFP positive biological pacemaker cell shows the ectopic ventricular rhythm and electrocardiogram. And this QRS wave is quite different from the upper panel QRS wave in a complete AV block. And also, we apply the isoproterenol, and this isoproterenol can augmented the automaticity of the ectopic ventricular rhythms. So sorry, I would like to summarize. It is successful to correct the HCN4 EGFP positive cell as a biological pacemaker cell from the gene-manipulated human iPS cell harboring the HCN4 EGFP reporter gene. And biological pacemaker cell shows the automaticity with the activation of ionic channel specific to the sinoatrial nodal cell, and which respond to the autonomic nerve regulation. And biological pacemaker cell generate and propagate the electrical signal to the atrial cell. And finally, the transplantation of the biological pacemaker drives the heart and rat bradycardia AV block model. So last 5 minutes, I'd like to show the recent progress, the enrichment of the biological pacemaker from the human iPS cell using the new reporter gene. So actually, we measure the automaticity of the biological pacemaker cell, and the automaticity of biological pacemaker cell is categorized as the sinoatrial nodal type, and atrial type, and ventricular type. And unfortunately, only 90% of the biological pacemaker cell shows a sinoatrial nodal cell. That means the other 80% show the automaticity like not the sinoatrial nodal cell, but atrial and ventricular cell. So we would like to enrich the exact sinoatrial nodal cell as a biological pacemaker cell. So therefore, we use another cell marker, SHOX2, which is specific to the sinoatrial nodal cell. So using the gene-manipulated iPS cell harboring the back vectors, the reporter gene of the HN4-EGFP, then we use the genome editing system to replace the exon 1 of the human SHOX2 genome by the new reporter gene composed of the M-cherry and PGK neocassette. And we established the new human iPS cells. So after a cardiac differentiation of the new human iPS cell, the aggregation can show not only the green signal, but also the red signal. Then the abstract shows the flow cytometer result, and ordinate indicates the HN4 or green fluorescence protein signal, and abscissa indicates the SHOX2 M-cherry red signal. And these are depicted region. These cells express not only the green signal, but also the red signal. That means the new cell differentiated from the new gene-manipulated human iPS cell express both HN4 green fluorescence protein, but also SHOX2 M-cherry protein. We consider that is the new biological pacemaker cells. So actually, we measured the electrophysiological property of the automaticity of new biological pacemaker cell. And as you can see here, almost 70% of the biological pacemaker cell shows the automaticity, which is comparable with that of the sinoatrial nodal cell. So I'd like to summarize, it is successful to correct the HN4 green fluorescence SHOX2 M-cherry double positive cell as a new biological pacemaker from gene-manipulated human iPS cell. And eventually, 70% of the biological pacemaker cell shows the exact sinoatrial nodal-like electrophysiological properties. So I would like to conclude that we can create the gene-manipulated human iPS cell and successfully generates the biological pacemaker cell. And this biological pacemaker cell could be a promising way to treat the bradycardia arrhythmia in an aged patient. Thank you for your attention. And also, I'm really sorry about the computer problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Ichiro, for the fruitful presentation. And we are going to the fifth session with the theme New Phase of the World Post-Pandemic, and Dr. Maidona Nurul Mila, MCA, will be the moderator. I will make a brief introduction for her. Her educational background is a doctor who graduated from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Semarang, graduated with a Master of Clinical Embryology at Monash University, Australia. Her work background is a lecturer in the Anatomy Department of the Unisula Medical Faculty from 2005 until now, and embryologist at the Cattleya 4F Clinic Semarang Medical Center, Togorojo Hospital. From 2012 to 2021, and embryologist at the 4F Clinic Amaryllis Dr. Karyadi Hospital from 2018 until now. His professional membership experience is a member of ED, PAI, Perfitri, and the Indonesian Human Embryology Association. Dr. Maidona, okay, please, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Bu Made, for the nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you, distinguished speakers, honorable audience, and all of the Committee of International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to guide this session. First of all, I would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for His blessing and as for us to join in this session. This is very nice session. We have come to the 5th session with the topic of new phase of the world post-pandemic. In this session, we will have 3 speakers will deliver their speech in 20 minutes each. And following that, we will have 30 minutes of discussion session. Coming up to the first speakers, let us take a look at brief CV of our first speaker, Professor Dr. Reviono, SPP consultant. With his Professor Dr. Reviono, specialist paru consultant. He graduated or he get his bachelor degree in medicine from Faculty of Medicine Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and he obtained his special degree from Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Indonesia, obtaining his consultant degree from Pulmonology Collegium in 2010, and getting his doctoral degree from Universitas Airlangga in 2010, and finally become a professor in 2019. Currently, he works as Dean of Faculty of Medicine UNS, Universitas 11 Maret, and also Board of Director from Muardi and UNS Hospital, and now on he is also as Secretary from Honor Council of PPPDPI. His presentation is entitled Prevention of Rapid Respiratory Sequelae of Long COVID. Professor Reviono, you have 20 minutes for your presentations. Now the floor is yours. Do we have Professor Reviono with us? Okay, Professor Reviono, are you with us now? Okay, thank you. The floor is yours, Prof. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. Yeah, we still cannot hear you, Prof. Still mute, in mute condition, maybe?
Okay, do you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I will present with the title for my presentation is the prevention of respiratory sequelae of long COVID. Okay, you know that the long COVID is cause of pandemic, and COVID-19 can manifest a wide severity spectrum from asymptomatic to fatal forms. A further source of the heterogeneity is symptom duration. Reports of long-lasting on COVID-19 symptom, the so-called long COVID, there are many terms of long COVID. One of them is like post-acute, whole COVID. But in this presentation, I will the term of long COVID. Long COVID and the early disease is rising, now is rising. But little is known about prevalence. Rising, but little is known about prevalence. Risk factors of whether it is possible to predict a protected course. And we know, meanwhile, evidence is gathering that surviving the acute disease is not the whole story. And many COVID-19 survivors experience ongoing symptoms and debilitation. Recovered individuals continue to complain of a multitude of symptoms for months. Most of the patients will experience at least one symptom during their convalescent period. Persistent post-COVID syndrome, also referred long COVID, is a pathologic entity which involves persistent physical, medical, and cognitive sequelae following COVID-19 infection, including persistent immunosuppression, as well as this is attribute pulmonary, cardiac, and vascular fibrosis. The fibrosis is the important factors cause long COVID. The figures show that the exposure, this is exposure as SARS-CoV-2, and this is a duration. If the duration from onset symptom less than 3 weeks is called short COVID. And then if the symptom was gone or the symptom lost between 3 weeks and between 3 weeks to 12 weeks is known, we call post-acute COVID. And then more than 12 weeks is long COVID. The long COVID-19 phenomenon, most of the patients had mild to moderate symptoms. About 10 to 15% progress to severe symptoms, and about 5% become critical illness. COVID-19 patients should recover after 2 to 6 weeks. In some people, some symptoms may persist or reappear after weeks to months after recovery. This is figure same with above, but maybe in this more detail. The figures in ordinate, ordinate is duration. This is duration, and this is a viral load, and abscess is viral load. And the duration 4 weeks, we determine this week 4 and week 12 and 6 months. And then in the above is detection unlikely detection about SARS-CoV, and then PCR positive and PCR negative. And acute COVID-19 is less than 4 weeks. This is still positive PCR, and symptom may be, if the light clinical is less than 4 weeks, is gone. Like this graphic. But if the viral load higher, and then symptom more than 4 weeks is still present until more than 12 weeks. This is post-acute COVID-19. And if subacute ongoing, the symptom loss are gone between 4 weeks to 12 weeks. The symptom systemic, like fatigue, decline in quality of life, muscular weakness, joint pain, and also in the lung is dyspnea, cough, persistent oxygen requirement, and also anxiety, depression, and in the heart and cardiac palpitation, chest pain, also and thromboembolism, chronic kidney disease, and so on. But the PCR is negative. Okay, now a pathogenesis COVID-19. The pathogenesis COVID-19 contains two mechanisms. One mechanism is viral dependent mechanism. And the second is viral independent mechanism. And the first mechanism, viral dependent, is there is viral. There is viral with invasive in alveolar epithelial or in endothelial. But in the independent, viral independent, this is such as an immunological damage, perivascular inflammation, contribute to breakdown of the endothelial epithelial barrier with invasion of monocyte and neutrophil and extravasation of protein-rich exudate into the alveolar space, consistent with other forms of acute respiratory distress syndrome. And the other importance too is fibrosis. Pathologic fibrosis of organ and vasculature leads to increased mortality and severely worse quality of life, inhibiting transforming growth factor beta, and also immuno and fibrosis modulator may attenuate this post-COVID sequelae. So fibrosis is the strategic or is the important factors for pathogenesis long COVID. And the other, the potential mechanism contributing to the pathophysiology of long COVID is one, virus-specific pathophysiologic changes. Maybe mutant virus. And the second, host factors. Host factor is immunologic aberrations and inflammatory damage in response to the acute infection. And then the third, this is sequel, yes, expected sequel of post-critical illness. The pathophysiology of post-intensive care syndrome is multifactorial and has been proposed to involve microvascular ischemia and inquiry, injury, immobility, and metabolic alteration during critical illness. This is pathogenesis SARS-CoV-2. The end of the outcome, the end of the process, viral replication, vasoconstriction, inflammation, fibrosis, lung damage, vasodilatation, inflammation, vasodilatation. The important, this is fibrosis, vasoconstriction, inflammation, and fibrosis, lung. This is make the lung COVID. And this is a mechanism of pulmonary fibrosis. When SARS-CoV make injury in epithelial cell, and there are many mechanisms: abnormal tissue repair, endothelial cell migration proliferation, pulmonary capillary angiogenesis, inflammatory response, and so on. And the mechanism fibroblasts to form myofibroblasts. This is make the fibrosis mechanism. This is the consistent of the thick alveolar walls and fibrogenesis. This is a mechanism of pulmonary fibrosis. And also pathogenesis in the alveoli. This is many virus inflammation, and then the cell inflammation, and fibrosis in the spatial interceptal. This is fibrosis, myofibroblast in the not in the alveolar, but the interstitial parenchyma. So in the post-COVID consists of post-COVID pulmonary fibrosis and post-COVID obstructive pulmonary disease. With the pulmonary fibrosis, is patient diagnosis with pulmonary fibrosis using chest X-ray, desaturation on activity, and also with scanning thorax. And post-COVID-19 obstructive, we can make lung function, lung function, recovered patient experience decreased lung function, and that's persisted for months, even years. Treatment that can be considered include inhaled bronchodilators, inhaled steroid, and oral methylxanthine. If the post-COVID obstructive, this is a scan, just CT scan image. This is fibrosis in the red, the color red, interspace or interstitial parenchyma. And now the risk factor. The risk factor for developing lung COVID and of the pre-existing condition, having hypertension. This is odds ratio 1.3, and also obesity. Obesity odds ratio 2.31, and also a psychiatric condition, the odds ratio 2.3, and also an immunosuppressive condition. This is a risk factor to develop lung COVID. So how to minimize risk factors? This is, I think, difficult. This is the slide also show the risk factor like female sex. This is also risk factor. Early dyspnea, more than for initial symptom, D-dimer, level D-dimer is high, and also blood urea nitrogen level is high, pro-inflammatory cytokine level. This is a story of anxiety or depression, and high body mass index, and old age. This is a risk factor. Okay, the prevention effort, one is identify the diagnosis of lung COVID as early as possible. Then hearing the patient's story and validating their experience. Managing comorbidities, especially diabetes and cardiovascular disease and the other risk factor. That is, have to control comorbidity like especially diabetes and cardiovascular disease. And then also we assessing mental well-being and managing depression and anxiety as needed. High risk group high risk have to prevent infection as much as possible, because if he or she infection is maybe in the severe symptom, and then immunomodulators may be considered. Okay, this is research about the vaccination. The sample is big sample until 28,000, and then the result is vaccination is protect to long COVID, long COVID. This is odds ratio less than one. Second vaccine. Also activity limiting long COVID. Also first vaccine and second vaccine is the odds ratio less than one. So this is a protective factor, prevention factor to long COVID. Okay, vaccination against COVID-19 is associated with a decrease in the likelihood of continuing to experience long COVID symptoms. In adults, it's 18 to 60 years. This is research. And this appeared to be sustained after the second vaccine dose. Our results suggest that vaccination of people previously infected may be associated with a reduction in the burden of long COVID on population health, at least in the first few months after vaccination. Okay, so in the last slide, the ratio. Post-COVID-19 pulmonary problem consists of persistent respiratory problems, decreased lung function due to pulmonary fibrosis, and also obstructive fibrosis. The effect of ESE on the RAS system on the occurrence of cytokine storm, endothelial dysfunction, and hypercoagulopathy. A risk factor for development of the long COVID is that there are pre-existing conditions. So controlling risk factor is very important. The likelihood of long COVID symptoms was observed to decrease after COVID-19 vaccination, and evidence suggested sustained improvement after the second dose. Okay, I think this is the end of the slide. Thank you, and I want to MC. Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Raviano, for very nice and thank you so much, Professor Raviano, for the very nice and enlightening presentations. Please keep staying with us until the discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, moving up to our second speaker has joined us here today. He's ready to broaden our horizon. Professor Dr. Salim Haris, SPS Consultant, FICA. Here's a quick review of his CV. Professor Dr. Salim Haris, SPS Consultant, FICA. He graduated as Bachelor Degree of Medicine from Universitas Kristen Indonesia in 1983 and obtained his special degree from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia in 1994, and gained his consultant degree from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia in the year of 2004. Currently, he is as a professor in the neurology department, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and also head of Cerebrovascular and Neurosonology Division, Department of Neurology, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia, and also Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital in Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you Professor Dr. Salim with his presentation entitled Dementia Post-COVID, How to Manage. Professor Salim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Does everybody listen my sound? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure for me to speak in this seminar. Thank you very much for the opportunity by myself to speak in this meeting. We have a title Can see the title post-COVID-19 dementia?
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet, yeah?
Not yet.
Okay. How about now?
Still no picture, Prof.
Cannot.
No, not still nothing.
So sorry. How about this?
Still no, not yet, Prof.
Still not see it?
Still cannot.
Coba di stop terlebih dahulu.
Let it see.
Yeah. Would you please stop share first and then try to share again, Prof?
Yes. Already. It's already I done. But still not see it. Eh?
Still no picture.
Dia mau stop terlebih dahulu.
Okay.
Maybe trying once again to stop share and reshare, Prof.
I make a new share.
Mohon diklik tombol stop share, Prof, di Zoom di atas.
So sorry, I stop first.
Ya, kemudian share kembali.
Share again. Is that see? Did you see?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Stop again. I come back to slide. And then I make a big one. Okay, now I come back to you. I squeeze there. Did you see it?
Only little picture and then it's gone.
Post-COVID dementia, did you see it?
No.
No.
Not yet.
How about this?
Still not yet, Prof.
Okay. Share again. Once.
Oh, maybe you would like to send your file so we can help you to share the screen, Prof.
I think before I sent to you.
Through the chat. Have you sent it to us? Yeah.
Not
You
yet.
haven't. Not yet.
Moment. I prefer my slides. Can I have your email? Send
My email. Okay, I will try to. Email siapa? Dr. Mevita will send you her email address, Prof.
Okay. Apakah sudah terkirim? Halo?
Sedang dicek, Prof. Sebentar.
Apabila seorang hamba mempertajam jiwanya dengan rasa bertuhan dan rasa kehambaan, kemudian dibawa berfikir, dia akan menjadi orang yang cerdik dan pandai, sehingga mampu membangun peradaban rohaniah yang merupakan aset yang paling utama bagi kehidupan umat. Untuk berkhidmat kepada umat dan menjalankan program pemerintah serta meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat, Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung mendirikan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula pada tanggal 10 Oktober tahun 1963, menjadikan fakultas kedokteran terbaik di Indonesia dengan pengalaman pendidikan lebih dari setengah abad.
Menjadi fakultas kedokteran terkemuka pada tahun 2024 yang unggul dalam ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi kedokteran berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam untuk menghasilkan generasi korumah dalam kerangka rahmatan lil alamin.
Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula dalam upaya meningkatkan mutu pendidikan yang terus-menerus atau continuous improvement, menggunakan metode pembelajaran, Small Group Discussion, Lab Skills, Kuliah Pakar, Praktikum. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula menerapkan continuous improvement dalam pengembangan kurikulum. Teaching Center berkembang menjadi Student Center dan Problem-Based Learning hingga sekarang. Dan mengembangkan berbagai program pendidikan unggulan, pendidikan kedokteran, profesi dokter,
farmasi dan profesi apoteker.
sarjana dan profesi bidan,
Magister Ilmu Biomedik.
penyediaan kebutuhan pendidikan, kedokteran dan kesehatan yang berstandar internasional, yang sesuai dengan nilai-nilai Islam. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula ditunjang oleh berbagai fasilitas pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan kependidikan, sehingga mempengaruhi indikator kunci keberhasilan. Dan berupaya menjadi pusat penelitian, pendidikan, pelatihan dan pelayanan di bidang kesehatan. Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula juga telah memiliki teaching hospital, yaitu Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung yang terintegrasi dengan Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula. Dan beberapa rumah sakit jejaring di Jawa Tengah, serta beberapa desa binaan dalam usaha peningkatan kesehatan masyarakat dan perkhidmatan kepada umat. Menjalin kerjasama baik pemerintah maupun pihak swasta adalah satu bentuk upaya Fakultas Kedokteran dalam mewujudkan pendidikan yang berkemajuan. Selain pendidikan di bidang kesehatan, organisasi kemahasiswaan juga dikembangkan dalam Fakultas Kedokteran, sehingga mampu membantu mahasiswa dalam berinovasi dan kreatif. Bersyukur kepada Allah, Fakultas Kedokteran Unisula telah mendapat berbagai penghargaan, yaitu prestasi dosen, karyawan, dan mahasiswa, baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional, serta pencapaian pengeluaran produk, jurnal, dan hak paten fakultas.
Okay, Prof, I think we are ready for your presentations. As we wrap, we will have your screen shared by Dr. Maivita.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. It is an honor and pleasure to me to speak in this seminar. Even we have a little bit trouble, but the show must go on.
Yeah.
First slide, please.
Yes, Prof. Wait just 1 minute.
Talking about dementia, so we're talking about cognitive function. What is cognitive function? The understanding about cognitive function is 5. Attention. Number 2, memory. Number 3, speech. And number 4, visual perception. You're looking at this drawing. And number 5 is executive function. The executive functions, finally, you want to recognize as something that you have to understand. To turn to the left, turn to the right, it's a kind of executive function. It's very small sample. Now, we continue. The title of my speaker here is about dementia and how to manage. Before the manage dementia, we have to know exactly about how to diagnosis. So, my introduction, since become pandemic of 3 years, everybody is stay at home, but sometime COVID-19, contribution of many numbers of health problem. And because of COVID-19 is nano in size, so the COVID-19 have a ticket to go anywhere that he wants, to many organs, including our brain. So with the pandemics of this condition, one of the we have to understanding about the short term and long term. Everything about this at the span of the something that we call the comorbidity, our immunity, once of the consequent long-19 COVID will be damaged, everything, including the brain. So our cognitive, just like I mentioned you before, 5 cognitive, 1 attention, memory, speech, visual, and the end, executive function should be maintained very good condition. Then, and in COVID, it will be reduced, especially in long COVID, and especially in the patient have many comorbidity. Next slide. So now in Indonesia, the list in 12 October 2000. So we look at here the confirmation, 6 million. But if you look about the dead people here, only 2.5, it's a lot of case according to me. So even we have healthy persons, we don't know exactly about the complication about the patient, but we know that the patient is already active again, but we don't know what is the condition of complication. Is very low one. Sometimes it's very difficult in the myocarditis or dementia or late and memory and many things that we don't know exactly by one. But at least we're happy here. If you look about the 204 million, above than 200 million, had already first vaccination. And the second is 171 million that have already the second vaccination. Next slide, please. If we look about this, the world, you know, the black ones or the brown one is Soviet Russian, and Indonesian will look a little bit low if we compare about the America, North America, America over there, New Zealand over there. But Indonesia, at least we see with a very, very light in the color. So this meaning we don't have too much, just like in America. As of 10 October 2020 in America is 611 million, 9.6.5 million dead. Is a little bit very high in value. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, before of this slide, please. Before of this slide, okay. So, WHO say the pandemic is inside. So, we hope soon we are going to live normally like before. Even though like this, we have to understand before of this condition, we have Omicron's little bit condition of Omicron look like a little bit not a dangerous like a Delta. But I hope, inshallah, the end of the COVID-19 pandemic is inside what said by WHO. Next slide, please. How about the Indonesian? We have a condition of honor energy in 2010 to 2020. If we look at here, the younger people, working age is increased, the dependence is reduced, and we look at here, children is reduced, and the elderly is increased. So how do you think about this condition? Is still like this because of COVID? I hope it's still like this because we are not just like another country, is very high condition. So decreasing dependency ratio in 2020-40 can become a demographic dividend for economic development, provide and a good human resource development and the place. In Indonesia, we have to understanding about this, and we have to say to Allah, Alhamdulillah, so we are not as bad another country because of the COVID condition. Next slide, please. So now you look at here, the condition of COVID, just like what they said of the great treatment of the population, and the condition of demographic dividends. We have two kinds of long life, production generation, and the other long life, non-production. So the non-production is increased the activity of daily living dependency of family and government burden. What is the cause of this condition? The long life non-productive generation now is not only dependency causes and other problem related, but the COVID is involved already to come together with stroke, to come together of cognitive impairments, and to come together with the small vessel disease. We know small vessel disease is play in the micro in the relation of the brain, but the condition is going to induce of the condition of forgetfulness or minimal cognitive impairments. So they are going to reduce a condition of understanding and increase dementia. Next slide. So if you look at here, just like I mentioned you before, a COVID have a ticket to go anywhere because nano in size. Nano in size, without permission, he can go anywhere. You know exactly that patient with this COVID sometimes cannot taste or cannot smell something. This is, we talk that already infills of the brain. So what? Is it only for your smell or for your taste? No way. This is already in full to your body. Just like I said before, a conditions of your comorbidity can induce is going to release every problem, or they still have a problem for long COVID. I mentioned about this. We know exactly endothelial and muscle in the arterial, but in the capillary is, there is no any more muscle, only pericyte. So we're talking about pericyte, it means we're talking about blood-brain barrier. We know exactly that condition of our brains, all the function of our brain, this is can induce our integrity, our condition, to mention about between of your hand, a dementia or minimal cognitive impairments. Why? Because any area of your brain, of our brain that influence of nano-COVID is going to induce a terrible, even the somatosensories, even the condition about the limbic system, a temporal lobe and prefrontal lobe. We know exactly the locus of the hypoglossus, the locus area of the olfactorious in front of the nose. So they are going to inside from the bulbus olfactorius to the limbic system. Is very easy way for nano, because they have a nano have a ticket to go anywhere. Next slide. Look at this. So this picture is mentioned about you about the olfactory area, sensory epithelium, olfactory area, or olfactory bulb is going to inside. So the COVID is going to running by induced inflammation, neural damage, maintenance of proliferation of olfactory microbiology, degeneration in the pattern of similar of Alzheimer's disease. So, is this a kind of the induce of Alzheimer in patient with the COVID? Not all like this, but it is possible not induce dementia only. It is possible not induce Alzheimer or vascular dementia. It is will be induced to many things about the Parkinsonism, Huntington, whatever. That's all of your brain, all of our brain, but we can prevent by improve our strategy immunity by fast, intermittent fasting, exercise can induce. So the exercise should be understanding. But on the other hand, people have many about the comorbid. It cannot be stopped. For example, like people with diabetes, people with hypertension, people have a kidney disease, should be take care to prevent the COVID. Because the condition of comorbid can stimulate the condition about our brain to have a damage with the COVID. So the healthy people can prevent, but the comorbid people is difficult. Slide, next slide. Now we look at here. So hypoxia, coagulopathy, cerebral microvascular, dysregulation, SARS, and encephalitis. What is the side? Two sides, at least you have to look on the one side in the vascular and the other side interleukin, inflammation. So both of this is going to induce. What is that? The vascular condition is going to induce small vessel disease. Or on the other hand, moderate vessel, but we don't know exactly if the COVID come to your brain and then make encephalitis. So all of this can induce the problem on the brain, not only dementia, but at least we are understanding that a COVID-19, prolonged COVID-19, we have to understand can induce a condition of dementia, especially in patients with cerebral small vessel disease. What is the risk factor about the small vessel disease? All of the condition, one is genetic, for example, like cerebral amyloid angiopathy, for example, and second is hypertension, diabetes, hypercholesterolemia. Everything can induce cerebral small vessel disease. If you have a COVID infection, induce a prolonged COVID, so they can increase the condition of cognitive reducing. Sometimes you only forget about the name, but after 6 months you got a COVID with a patient with cerebral small vessel disease, can induce more forgetfulness. Even put something, go to pray, a salat, something, forget about the rakaat. This is already how many rakaat? Sometimes it's like this. This one, a condition we have to prepare. Just like I mentioned you, patient with many comorbid to have to prevent. Patient don't have any profit. He got a intermittent fasting or Senin Kamis puasa, and then exercise. Puasa is one condition. Fasting is a condition to make improve your brain function. Remember about this. Fasting can increase the insulin-like growth factor. So what is the function of insulin-like growth factor? One of the neurotransmitter in our brain to improve our knowledge. So exercise and fasting or intermittent fasting. Next slide. So we come back again to cognitive dysfunction after COVID. Brain fog, just like fog, you know, just like awan kelabu in your brain. Brain fog, a generic term to describe of the feeling, your mental, slow, Gaussian space. So this one on behavior. Not only you're talking about a dementia, but you are change your behavior. So what is the result of the behavior problems? We know we have a frontal lobe. In frontal lobe, we divide it on 3. One is motoric, and in front of motoric, a premotor, and in front of that is we call of the prefrontal. The area of prefrontal is going to induce our behavior. And prefrontal is very close with bulbous olfactorius. So the condition about this can induce the cognitive. So hippocampus is going to reduce hippocampus degeneration or neurodegeneration, the block of the system. They can induce many function, not only intellectual, but the behavior. So it's going to change. This one of the condition about the brain and long COVID. Next. So sometimes we just call a neurological and psychiatric risk trajectory. Why? Just like I mentioned you before, not only improving of cognitive, but improving of your behavior. So in this study, aim to assess 2 years risk trajectory of the 14 neurological and psychiatric diagnosis of COVID patient below 18, 18 and 65, above 65. 16, 18 and 65, it means adult. Above adult is 65. To assess the risk of the back to baseline comparison of the risk base and the wave. We know we have COVID, Alpha, Delta, and Omicron. Next slide. So you look at here, Alpha, Delta, and Omicron. What is the condition hazard ratio for 6 months? Look at here, the Alpha area and the blue one. So dark one is Delta and Omicron is green. You look at here, they have a problem about the dementia and cognitive and individual sequel or composite of sequel. They mention here, make a terrible in the condition of the COVID, even though Omicron, we should look here, hazard ratio is 1.48, 1.48. So it meaning the condition of that we are mentioned that Omicron is not as dangerous as Delta. Oh, you have to take care. Long COVID is going to induce condition of dementia, especially in patients with comorbid cerebral small vessel disease. Next slide. How about this? Cumulative incident in neurological and psychiatric diagnosis and 2 years of COVID, the infections of different age and mortality in 2 years, adult and older adults, 18 up to 65 and above 65. Look at here, the incident of dementia is in older adult. So why? Because the older adult is one of the comorbid, the risk of the patient have a problem about the cerebral small vessel disease and many kind of disease can have in patient with adult. So this one a condition of incidence, dementia is very high, can give us a life, death, around condition about the incidence is very high. Next slide. Basic of post-19 dementia with no experience of medium and long-term management of COVID, cognitive symptom is very limited. So we said before, limited is not a meaning you don't have any disease. The give insufficiency follow up. Next. A current recommendation available are the same for those of other entities of association with similar cognitive impairments. Next line. No study has significantly addressed the use of micronutrient or dietary supplement. Many people have many supplements, maybe more than 5. Although recent studies suggest that the natural flavonoid lutein may be benefit due to anti-inflammation and neuroprotective, but not to prevent the cognitive impairments. Next slide. The impact of vaccination against the COVID-19 suffers long-term of COVID symptom as a cognitive alternation is still unknown. You don't say that when you have already about the vaccination, it means you don't have any cognitive alternation. We don't know exactly about this. We don't know exactly as the people have vaccination, have prevent. We don't know exactly about this. I hope not. COVID-19 management may have important role in anticipation cognitive symptoms, absolutely halting viral infection and replication, preventing and management hypoxia, pneumonia, and taking a coagulated fatty, just like thrombophilia, also stayed in the account. So this is understanding about the basic of COVID-19, not exactly know 100%. So even like this, we understand that many things that you can prevent, for what? One is comorbidity, and the second is exercise and fasting or intermittent fasting. Next. Now we look at here, COVID-19 diagnosis, baseline screening, objective evidence. So the objective evidence of neurology impairment, positive, refer to psychiatry evaluation. Is there any psychiatry evaluation? Because the psychiatry evaluation is very needed for the prefrontal area. So if we don't have any impairments, no further action. But evidence of impairment, re-evaluation 6 months. You know exactly about the MMSA, about no to cognitive, and sent to the psychiatric department to know exactly what happened with the cognitive and about the behavior, the psyche of the patient, because almost always long COVID will induce changes. You don't have to prevent about this if you don't know. So if you have a father, you have your family, so you have to take care about them to prevent a condition about the dementia after pre-COVID-19 for long COVID. And mention here, supplement, what kind of very good supplement? The very good supplement is to, according to me, a fasting, intermittent fasting, and exercise. That's all. Flavonoid is probably, next slide. So this one is COVID-19 progression until the cognitive area of the condition about decline. We mentioned already about this one, the cognitive hazard, it's delirium, insomnia, about the conscience, hypoxia will be induced, ischemia, anything about the vascular and about the inflammation. All of the problem is about the hypoxia, a reduce of oxygenation, and number 2 is because the inflammation. Next slide. How about the treatment of this one? The treatment dementia is almost always same. We have to take care about the pharmacology and non-pharmacology impairments. We have understanding about the pharmacology intervention, many things that you can give it to him. Many, for example, like medication for increase the acetylcholine increase of the brain. I not mention the drug, the name of the drug. And on the other hand, non-pharmacological to stimulation. With a call, what is it called? The call is multimodality stimulation. What is multimodality stimulation? Multimodality stimulation is including whatever you sense. You have an eyes, so you have to stimulation by the eyes. You have an ear, you listen something. So you have a motor, you can work, you can touch, you can feeling on your skin, whatever, you can taste, stimulation. When you give a banana, for example, you can give a see this is a banana, and how to smell banana, and how to taste banana. This is a kind of pharmacological treatment. Slide, next slide. So take home message. The COVID-19 gives short and long-term effect in many aspects, including cognitive aspect. The cognitive aspect is almost always silent. The manifestation, just like kabut, you know, brain fog, just like kabut. Cognitive impairment, just like I mentioned you before, 5 cognitive impairments: attention, memory, visuospatial, and speech, and executive function. Executive function, just like somebody is difficult in executive function is very mild. You want to go through right side on left side, he cannot understand. It's difficult to make adjust. You want to go through somewhere, but when we have a 3-way, it's difficult to adjust which one to choice. This is a kind of very mild executive function involvement. So is probably we call minimal vascular impairments, cognitive impairment, minimal cognitive impairments. there are still many years to count that see when dementia and cognitive impairment and risk factor, not directly patient have COVID and directly have a problem, no way. But you have to take care, and patient will already have been COVID. Not only you say this your father or your family or yourself, it's okay, no problem. But at least you have to increase your body feeling of attention that you have to exercise, many times exercise and fasting. I many times talking about fasting. Why am I talking about fasting? If fasting is very good for your body. So when, for example, like you have a cancer, the cancer is very like sugar, glucose. But when you fasting, you are starving. So the problem was in cancer, everything on your body when you fast, yeah, you can fast for the Muslim, inshallah. You have Yom al-Bayt 3 times, you have a Sunan Kamis, whatever, and you have doubt, whatever you want. But at least prevent all the non-Muslim can intermittent fasting that you have to eat only 6 hours a day. Yeah, you can drink anything, but you only eat sugar, whatever, fruit, whatever, only 6 hours. And management of post-COVID-19 dementia and cognitive impairment is still a gray area with many opportunity of the future. So the opportunity is not a meaning a very good. No, we have to understand about this. Anybody that have already COVID, everybody, you not to declare on the COVID, but you have a problem for the next, in the silent condition is going to have a dementia. I hope it's not for us and not to everybody. I hope Allah will give a permission to us to prevent the COVID to make a dementia. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to stay here together with you, even we have a little bit of trouble. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Salim, for your great presentations. We have a very fruitful one. Please stay with us until the discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to the last but not least speakers in this session. We have Colonel Dr. Hisnin Darsah SPKISA SMKes MH JFEM. His CV, please. Okay, let's take a look at Dr. Hisnin CV. Colonel Laut Dr. Hisnin Darsah SPKI SEMKes MH JFM. He was born in January 11, 1971. He's from the Indonesian Navy, also as a doctor, a lecturer, and researcher, and also a writer. He's a lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Patimura Ambon, also lecturer in Stikes Hang Tuah, on the honor council from Porky Maluku, and so many professional membership he has joined. Currently, he works as a expert group in RSPAL Ramlan Surabaya and as head of study program in the Kedokteran Kelautan in University of Hang Tuah, Faculty of Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you Colonel Dr. Hisnin Darsah with his presentation entitled Hyperbaric Oxygen Therapy to Treat Long COVID. Dr. Hisnin, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Para peserta International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science yang dilaksanakan oleh Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya untuk memberikan pemaparan dan presentasi pada saya, dan hari ini saya akan mempresentasikan paparan saya tentang peranan terapi oksigen hiperbarik pada pasien COVID dan long COVID-19 syndrome. Seperti kita ketahui bersama bahwa pandemi COVID-19 menjadi masalah yang besar di dunia, di mana pengidapnya dapat mengalami acute respiratory distress syndrome atau ARDS yang menurunkan saturasi oksigen dan menyebabkan terjadinya hipoksia dan hipoksemia. Dampaknya adalah terjadinya kerusakan pada organ-organ vital yang menimbulkan terjadinya multiple organ failure. Banyak upaya yang dilakukan untuk melakukan penanganan dalam hal ini, termasuk salah satunya adalah dengan menggunakan terapi oksigen hiperbarik. Tujuannya adalah untuk menaikkan kadar saturasi oksigen pada sistem pernafasan di tingkat seluler. Apakah sebetulnya terapi oksigen hiperbarik? Terapi oksigen hiperbarik adalah terapi yang menggunakan oksigen murni 100% di dalam lingkungan lebih dari 1 atmosfer absolut atau ATA dalam suatu ruangan udara bertekanan tinggi atau dikenal dengan RUBT atau chamber terbaik. COVID-19 dan long COVID syndrome adalah satu problem dunia, menjadi sebuah pandemi. COVID-19 sendiri adalah sebuah infeksi pernapasan akut yang disebutkan oleh SARS-CoV-2 dari golongan coronavirus. Virus ini menyebabkan terjadinya peradangan lokal dengan tanda-tanda antara lain seperti anosmia dan batuk kering. Namun dampaknya sering menimbulkan kepanikan. Karena apa? Karena terjadinya hiperinflamasi. Kemudian sulit istirahat atau kurang istirahat. Kemudian banyak mengkonsumsi aneka macam obat. Terjadi reaksi obat. Dan ini semua bisa berujung kepada sindrom long COVID atau long COVID syndrome. Jejas vaskuler. Apa sebetulnya jejas vaskuler? Jejas vaskuler adalah kerusakan pada bagian endotel dari pembuluh darah yang terjadi akibat aktivitas yang berlangsung secara terus-menerus selama terjadinya proses peradangan. Peradangan itu sendiri merupakan upaya untuk melunakkan pembuluh darah dan memberikan jalan bagi leukosit untuk mencapai area yang terinfeksi. Pada saat pembuluh darah melunak, maka seseorang akan menjadi rentan terhadap terjadinya jejas vaskuler. Jejas vaskuler berulang kali terjadi pada seseorang yang terus beraktivitas, yang akibatnya aliran darahnya menjadi deras sehingga merusak pembuluh darah endotel yang berujung terjadinya reaksi inflamasi, termasuk terjadinya hiperinflamasi dan merusak pembuluh darah. Akibatnya pembuluh darah menjadi kekurangan oksigen, dikenal dengan hipoksemia, dan karena darah yang diangkut oleh pembuluh darah juga kurang oksigen mencapai jaringan, maka jaringan mengalami hipoksemia. Dalam gambaran slide ini adalah ingin menunjukkan sebuah proses di mana yang A adalah bagaimana SARS-CoV-2 berinteraksi dengan sel endotel. Kita mengenal adanya ACE inhibitor yang mengubah angiotensin 2 menjadi angiotensin 1, dari vasokonstriktor menjadi vasodilator, sehingga menjadi pembuluh darah menjadi lebih melebar. Dan ketika terjadi proses inflamasi, di alveoli, maka oksigen yang masuk ke dalam alveoli menjadi berkurang karena terjadi prosesnya peradangan. Demikian juga adanya COVID-19 akan menyebabkan terjadinya komplikasi trombosis pada pembuluh darah vaskuler. Hypoxic condition adalah suatu keadaan di mana jaringan ini mengalami kekurangan oksigen. Dia bisa terjadi di daerah kepala, karena trauma, bisa juga karena stroke, karena respiratory disease, karena congestive failure, karena unstable angina, heart attack, multivalvular organ, hemorrhagic stroke, cancer, dan peripheral arterial disease. Hal-hal inilah yang menjadi sebuah problem pada jaringan. Akibatnya, jaringan menjadi kekurangan oksigen. Intinya adalah, apapun itu trauma jejas dalam bentuk penyakit apapun yang menyerang kepada jaringan atau organ, dampaknya adalah terjadinya kekurangan oksigen pada jaringan. Clue-nya adalah hipoksemia dan hipoksia serta adanya endothelial injury yang menyebabkan terjadinya jejas vaskuler. Apakah yang disebut dengan endothelial injury? Itu adalah suatu kondisi di mana endothelial sistem mengalami trauma yang bisa terjadi pada setiap orang yang mengalami aktivitas yang berlebihan. Oleh karena itu, maka menjadi penting apabila kita mengalami suatu trauma dan tubuh memberikan reaksi, gejala, peradangan, maka itu adalah sign bahwa kita butuh istirahat atau disebut dengan bed rest. Kita sering mengabaikan fungsi bed rest ini. Ini adalah suatu gambaran apabila terjadinya injury atau trauma yang menyebabkan terjadinya kerusakan pada daerah endontel sehingga terjadi apoptosis atau kematian daripada sel. Nah, kematian daripada apoptosis atau kematian sel ini akan membuat tubuh memberikan reaksi, mengeluarkan yang namanya bradikinin, histamin, interleukin untuk memberikan reaksi untuk menjaga stabilitas daripada pembuluh darah tersebut. Di sini dikenal dengan nama terjadilah regenerasi daripada endontel. Dan regenerasi ini memberikan dampak. Leukosit terjadi kebocoran, kemudian tubuh mengeluarkan berbagai macam makrofag dan sejenisnya, kemudian terjadilah fibrosis atau kita kenal dengan namanya plak yang nanti saya jelaskan dalam bentuk yang diistilahkan dengan nama sklerosis atau aterosklerosis. Aterosklerosis pada pasien COVID-19 dan sindrom long COVID adalah akibat terjadinya penambalan kolesterol LDL yang berfungsi sebagai pelindung luka yang sedang mengalami rehabilitasi. Keberadaan plak ini selain sebetulnya untuk melindungi luka, juga memiliki efek samping, yaitu menyumbat sehingga pembuluh darah yang akan keluar itu terhambat, tapi efek samping yang lain karena adanya plak, maka jumlah eritrosit yang dibawa juga menjadi berkurang, maka distribusi daripada oksigen juga berkurang, mengakibatkan saturasi oksigen menurun ke dalam tubuh, sel, dan jaringan. Kondisi sklerosis ini dapat berakibat fatal bila mana plak atau tambal tersebut pecah dan menimbulkan luka yang lebih besar dan lebih dalam yang menyebabkan terjadinya kematian mendadak akibat serangan jantung atau emboli pada paru. Bagaimana solusi untuk ISHHAS vaskuler ini? Yaitu utamanya yang penting adalah dengan bed rest. Tujuannya adalah untuk mengurangi derasnya aliran darah sehingga seseorang yang memiliki indikasi terjadinya ISHHAS vaskuler ketika tubuh memberikan tanda seperti nyeri, pegal, sakit, tidak enak badan, kalau kita ada reaksi rubor, dolor, fungsiolesa, ada 5 macam, itu lalu kita berusaha mengabaikan gejala tersebut, misalnya dengan meminum obat tertentu dan terus memaksakan beraktivitas karena merasa sehat dalam tanda kutip, maka kondisi ini akan memperburuk atau menjadi keparahan. Ini sering dihadapi oleh pasien-pasien post-COVID. Ketika dinyatakan swab negatif, PCR negatif, berarti dia merasa bahwa kondisinya sudah baik. Lalu dia beraktivitas seperti biasa. Padahal tubuh masih memerlukan waktu untuk melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan terhadap jaringan. Terapi oksigen hiperbarik merupakan salah satu terapi alternatif yang bisa dipertimbangkan untuk dipergunakan pada pasien COVID-19 dan long COVID. Mengapa? Karena prinsip daripada terapi oksigen hiperbarik adalah dengan adanya penggunaan tekanan tertentu lebih dari 1 atm, maka volume dari oksigen itu menjadi lebih kecil sehingga menurut hukum Henry gas akan melarut sesuai dengan peningkatan berbanding lurus dengan peningkatan tekanan. Maka jumlah oksigen yang larut langsung ke dalam jaringan akan menjadi lebih banyak tanpa harus melalui pengikatan dengan hemoglobin. Sehingga ketika terjadi reaksi peradangan, tubuh mengalami sumbatan-sumbatan vaskuler tidak bisa menjalankan fungsinya dengan baik yang memberikan dampak potensi besar terjadinya hipoksia dan hipoksemia, maka dengan terapi oksigen hiperbarik, oksigen tersebut langsung masuk ke dalam jaringan tanpa harus melalui pembuluh darah vaskuler atau vaskuler. Ini adalah berbagai macam indikasi. Sebetulnya terapi oksigen hiperbarik ini awalnya adalah untuk penyakit-penyakit penyelaman. Seperti penyakit decompressive sickness, arterial gas emboli, intracranial troposis, dan berbagai macam penyakit penyelaman lainnya. Namun dalam perkembangannya, bisa digunakan sebagai untuk penyakit-penyakit klinis sebagai terapi tambahan. Ini adalah indikasi dan ini adalah kontraindikasi. Dia bisa digunakan untuk penyakit gangren, osteomyelitis, plastic surgery and skin reconstruction, crush injury, neurologi, burn, dan berbagai macam. Nah, untuk kontraindikasinya, terapi oksigen hiperbarik tidak bisa digunakan untuk pasien pneumotoraks yang belum diterapi. Sedangkan kontraindikasi yang relatif adalah untuk penyakit infeksi saluran pernafasan akut, sinusitis kronis, emfisema dengan retensi CO2, kejang, demam yang tidak terkontrol, pneumotoraks spontan, neurotik optik, dan adanya riwayat open thoracotomy atau ear surgery. Kenapa dikatakan relatif? Karena dalam kondisi-kondisi tertentu yang terkait dengan emergensi bisa diberikan terapi tersebut dengan catatan case-nya adalah case emergency. Nanti saya akan berikan beberapa macam contoh. Ini adalah mekanisme terapi oksigen hiperbarik, di mana jenis dari hiperbarik itu ada yang monoplex, ada yang multiplex. Yang monoplex adalah dengan satu chamber untuk satu orang, biasanya dalam posisi tidur. Kita kadang menyebutnya dengan oksibari. Ada yang multiplex, lebih dari satu orang, bisa 2 orang, 4 orang, 6 orang, 8 orang, bahkan sampai 24 orang. Ya, masuk ke dalam chamber tersebut. Nah, apabila seseorang masuk ke dalam oksigen hiperbarik ini tersebut, di mana tekanan yang diberikan lebih dari 1 atmosfer, maka jumlah daripada oksigen yang larut langsung masuk ke dalam alveoli ini akan mengalami peningkatan, termasuk di organ-organ yang lain, sehingga menimbulkan terjadinya hiperoksia. Kemudian efeknya menurunkan hipoksia jaringan, meningkatkan terjadi ROS dan RNS, serta memberikan pengaruh terhadap munculnya growth factor, terjadinya neovaskularisasi, dan immunomodulatory property. Jadi faktor-faktor kekebalan tubuh menjadi terinduce atau meningkat. Salah satu yang sudah menerapkan ini adalah Dr. Bogdan bagi pasien-pasiennya. Dr. Bogdan ini adalah seorang praktisi medis Rumania yang berhasil menyelamatkan lebih daripada 5.000 jiwa yang mengidap penyakit COVID-19, yang mengalami sindroma long COVID dan obstruksi paru dengan menggunakan terapi oksigen hiperbarik. Dr. Bogdan menyampaikan bahwa kondisi-kondisi pasiennya ini mengalami perbaikan karena suplai oksigen yang dibutuhkan pada jaringan yang mengalami problem vaskuler karena kerusakan pada vaskulernya dapat langsung masuk ke dalam jaringan tanpa harus melalui vaskuler, sehingga pembuluh darah vaskuler memiliki kesempatan untuk melakukan perbaikan, baik itu dengan membuat neovaskularisasi, baik itu dengan membentuk angiogenesis dan hal-hal yang lain. Sedangkan konsumsi oksigen yang dibutuhkan untuk pernapasan itu dapat berlangsung dengan baik. Jadi dalam hal ini case yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Bogdan sudah ada beberapa disampaikan di literatur. Ini adalah literatur yang dibawakan terkait dengan penggunaan oksigen, terapi oksigen hiperbarik pada COVID-19, dan harapannya ke depan terapi oksigen hiperbarik bisa menjadi salah satu terapi alternatif untuk membantu menyelamatkan lebih banyak lagi pasien yang menderita COVID-19 dan long COVID-19. Demikian penyampaian pada hari ini. Semoga bermanfaat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Isnin. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, we have come to we finished the presentation by our 3 speakers. Now we have come to the last session, discussion session. Here we already have 6 questions mentioned by the audience. Okay. The first question is coming from our chairperson, Dr. Susi Lorini. Her question goes for all speakers, what is your opinion about the role of the gut dysbiosis and hypersensitivity in long COVID, and how could we prevent and treat that? Maybe we come to Professor Yono first. Your answer, maybe, Professor Yono. Maybe we can move to Professor Yono. Are you with us now? Okay, Prof, yeah, question about gut dysbiosis.
Okay, sorry. But the dysbiosis, I have no experience related to the long COVID, but I think it's a limited study about the correlation between the dysbiosis and long COVID. Sorry, I have no answer about this.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Maybe Professor Salim Haris, your comment regarding this question?
Question?
Yeah, let me repeat the question. What is your opinion about the role of the gut dysbiosis and hypersensitivity in long COVID, and how could we prevent and treat that?
Okay, so you understanding that COVID is a nano. It means COVID have a ticket to go any organ, number one. And number second, there are almost always a patient with COVID induced of brain's function disturbance, for example, like smell, taste, and something like that. So it means we have a correlation at one COVID and the other brain. So it depends to our comorbidity. It depends to our immunity to help prevent the condition of the bad, just like I said before, change of behavior, cognitive dementia. So if we look about the 18 years, adults, 18 and 90 and 65, above a 65, the terrible is above a 65. What is the cause of this condition? Is almost always 65 have a problem about cerebral small vessel disease. A cerebral small vessel disease is a condition of a sign of one, lacunar infarction, number two, leukoariosis, and number three, very vascular enlargement, number four, microbleed, number five, brain atrophy. The aging is going to increase the risk of dementia. So it's almost people have a COVID is going to have a dementia? No, cause. But at least you understand that COVID is very close with your brain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Maybe additional comment from Dr. Hisnin regarding gut dysbiosis.
Thank you to the moderator, but for me, I have no experience about the hypersensitivity in long COVID, and I think I don't have any comment for this, and I agree with the Prof. Salim with his answer, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe hopefully it answered the question from Dr. Susilorini, because Dr. Salim said that COVID do have tickets to every place in our body. Okay, second question, still to all, what is your opinion about the use of azithromycin and other antibiotics in COVID patient? Are there any relation with long COVID? Maybe, Professor of Yono? The use of azithromycin.
Okay, I give azithromycin antibiotic for COVID-19 acute is only I given only when there is a possibility of bacterial infection. Only possibility of bacterial infection. If there are no sign or symptom of bacterial infection, I have no give azithromycin. And then if the acute infection is resolved, azithromycin is discontinued. So azithromycin cannot administer long time. So there's no relation with the long COVID. Okay, this is my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Professor Reviono. Dr. Hisnin, do you have any comment on this?
In my experience, when I have a patient with long COVID, I use antibiotic with a very limited. I limited to give antibiotic, and especially I give two principles. First is always continuity better. And secondly, he must take oxygen with HBOT. I do like this is for patient. If we don't have a facility oxygen hyperbaric therapy, we can use oxygen in the free airway like commonly. I think that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hisnin. Dr. Salim, do you have any experience of using azithromycin in COVID? Is it relevant? Maybe. Professor Salim?
Oh, yeah. Azithromycin is prohibited from the risk of myasthenia gravis. So if you're talking about azithromycin, what is the indication? You have a viral infection, you have azithromycin, you don't know exactly what is the cause of the problem. I prefer not use to microlide the erythrocyte, erythrocin, azithromycin. It will be induced myasthenia gravis if you have a problem of myasthenia gravis. So no one of my patient I get this one. I have a patient with a COVID, especially later now after the Omicron is many patients with a very light symptom. I've never said to see a patient, but by using a telemedicine in the hospital and the team of hospital, and I never seen them, but no one of antibiotic, no one, only Panadol with the Omicron. And I prefer to recognize what kind of symptom or neurological symptom. That's all. Because azithromycin is, you have to take care about this azithromycin especially. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, speakers. Maybe still have time to move to other questions. This question coming from Dr. Mevita. Question for Professor Reviono. Distinguish patient with pure long COVID from patient who have secondary pulmonary infection. She is a neurologist. She had experience in treating her patient with myasthenia gravis, who later had long COVID. As we know, it makes it suffer more, because he also could enter the crisis myasthenic. How to prevent long COVID patient with autoimmune diseases? Your answer, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. To distinguish between myasthenia gravis and the symptom neurologic, maybe with the long COVID, I think it's difficult, and because I'm not a neurologist. So previously, have to make sure that the myasthenia gravis is not diagnostic before the first is that. So if together as together between myasthenia gravis and neurologic symptom of long COVID, and the myasthenia gravis is increase the severe is true. So maybe the gold standard or sign and symptom myasthenia gravis previously is make sure there is in the patient. And to autoimmune disease, to protect autoimmune disease, in my opinion, only vaccination COVID maybe can protect long COVID. But there is also make sure that the vaccination is not contraindicated the autoimmune disease. Okay, this is my answer.
Okay, hopefully that's answer your question, Dr. Mevita. And then still we have the last two questions. The next question goes to the Professor Salim. Is it possible to give anticoagulant or antiplatelet for small vessels such as silostazol or prevent cognitive impairment in patients with multiple comorbidity or in patients with history of cerebrovascular disease who suffer COVID-19? How to choose the better anticoagulant or antiplatelet?
So for the answer of this condition, we have to know exactly what is the symptom, and we have to look about the particularly examination for the patient. One of the symptoms of the cerebral small vessel disease is microbleed. When you have a patient with microbleed, do not give antithrombotic. At least when you are going to give antithrombotic, you can choose a very low risk of the bleeding. This is silostazol. So if you have a patient with cerebral small vessel disease, don't have any microbleed, you can use it, no problem at all. No problem at all. But if you have a patient with cerebral small vessel disease and they have many of microbleed, only silostazol you can give it. But when you have a problem, a patient is the risk of death, a condition, you have to give anticoagulant. The patient with a COVID with dedimer is 9, 11, so you have to give it. Even though the risk of the condition of this is going to induce the patient is dead. Because what? Because of thrombosis anywhere. But when he is already silenced, so you can choose silostazol if the patient have a microbleed, but they don't have any microbleed, you can choose anything. And I want to say I agree with the Professor Refiono that all of patients can have no contraindication to have vaccination because the risk of infection is more dangerous than you have a vaccination. So all of my patients, autoimmune disease, myasthenia gravis, multiple sclerosis, stroke, aging person have, as said, you to have vaccination. There is no contraindication because when they have a COVID with a comorbid like this, it's very better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Salim. Hopefully that's answer your question, Dr. Mevi. Coming up to next question for Dr. Hisnin. This question coming from Dr. Susilorini. How is the effect of the increased ROS level after HBOT therapy and how to anticipate it? Still in mute position, Dr. Hisnin.
Thank you. Please allow me to speak in Bahasa because it's very difficult to me in English, not like Prof. Salim or Prof. Refiono. So, seperti kita ketahui bahwa terapi oksigen hiperbarik ini memberikan dampak, ya, tetap ada yang namanya ROS, ya. selalu orang mempermasalahkan adanya free radical terhadap peningkatan jumlah oksigen, karena normally kita hanya 20% sekarang ini yang kita hisap. Sedangkan di dalam terapi oksigen hiperbarik kita menggunakan oksigen yang jumlahnya 100%. Namun pemberian oksigen hiperbarik yang 100% itu tidak serta-merta diberikan dalam satu kasus yang terus-menerus dalam suatu tekanan tertentu, itu tidak, tetapi kita memberikan namanya air breaks, adalah jeda-jeda waktu istirahat sekitar 5 menit. Setiap 30 menit pemberian ada jeda 5 menit. Tujuannya apa? Adalah meminimalisasi adanya ROS. Dan perlu kita ketahui bersama bahwa ROS yang muncul dari beberapa penelitian itu jumlahnya juga sangat kecil, yaitu sekitar 0,0028. Tapi kita tidak menampik adanya ROS yang muncul atau terjadi karena efek terapi hiperbarik ini. Jumlah kecil, tetapi kalau dilakukan terus-menerus, akhirnya bertumpuk juga bisa menjadi besar. Dan itu bisa menjadikan sebuah problem tersendiri. Karena seperti kita ketahui, ROS ini adalah seperti mata pisau dua. Jadi ada yang memberikan sesuatu hal yang positif, tetapi di sisi lain apabila terlalu berlebih maka bisa menimbulkan problem, badai sitokin dan lain-lain. Ini adalah mata pisau yang lain. Sedangkan yang positif dia bisa memacu perbaikan-perbaikan ke arah lebih baik. Oleh karena itu maka disarankan orang yang menggunakan terapi oksigen hiperbarik setelah terapi biasanya diberikan antioksidan. Ya, diberikan terapi atau vitamin atau yang tujuannya adalah untuk meminimalisasi terjadinya ROS dikarenakan oleh terapi oksigen hiperbarik. Jadi prinsipnya dari standar keamanan, insya Allah terapi oksigen hiperbarik ini sudah di dunia ya, sudah digunakan. Kemudian saran kita bisa memberikan terapi, kita memberikan antioksidan untuk meminimalisasi terjadinya ROS tersebut. Kira-kira demikian jawaban. Terima kasih. Mungkin
Thank you so much. Ya.
Ya, saya senang kembalikan.
Terima kasih Dr. Hisnin. Maybe this is the last question of the session. The question goes to Dr. Reviono, Professor Reviono. In COVID patient with lung fibrotic, can they fully recover, or is there any sequel which can happen to patient? This question coming from Dr. Pujiati. Your answer, please.
Okay. In my experience, the fibrotic in the lung is can recover, but not fully. So the early lung COVID, that is the strategic to have to give therapeutic. The first, we give patient with steroid, but not long, not more than 1 month. If more than 1 month, we have to give tapering for the patient. So the fully recovered is maybe no, but a part recovered is in my experience I have that is okay.
Okay, so cannot fully recovered so far. Maybe additional comment for Dr. Histin, maybe? I think you have a comment.
So I speak in bahasa tuh. Jadi
okay.
pasien COVID yang sudah kami tangani, proses penyembuhannya setelah masa isolasi mandiri, problem utama dan sering ini yang menyebabkan fatal adalah ketika dinyatakan dia sebagai pasien yang sudah sembuh, kembali beraktivitas normal, dia langsung beraktivitas seperti biasa. Padahal kondisi dari paru-parunya masih belum optimal. Yang tadi disampaikan di sini masih ada fibrotik, ada proses dari fibrotik, dan ini perlu proses waktu untuk penyembuhan. Tadi di sini disampaikan penggunaan steroid dalam tempo dan setelah itu diberikan tapering off. Nah, kalau kami tidak menggunakan steroid, orang yang telah melakukan isolasi mandiri dinyatakan sembuh, kami masukkan ke chamber hyperbaric. Dan setelah diterapi dengan chamber hyperbaric, ini terapi tidak menggunakan obat. Betul, kami sepakat dengan Prof. Salim, antibiotik apapun itu sangat-sangat harus dibatasi penggunaannya. Masuk ke dalam chamber, dia hanya menghisap oksigen selama 5 hari. Setelah itu kembali ke aktivitas normal. Dan ternyata kebugarannya, kesehatannya, dan setelah difoto, dilakukan foto torak, gambaran fibrotik itu yang tadinya masih penuh menjadi berkurang sekitar 50% setelah dilakukan terapi oksigen hiperbarik. Oleh karena itu, dengan catatan tambahan lagi, walaupun terapi hiperbarik ini diberikan, yang bersangkutan juga harus melakukan bed rest. Tidak boleh setelah dia menyatakan sembuh terus langsung nyupir begitu ya, atau langsung exercise, lari, langsung olahraga. Minimal dia harus istirahat setiap hari 8 jam sampai 10 jam plus oksigenasi. Dan setelah itu dilakukan, maka ternyata perbaikan-perbaikan di organ vital, salah satu di antara parameternya adalah torak foto dari paru-paru, ternyata adanya perubahan yang signifikan dari fibrosisnya. Mengapa? Karena diistirahatkan. Kenapa kok bisa istirahat? Karena oksigen itu, dengan oksigen hiperbarik, dia tidak menggunakan paru-paru ini sebagai tempat untuk melakukan difusi atau perpindahan. Dia tidak. Jadi paru-paru ini betul-betul istirahat, tapi dia langsung masuk ke dalam organ-organ vital yang lain. Sehingga paru-paru bisa memiliki kondisi yang cukup untuk melakukan rekonstruksi diri terhadap rekonstruksi organ. Demikian sebagai tambahan. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer for the last question. I think it's already answer all the questions. Honorable speakers, unfortunately we have running out of time. Let me summing up from this session. From all of the speakers, we have learned so many things. Professor Rafina said that vaccination, and also Professor Salim, we have learned that vaccination contribute to reductions to the population of long COVID. It can reduce the risk of getting long COVID, and then still more. However, in the cognitive impairment, management of the cognitive impairment still exists as gray area, yeah, Prof. Yeah, still need more study. Dementia is one of the disease in the cognitive impairment that still happen to many post-COVID patients, and hyperbaric oxygen therapy is very promising, as we can say. It has so many benefits. Still, we still need to categorize the right patient to have the therapy, so it can get optimal benefit from this. That will be all from me. Hopefully, we all have a very enjoyable sessions since there were a lot of fruitful knowledge that had been shared in the last 90 minutes. Thank you so much for your kind attention, audience. Especially thank you in advance to all of our speakers. Hope to hear from you again soon in our scientific events. Professor Raviono, Professor Salim, Dr. Hisnin, we are so glad to have you here joining us. Me, Maidona Nurullah, as moderator, signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so
Waalaikumsalam.
much.
Thank you for Professor Salim, for Dr. Indonesia.
Thank you, Dr. Maidona, for guiding the fifth plenary session. We hope all of the participants get a lot of benefit from the fruitful session. And we are going to have a photo session with all speakers, fifth plenary session, and moderator. So the committee will take a photo session. Already finished? Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to take a break from the symposium until 1 p.m. West Indonesia time. And it's time for participants to the third and fourth oral presentation. We hope all participants can return to the main Zoom screen at 1 o'clock this afternoon for the sixth plenary session. And please kindly visit our exhibition.
Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac.
kepada yang terhormat Profesor, Bapak Ibu Dokter, Bapak Ibu Manajemen Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung Semarang, dan semua praktisi kesehatan yang hadir secara online pada webinar hari ini. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Sebelumnya, perkenalkan saya Wendy dari perwakilan tim produk PT Novel. Pertama-tama kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih atas kepercayaan dan kesempatan yang diberikan kepada kami sehingga kami boleh ikut serta dalam acara webinar hari ini. Pada kesempatan ini kami mohon izin juga untuk menyampaikan sekilas profil perusahaan PT Novel dan juga beberapa produk unggulan kami, baik yang sudah masuk di Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung maupun yang akan dalam proses pengajuan ke Rumah Sakit Sultan Agung. Nah, yang pertama mengenai profil perusahaan, PT Novel saat ini merupakan top 5 perusahaan farmasi terbesar di Indonesia, dan juga Novel telah memiliki sertifikat GMP approval atau Good Manufacturing Practice sejak tahun 2013. Nah, PT Novel juga memiliki 2 manufacturing yang dimana pertama manufacturingnya terletak di Gunung Putri, Bogor, kemudian yang kedua manufacturingnya yaitu Plant Ethercon di Semarang. Nah, 2 manufacturing ini telah memproduksi produk-produk yang berkualitas tentunya, dan produk kami telah diekspor lebih dari 30 negara. Nah, kemudian Novel juga memiliki 9 divisi marketing etikal, di mana tiap divisi marketing etikalnya juga memiliki fokus dan tugasnya masing-masing. Nah, salah satunya adalah kami, yaitu dari divisi Alpha, di mana kami fokus kepada dokter-dokter spesialis anak. Dan kami juga telah memiliki kantor cabang sebanyak 25 kantor cabang di seluruh Indonesia. Nah, kami juga sering melakukan support secara saintifik kepada Ikatan Dokter Anak Indonesia seperti PPIDAI maupun IDAI cabang. Nah, untuk PPIDAI sendiri kami sering melakukan support juga untuk penelitian, riset penelitian sejak tahun 2012, di mana dapat memberikan dampak yang positif bagi kesehatan anak Indonesia. Nah, kami juga sering melakukan support untuk event nasional Ikatan Dokter Anak Indonesia seperti Konika dan juga Pitika. Nah, untuk IDAI cabang kami biasa melakukan support juga untuk acara roundtable discussion ataupun simposium dan juga acara PKB atau Continuous Pediatric Development. Nah, mengenai produk unggulan kami, yang pertama ini adalah produk unggulan kami yang sudah masuk di Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung, yaitu adalah produk Velutin, di mana memiliki kandungan salbutamol nebu 2,5 mg per vialnya. Dengan tagline kami yaitu pereda serangan asma, sediaan ready to use, di mana Velutin ini telah memenuhi konsep fill volume yaitu 4 mili. Sehingga Velutin ini tanpa perlu penambahan NaCl lagi. Nah, Velutin juga bisa menjadi solusi nebulisasi di rumah untuk kondisi pandemi saat ini, di mana sediaan Velutin ini mudah dibuka tentunya, kemudian Velutin ini juga praktis karena tadi tanpa perlu penambahan NaCl ke nebulisasinya. Kemudian Velutin ini juga memiliki harga yang ekonomis tentunya. Nah, selanjutnya untuk produk unggulan kami ini adalah Destafel, di mana Destafel ini merupakan produk baru kami, di mana Destafel ini saat ini merupakan satu-satunya desloratadin dengan sediaan lengkap untuk sediaan 2,5 mg, yaitu kami memiliki sediaan tablet dan juga memiliki sediaan sirup. Nah, untuk indikasinya, Destafel ini dapat diindikasikan untuk kasus-kasus rinitis alergi yang pertama, kemudian yang kedua bisa diberikan untuk kasus urtikaria dan juga dermatitis. Nah, untuk dosis pemberiannya, Destafel ini bisa diberikan mulai dari usia 6 bulan sampai dengan usia lebih dari 12 tahun.
Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac.
kepada yang terhormat Profesor, Bapak Ibu Dokter, Bapak Ibu Manajemen Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung Semarang, dan semua praktisi kesehatan yang hadir secara online pada webinar hari ini.
Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda
Okay, while we are waiting for the participant to join this room, please be sure that you mute your microphone so there will be no voices during this session. Thank you. We are going to the next agenda for this plenary session today. And we will discuss about cultural farming and residual free for healthy living in human health. And Dr. Basuki Rahmat, SPJP, will be speaker for this occasion. Dr. Basuki Rahmat, SPJP, is a lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine, Mataram University, Indonesia. His educational background is graduated from Medical Doctor, Gajah Mada University School of Medicine, Yogyakarta in 2004, Cardiologist from University of Indonesia, Gajah Mada University School of Medicine, 2012, on Fellowship of Cardiology, Intervensi, Sarjito Hospital, Indonesia in 2014. His work experience is as the head of cardiac catheterization RSUD Mataram City, West Nusa Tenggara, and also head of Department Cardiology and Vascular Medicine, Rumah Sakit Harapan Keluarga, West Nusa Tenggara. His professional society membership is the Indonesia Medical Association ED member from 2004 until now, the Indonesian Heart Association member from 2012 until now, and the Indonesian Society of Interventional Cardiology member from 2014 until now. And now the time for Dr. Basuki Rahmat, SPJP, to deliver his presentation. Dr. Basuki Rahmat, the screen is yours, please.
Di era modern ini, teknologi kedokteran dan kesehatan makin berkembang, skill dan knowledge dari dokter juga makin baik, karena ditunjang oleh penelitian-penelitian dan jurnal-jurnal yang makin baik pula. Tapi di satu sisi, kita dihadapkan fenomena yang ironis. Penyakit degeneratif makin berkembang, penyakit kronik makin merajalela, bahkan pada usia lebih awal, yang seharusnya penyakit-penyakit tersebut muncul di atas usia 60 atau 70 tahun. sangat jamak kita jumpai pada usia di bawah 40 tahun, terkena jantung koroner, stroke, kanker, gagal ginjal, autoimun, penyakit paru kronis, COPD, asma bronkial, bronkitis kronis. Selamat pagi, saya Basuki Rahmat, dokter spesialis jantung, konsultan dari Lombok. Saya diberi kesempatan oleh panitia untuk berbagi sedikit ilmu yang saya punya mengenai permaculture dengan judul Pertanian Permaculture dan Bebas Residu demi lingkungan dan kesehatan manusia yang lebih baik. Di era tahun 1800-an, tepatnya saat revolusi industri digaungkan, di saat itulah pertumbuhan ekonomi dunia begitu pesatnya. Tentu saja konsekuensi dari pertumbuhan ekonomi yang besar membutuhkan resources yang begitu besar, membutuhkan sumber daya alam yang lebih besar, membutuhkan sumber daya energi yang lebih besar, dengan tujuannya satu, yaitu meningkatkan pertumbuhan ekonomi dengan apapun caranya. Dan industri sebagai salah satu motor dari pergerakan ekonomi dunia itu mempunyai tujuan meningkatkan pendapatan dari usahanya dengan rasio-rasio keuangan yang kita tahu seperti sales growth-nya harus meningkat tiap tahun, return equity-nya harus stabil, net profit margin terjaga, dan dari manajemen tentu mengharapkan ini meningkat tiap tahun target tersebut. Konsekuensi dari target yang terus meningkat, industri harus meningkatkan penjualannya, mencari sumber-sumber masyarakat baru yang siap mengkonsumsi produknya, mencari lahan-lahan baru untuk produksinya lebih banyak, dan melalui media massa, iklan-iklan, industri telah membuat kita bias. Dan ini memang disengaja agar kita menjadi bingung nih antara keinginan dan kebutuhan. Misalnya energen, dulu nggak kita butuhkan sebenarnya hanya keinginan, sekarang itu suatu kebutuhan yang harus dihadapkan di meja makan di pagi hari. Ibu-ibu kita dulu ketika menyiapkan hidangan sarapan, pagi-pagi udah siap menyiapkan nasi goreng, telur ceplok, masak tumis, dibuat sendiri dari bahan-bahan yang baik. Tapi ibu-ibu sekarang kan sudah pada bekerja, pagi harus absen, maka harus segera berangkat ke kantor, biar dua-duanya bisa dikerjakan, menyiapkan makanan untuk keluarga, dan dia nggak telat ke kantor. Salah satu solusinya adalah menyiapkan hidangan di meja makan keluarganya, yaitu makanan-makanan yang siap saji, frozen food, sosis, terus nugget, dan semua makanan yang tinggal digoreng sama nasi sudah siap. Itu adalah cara industri membuat kita tidak sehat dari satu sisi, di satu sisi yang lain, itu jalan mereka meningkatkan sales melalui membuat kita bias antara keinginan dan kebutuhan. Konsekuensinya karena target makin meningkat, maka produksinya juga harus meningkat pada industri tersebut, maka dibutuhkan bahan baku yang melimpah. Satu-satunya jalan agar bahan baku tetap tersedia, bahkan melimpah, pertanian monokultur atau pertanian tunggal adalah solusinya. Pada pertanian monokultur, sebagai contoh, kita anggap ini adalah lahan gandum ya, maka supaya produksinya melimpah, maka habitat di sekitarnya yang mengganggu, tanda petik menurut mereka, itu harus dihilangkan. Pohon-pohon yang menaungi tanaman gandum sehingga menghalangi matahari harus ditebang. Rumput-rumputan liar harus dihilangkan. Yang tersisa hanya tempat mereka memproduksi gandum. Konsekuensinya apa dari pertanian monokultur ini? Konsekuensinya adalah ekosistem akan rusak karena yang ada hanya tanaman tunggal, yaitu gandum. Tentu saja akibat ekosistem ini menjadi rusak, maka kata hama akan ada pada pertanian monokultur ini. Hama tersebut tentu membutuhkan pestisida, herbisida, fungisida, dan semua zat-zat kimia agar produksinya tetap melimpah tanpa mengganggu panen yang melimpah tersebut. Dan untuk mempercepat pertumbuhannya yang harusnya 6 bulan dibuat 3 bulan, perlu fertilizer yang siap saji, yaitu pupuk kimia. Dan semua ini meningkatkan kebutuhan biaya yang begitu besar, biaya produksinya besar. Dan tentu saja konsekuensi pada petaninya adalah tentu keuntungan mereka makin kecil, bahkan rugi. Tiap tahun harus meningkatkan fertilizernya maupun pestisidanya. Manusia yang sehat itu memerlukan makanan yang sehat salah satunya. Selain yang lain ya, karena kita tahu apapun yang kita makan secara make sense itu akan mempengaruhi aliran darah kita, mempengaruhi kesehatan kita, mempengaruhi habit maupun kebiasaan kita, tingkah laku, bahkan akhlak kita. Dan makanan yang baik, kita bukan melulu berbicara halal, halal itu tidak cukup. Makanan yang baik untuk tubuh kita adalah makanan yang baik dan mulia, atau kita sebut sebagai istilahnya toyib. Makanan yang baik itu langsung dari alam, bentuknya masih menyerupai di alam. Kalau kita makan daging, ya bentuknya daging, misalnya rawon, misalnya soto, bukan nugget maupun sosis. Semakin jauh prosesnya yang berlebihan, semakin tidak mendekati dengan aslinya, maka tubuh kita menganggap itu bukan makanan. Karena sejak Adam diturunkan ke bumi, gen makanan yang tersedia berupa tumbuhan, hewan di situ, gennya match dengan kita. Komunikasinya sangat mudah. Dan itu sangat baik buat tubuh kita. Beda cerita dengan makanan yang sangat jauh bentuknya dari alam dan diproses berlebihan, itu gen kita tidak bisa berkomunikasi dengan makanan tersebut. Ilmu ini sudah dipelajari sebagai nutrigenomik. Konsekuensinya apa? Makanan itu dianggap sebagai benda asing oleh tubuh kita. Padahal, kalau ada benda asing, tubuh kita akan mengeluarkan energi untuk mendegrade itu makanan, untuk menghilangkan residunya, untuk mencegah efek kurang baiknya melalui detoksifikasi dalam liver, dan itu membutuhkan energi. Padahal energi itu diperlukan setiap hari oleh tubuh kita untuk memperbaiki apa-apa yang kurang baik. Konsekuensinya tentu saja daya tahan tubuh kita akan menurun. Karena apa? Karena energi yang harusnya digunakan untuk memperbaiki atau mereparasi tubuh kita habis hanya untuk melawan, mendegradate atau mendetok dari makanan-makanan yang kita anggap makanan, ternyata itu benda asing karena prosesnya terlalu jauh. Mungkin Anda pernah baca berita September ya, bulan kemarin barusan saja. Mie sedap dari Indonesia ditarik di Hong Kong, tepatnya yang rasa chicken spicy ya. Ternyata ditemukan zat etilen oksida sebagai pemicu kanker di sana. Sebenarnya secara make sense kita paham bahwa agar makanan-makanan industri tersebut tahan lama dan awet, harus tidak ada mikroorganisme sehingga terjadi fermentasi sehingga merusak makanan atau produk mereka supaya tahan bertahun-tahun. Salah satunya apa? Diberi zat anti kehidupan. Salah satunya adalah etilen oksida. Dan ini ternyata memicu kanker. Dan di bulan yang sama, September bulan kemarin, saus ABC di Singapura ditarik. Karena apa? Ada zat alergen yang tidak dicantumkan secara jelas bahwa itu akan menimbulkan masalah kesehatan. Slide ini apa hubungannya dengan makanan yang saya sebutkan? Tragedi 1 Oktober kemarin, kerusuhan di Kanjuruhan. 3 hari kemudian, ada penembakan massal di Thailand yang menewaskan 34 orang, 22 diantaranya anak-anak. Ada nggak sih hubungannya sebenarnya? Caspian 4 Study, studi di Iran yang melibatkan cukup banyak responden, yaitu 13.000 anak-anak dan remaja, mengatakan dengan sangat jelas di sana bahwa makanan dengan pemanis buatan, fast food atau junk food, makanan yang tinggi garam, terutama garam rafinasi, yang ada proses bleaching di sana dengan zat kimia, ternyata mempengaruhi behavior atau karakter dari seseorang tersebut. Dari penelitian ini disimpulkan bahwa keempat makanan tersebut itu dengan sangat meyakinkan p-value di bawah 0,001 akan meningkatkan seseorang risiko mengalami ketidakbergunaan, agresi, kecemasan, insomnia, kebingungan, depresi, bahkan kekhawatiran. Sangat jelas di sini dikatakan bahwa memang benar makanan-makanan industri tersebut mempengaruhi karakter kita, bukan hanya kesehatan. Problem dari makanan industri ini sangat banyak sekali. Fakta yang ada sangat banyak sekali. Makanan industri, kita ambil contoh mie instan, dia memerlukan bahan baku yang 90% adalah gandum. Dan gandum sendiri tidak ada di Indonesia, harus didapatkan dari luar negeri, terutama Amerika dan Eropa, yang merupakan produsen utama dari gandum tersebut. Dan produksi yang melimpah, yang nggak putus-putus ini memerlukan benih yang memang dirancang supaya bisa diproduksi secara melimpah, yaitu GMO atau Genetic Modified Organism. Ini adalah kejahatan, menurut saya kejahatan yang paling tinggi dalam industri makanan, yaitu menggunakan benih dari rekayasa genetika. Contohnya semangka tanpa biji, anggur tanpa biji. Kita harusnya tidak bangga dengan makan seperti itu. Karena sunatullahnya buah itu selalu ada biji untuk berkembang biak. Makanan industri, saya harus jujur katakan bahwa diproduksinya tujuan utama yang pertama bukan untuk membuat kita lebih sehat, membuat kita lebih berdaya, membuat kita lebih baik. Tapi tujuan utamanya sesuai dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang diharapkan adalah untuk meningkatkan capital gain dan financial gain. Dari sini kita sudah bisa melihat bahwa niat awalnya saja sudah nggak baik. Padahal makanan itu akan menjadi baik, salah satunya akan menjadi berkah karena ada doa dari makanan tersebut. Ada berkah dari makanan tersebut. Kapan itu bisa terjadi? Ketika makanan itu dihasilkan dengan cara yang baik, diproduksi dengan cara yang baik, diolah dan diproses dengan cara yang baik atau adab yang baik. Dan makanan industri tersebut, makanan instan ini, saya yakinkan tidak ada enzimnya. Enzim itu seperti radioisotop, makin cepat dia diambil dari alamnya, dipisahkan dari alamnya, enzim itu makin tinggi. Contohnya, waktu kita ke kebun, memetik buah, langsung kita konsumsi, itu sangat berlimpah sekali enzimnya. Lain cerita, misalnya kita buat dari daging kita potong, kita proses, kita rubah menjadi nugget misalnya, atau jadi hamburger, atau menjadi sosis, kita taruh di etalase minimarket, kita taruh di freezer, prosesnya begitu panjang. Dan saya yakinkan itu tidak ada enzimnya lagi. Dan enzim adalah daya hidup. Sumber energi kita yang utama yang masih memiliki kebaikan di sana. Dan sebenarnya kalau kita makan, itu adalah proses transfer daya energi dari makhluk hidup satu ke makhluk hidup yang lain. Sekarang pertanyaannya, apakah makanan seperti nugget, frozen food yang lain masih ada enzim? Saya yakinkan sudah tidak ada lagi. Nutrisi mungkin masih ada, tapi sangat minimal karena proses yang berlebihan selama ini yang dilakukan oleh industri. Dan pada makanan industri pula agar diawet, agar tampak menarik dengan warna-warna yang membuat kita terpesona, maka ditambahkanlah pengawet, perasa, dan perisa. Dan itu membuat kita ketergantungan. Itu memang disengaja. Di satu sisi yang lain, akan menimbulkan masalah karena industri ini berharap produknya bisa menyebar ke seluruh Indonesia, bahkan ke seluruh dunia, maka dibutuhkan packaging agar awet. Salah satunya yang paling murah meriah dan memang available adalah menggunakan plastik dan styrofoam. Dan ini menimbulkan masalah lingkungan yang tidak kalah besarnya dibandingkan masalah-masalah yang saya sebutkan barusan. Jadi kesimpulannya makanan industri itu adalah masalah utamanya adalah sampah. Bukan hanya sampah lingkungan berupa packaging setelah sisa makanan yang kita makan dan kelebihannya pula, tapi adalah masalah dalam tubuh kita sendiri sebagai sampah. Sampah berlebihan, sampah itu ada dua. Apakah dia berlebihan, apakah dia tidak bisa terurai. Kalau kita berbicara berlebihan, itu memang disengaja oleh industri agar kita makan berlebihan, kita akan menjadi fatty liver karena kalori kita begitu tinggi dalam tubuh kita akan menjadi obes, timbunan kalori di dalam lemak. Dan satu lagi masalah yang saya sebutkan barusan, sampah ini salah satunya bisa jadi tidak terurai. Pun dia terurai akan menjadi nanopartikel yang nggak bisa terurai. Dan ini akan menjadikan masalah kesehatan, salah satunya proses makanan menyebabkan inflamasi tubuh kita. Dan ini mengawali penyakit chronic disease yang kita anggap biasa selama ini ternyata tidak biasa. Yang hadir di depan kita ternyata tidak biasa. Seperti saya sampaikan di slide sebelumnya bahwa sampah itu bukan hanya tentang kelebihan yang memang disengaja oleh industri supaya kita selalu berlebihan, tapi juga zat-zat kimia, perasa, perisa maupun pengawet itu susah didegradasi oleh tubuh kita sehingga akan menimbulkan masalah yang namanya residu. Kalau kita kembalikan ke kitab suci kita dalam Al-Quran, Al-Baqarah ayat 168 disampaikan bahwa wahai manusia, makanlah dari makanan yang halal dan baik. Ingat ya, halal dan baik, bukan hanya halal yang terdapat di bumi, dan janganlah kamu mengikuti langkah-langkah setan. Sungguh, setan itu musuh nyata bagimu. Dan ini dipertegas bahwa bukan hanya tentang halal dan baik, kita nggak bisa hanya berhenti sampai di situ. Quran Surat Al-An'am 141 mengatakan, dan janganlah kamu berlebih-lebihan. Sesungguhnya Allah tidak menyukai orang-orang yang berlebihan. Jadi, makanan itu akan baik pada tubuh kita. Harus ada dua komponen, halal dan baik, serta tidak berlebihan. Dan ini mungkin saran saya kepada pemerintah, sertifikasi halal itu tidak cukup. Sertifikasi makanan yang baik itu bukan hanya halal, tapi apakah diambil, dibuat, diproduksi, diproses dengan cara adab yang baik, dengan niat yang baik untuk kesehatan. Tapi memang terus terang susah untuk membuat sertifikasi seperti ini. Tapi setidaknya kita menyadari bahwa ada yang salah selama ini memikirkan bahwa makanan yang baik itu hanya halal. Padahal di balik itu bukan hanya halal makanan itu akan baik buat tubuh kita, tapi baik dan mulia yang kita terjemahkan dalam bahasa Arab namanya thayyib. Dan ini sudah dipertegas oleh Furman et al. Dalam Nature Medicine bahwa makanan memang punya peran penting terjadinya penyakit kronik disease selain faktor yang lain, dan ini dijembatani oleh proses peradangan kronis dari makanan, terutama makanan industri. Selama ini kita berpikir bahwa penyakit autoimun stroke COPD kita obatin baik. Ternyata tidak cukup sampai sekian. Hipertensi, diabetes kita obati dengan obat, itu tidak menyelesaikan masalah. Kita seharusnya menjadi dokter yang baik, melihat bahwa fenomena ini adalah fenomena gunung es. banyak penyakit kronik disease yang muncul, penyebabnya hanya satu, yaitu peradangan yang tidak pernah usai, peradangan kronis. Salah satunya yang sering kita anggap biasa ternyata tidak biasa adalah inflammation food, makanan inflamasi, salah satunya yang diproduksi oleh industri. Salah satu cara mencegah inflamasi ini berkembang, memutus rantai penyakit chronic disease adalah menyetop kita meracuni badan kita. Salah satunya menyetop makanan-makanan industri yang bukan hanya tidak baik, tapi merusak tubuh kita dengan residunya. Dan ini menimbulkan, pemikiran ini menimbulkan pergerakan-pergerakan di Australia, di Eropa, bahkan di dunia oleh sekelompok orang yang punya semacam keinginan. Karena sunatullah orang manusia itu adalah kembali ke fitrahnya, kembali kepada kebaikan. Dan pada orang-orang ini telah muncul ide bahwa kita harus merubah semuanya. Salah satunya melalui pendekatan permaculture. Permaculture diawali oleh dua orang ini, Bill Mollison dan David Holmgren, generasi tua dan generasi tua di Australia. Mereka punya suatu pemikiran bahwa kita bisa mengatasi masalah di dunia ini dimulai dari kebun. Apa sih sebenarnya permaculture tersebut? Permaculture berasal dari kata bahasa Yunani, permanen artinya keberlanjutan, culture artinya menanami lahan, menanami tanah, atau menumbuhkan pemikiran. Jadi permaculture itu tidak terbatas pada kebun atau lahan, tapi lebih ke kehidupan. Jadi permaculture itu adalah suatu ide atau suatu sistem desain yang menitik beratkan pada keberlanjutan, harmoni antara alam, bumi, manusia, tanah, tanaman, dan hewan. Dan kalau kita simpulkan dengan bahasa sederhana di Islam, ini kita sebut sebagai ide atau pemikiran yang sejalan dengan sunatullah, di mana di situ ada keberagaman, di situ ada kebaikan setelah prosesnya. Di sana tidak menyisakan sedikit pun residu, bahkan yang kita anggap sisa selama ini sebenarnya berkah buat proses yang lain. Dalam Al-Quran Ali Imran ayat 191 dikatakan dengan sangat jelas bahwa, ya Tuhan kami, tidaklah Engkau menciptakan sesuatu itu sia-sia. Maha suci Allah, lindungilah kami dari azab mereka. Jadi setiap penciptaan Allah itu tidak ada sia-sia. Tapi industri membuat kita sia-sia dengan menimbulkan sampah dan residu. Dan permaculture ini adalah solusi bagi kita agar kita tidak menimbulkan residu di sana. Permaculture ini adalah konsep lama yang sudah dijalankan oleh nenek moyang kita, yang sudah terinternalisasi dalam proses kehidupan sehari-hari. Jadi karena sudah dianggap biasa, proses yang baik, ya mereka menganggap bukan suatu ilmu baru, itu bagian dari kehidupan mereka sehari-hari. Dan dalam ilmu kejawen, ilmu Jawa, ada quote yang sangat menarik, congkro manggilingan. Ini sangat cocok dengan konsep permaculture, di mana kalau kita hubungkan dengan pertanian, cokro manggilingan itu berarti bahwa akhir dari pertanian adalah awal dari peternakan. Dan akhir dari peternakan itu sendiri adalah awal dari pertanian. Maksudnya apa? Ketika kita paham mengenai pertanian yang baik, kita akan setelah proses panen, kita akan menyisakan sisa-sisa daun, menyisakan ranting-ranting yang patah. Itu sebenarnya adalah bahan yang bisa digunakan untuk ayam, untuk ternak, untuk dimakan. Dan sisa-sisa atau kotoran dari hewan itu sendiri, itu adalah bahan pupuk yang cukup baik yang digunakan untuk pertanian. Jadi tidak ada sisa dalam proses ini. Ekosistem yang baik yang berjalan dalam permaculture adalah proses yang sebenarnya sudah berjalan secara sunatullah yang diharapkan Tuhan kita. Dan dari permaculture ini saya belajar banyak, sehingga saya memutuskan tahun 2013 membeli suatu lahan seluas 93 are. Dari sana saya belajar banyak mengenai kehidupan dari kebun. Kalau kita lihat lahan ini di ujung timur, sebelah timur kebun saya. Kita lihat di sini beragam tanaman ada di sini. Pertama kita bisa lihat pohon kelapa, pohon pisang, tanaman singkong, cabai. Kita lihat jerami di sana, ada pegagan, ada daun mint. Semuanya bisa kita konsumsi. Lahan ini kurang lebih 5 kali 5 meter. Jadi kalau kita lihat dengan keberagaman ini, kita sudah sangat diberikan berkah oleh Tuhan. Kita nggak perlu lahan yang besar untuk mendapatkan sumber daya kekayaan yang begitu melimpah dari Tuhan melalui tanahnya. Kita bisa mengkonsumsi setiap hari tanpa perlu sampai habis karena kita sudah membuatkan ekosistem. Di kebun ini, kami tidak menyengajakan membuat pupuk organik, membuat mikroorganisme lokal atau mol kita sebut. Karena apa? Karena permaculture sendiri adalah mencoba meniru bagaimana hutan bekerja. Hutan itu tumbuh-tumbuh sendiri, nggak ada hama, semua proses terjadi secara harmonis di sana. Dan saya mencoba menerjemahkan itu dalam permaculture versi saya. Dan kalau kita perhatikan, kita sedikit merenung ketika kita melihat jatuhnya daun yang sudah tua berguguran, itu bukan hanya proses karena mereka sudah tua, sunatullah harus jatuh menjadi pupuk, tapi harus kita perhatikan bahwa daun-daun yang berguguran itu adalah hijab atau pakaian dari bumi itu sendiri. Karena sunatullah dari bumi itu harus tertutup, tanah itu tertutup. Kalau nggak percaya, coba perhatikan, ketika hutan itu ditebang, semuanya dihilangkan sampai tanah terekspos, maka seiring dengan waktu tumbuh rumput dulu untuk menutupi tanah tersebut supaya nggak kelihatan. Terus tumbuh semak, tumbuh pohon kecil, pohon besar, sehingga pohon kanopi yang beratusan tahun. Jadi sejatinya tanah itu nggak mau telanjang. Ketika tanah itu kita tutupi, kita pakai hijab, kita lindungi dari proses di atasnya, maka akan memberikan kebaikan pada kita. Dan ini saya terjemahkan melalui mulsa alami yang saya berikan pada tanah di bedengan kebun saya. Mulsa alami ini manfaatnya bukan hanya untuk menutupi tanah supaya nggak tumbuh rumput sehingga tidak mengganggu tanaman yang saya tanam. Tapi di balik itu, kelebihan mulsa adalah lambat laun mulsa ini akan menjadi pupuk kompos, menambah topsoilnya sehingga tanah saya makin subur. Di satu sisi, ini yang akan membuat effort kita untuk bertani menjadi kecil. Kenapa? Ketika kita menambah mulsa begitu banyak, maka kita nggak perlu setiap hari menyiram, kita nggak perlu menyangi rumput setiap 1 bulan. Karena apa? Mulsa ini sudah menjaga kelembabannya. Makhluk hidup di situ akan senang hidup di sana, sehingga dia akan senang bekerja untuk kita dengan cara menggemburkan tanah dengan sendirinya. Kalau saya coba buka mulsa yang dari jerami ini kita buka, padahal 3 hari kemarin belum disiram, tanah di situ tetap lembab. Dan kalau kita lihat tanah begitu gemburnya, porus airnya begitu baiknya, dan di situ kita akan merasakan banyak sekali akan mendapatkan hampir 5 miliar mikroorganisme, bukan hanya cacing yang kasat mata, tapi organisme yang lain siap bekerja untuk kita. Dan ini sebenarnya mirip bagaimana usus yang baik pada manusia itu, yaitu ketika ada keberagaman mikrobioma dalam tubuh kita, pun ada patogen yang masuk, dia akan tidak mempengaruhi tubuh kita, karena akan menjadi satu kesatuan ekosistem. Seperti orang yang jahat masuk dalam komunitas yang baik, dia akan menjadi baik pula. Dan ketidaksia-siaan dalam ekosistem permaculture ini pun saya terapkan. Salah satunya adalah air dari sawah di atas yang notabene sawah konvensional menggunakan pestisida, selama ini hanya terbuang langsung lewat selokan saya tanpa menghampiri kebun saya. Maka saya manfaatkan air ini bagaimana supaya bermanfaat untuk kebun. Maka saya membuat desain, yaitu filter air alami menggunakan pohon papirus. Di situ ada lapisan selanjutnya eceng gondok dan kangkung untuk memfilter air, menyerap pestisida dan logam berat terutama kuper, zinc, dan kromium 6 yang sangat tidak baik dalam kesehatan manusia. Di satu sisi, di kolam saya kan ada pertanian organik, ada kolam organik yang diisi air, yang diisi ikan yang makanannya pun hanya dari daun-daunan. Dan sisa air kolam ini juga terbuang percuma ke sungai. Lalu saya berpikir bagaimana supaya air ini bermanfaat untuk tanaman saya. Seperti tadi cokro manggilingan, akhir dari pertanian itu sebenarnya awal dari peternakan. Begitu juga sebaliknya. Dan saya mendesain pompa hidram yang tidak membutuhkan energi listrik, hanya membutuhkan energi gravitasi. Semakin kencang air itu turun, maka semakin naik pula air itu ke atas untuk dipompakan. Karena letak dari kolam ini kan sisi bawah, sedangkan perkebunan saya di sisi atas. Dan tidak lupa ayam diperlukan atau binatang lain diperlukan supaya cokro manggilingan atau permaculture yang benar-benar selaras itu terjadi. Ayam di sini bermanfaat sekali, bukan hanya awal dari pertanian, akhir dari peternakan dan sebaliknya, tapi manfaatnya adalah kita sebagai mitra. Seandainya ayam-ayam ini bertelur 10, saya menggunakan adab di sini, kita berbagi. Telurnya 10, 5 untuk diramin menjadi ayam berikutnya, 5-nya saya konsumsi. Jadi kita hilangkan mindset untuk eksploitasi, bahkan berpikir keuntungan semata bagi diri kita dalam ekosistem permaculture tersebut. Di sini juga ada lebah trigona, bukan hanya untuk membantu penyerbukan. Satu sisi kita paham bahwa kita sebagai manusia membutuhkan asam amino dari berbagai tanaman. Tidak mungkin kita makan pohon mangga, pohon rambutan, pohon kelengkeng dalam satu waktu, dan kita makannya kan hanya pas musim. Supaya kita bisa mengkonsumsi asam amino intisari dari pohon mangga, kelengkeng, rambutan tersebut, kita kerahkan lebah-lebah ini untuk mengambil intisari tersebut, dirubahnya menjadi madu, kita bisa konsumsi. Bunga kluih ternyata punya manfaat. Kita nggak perlu baygon atau obat nyamuk untuk menghindari nyamuk digigit, kita digigit nyamuk, maka bunga kluih ini sangat membantu sekali kita terhindar dari gigitan nyamuk. Makanannya pun dibuat secara alami, hanya kalau saya berkunjung ke kebun, saya dibuatkan botok dibungkus dari daun talas, kadang kalau daun talasnya banyak, atau genjer yang tumbuh liar di sana. Packagingnya pun kita buat sesuai sustainable dan ramah lingkungan. Bisa dari daun pisang, diikat dengan pelepah tua daun pisang, maupun dari daun kelapa. Seperti yang saya sampaikan di awal, bahwa permaculture bukan melulu tentang pertanian, tapi system atau desain kehidupan. Salah satunya desain struktur dari bangunan di sini. Atap kami dari bambu yang berasal dari bambu yang melimpah, pawon pun dari batu-batu di sungai sekitar, dan tanah pun dari kebun. Dan desain ini pun saya contohkan, saya terapkan di rumah saya. Kayu-kayunya ini hampir 70% kok saya bilang ini dari kayu bekas Hotel Lombok Raya dan beberapa pasar tua di Bayan Lombok Utara. Jadi kayunya kuat, saya tidak perlu membeli kayu baru yang nanti juga akan berpengaruh pada lingkungan. Dan kalau Anda perhatikan, ini saya foto dari sisi atas, kolamnya di bawah. Kamar mandi anak saya yang di atas, saya salurkan pipa. Di sini ada desain berupa filter, ada kerikil, ada pasir, ada ijo. Buat air ini difiltrasi sempurna, dan beberapa selain ijo, kita tambahkan jala atau jala ikan untuk menyaringnya. Dan ada juga saya tambahkan biobol di sana, dan air ini masuk ke kolam ikan koi saya. Indikator bahwa air itu baik, tentu ikannya tidak mati. Dan alhamdulillah ini saya terapkan di rumah saya sendiri. Dulu sebelum saya mendesain rumah ini, saya membutuhkan listrik per bulan mungkin sampai 1,5 juta. Tapi sejak saya mendesain jendelanya mengarah pada air terjun kolam yang diarahkan masuk melalui kolam, kesejukan yang muncul akibat cipratan yang dibawa angin itu sudah mendinginkan rumah saya. Jadi full rumah saya, walaupun rumah hanya satu area lebih sedikit, kami tidak menggunakan AC. Tentu saja ini menjadi ramah lingkungan. Dan terakhir sebagai take home message-nya, permaculture itu adalah suatu ide, suatu jalan hidup yang sejalan dengan sunatullah Tuhan, yang sudah dijalankan oleh nenek moyang kita, sudah terinternalisasi pada kehidupan mereka sehari-hari. Permaculture sendiri adalah suatu desain ekosistem yang melindungi bumi, peduli pada manusia, dan ini sebagai implementasi nyata kita sebagai khalifah di bumi. Dan sistem ini tentu saja karena tidak ada sisa, tidak ada residu, ini sangat baik, dan memang begitu adanya bahwa permaculture adalah suatu sistem yang sempurna. Dan pada akhir kata, seperti yang disampaikan Bill Mollison dan David Holmgren, bahwa dari kebun kita bisa merubah dunia. Saya sedikit berikan quote yang saya buat 3 tahun yang lalu. Ketika kita menanam, kita sebenarnya sedang menabur sifat-sifat baik pada manusia. Menghargai suatu proses sebagai perjalanan spiritual yang baik, dan hal ini kita bisa menjaga semua kehidupan dengan baik tanpa membedakan, karena berkebun itu adalah bekerja dengan hati. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Basuki Rahmat, SPCB. Very interesting presentation with great examples and philosophy. So much knowledge was gained from the presentation of Dr. Basuki Rahmat. Hopefully it can inspire all participants, because this is about the design of life in harmony with nature and sunatullah. Alhamdulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. We will discuss about maintaining natural ecosystem, and Dr. Suryani Yulianti, MKes, will guide this session as moderator. She is the head of Profession of Medicine Program Unisula since March 2020 until now, and lecturer in Public Health Department Unisula since January 2013 until now. She became Skills Lab Coordinator Undergraduate Program Medical Faculty Unisula since January 2013 until 2016. General Practitioner Emergency and Intensive Care Room Sultan Agung Islamic Hospital from July 2010 until now. Internal ISO Reviewer Unisula, and as Counselor of Unisula Medical Academic Club in 2014 until 2015. Dr. Yuli, without further ado, please, the time is yours.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Mrs. Made Anjani. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you for the committee for having me here to guide this last session of the 4th International Symposium on Human Health and Aging Science. First of all, I would like to welcome to you all the to this presentation. This session will be held for 19 minutes, and we have 3 speakers who will present the topic related to maintaining natural ecosystem. And the first topic is the effect of mercury on water quality for human health, will be delivered by Dr. Insinyur Titik Sumarawati, Magister Kesehatan. Please can we see her curriculum vitae? Yes. Dr. Insinyur Titik Sumarawati, Magister Kesehatan is Bachelor of Technical Engineering from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Surabaya. She's graduate in Magister Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Erlangga Surabaya and Doctor of Basic Medical Science in Diponegoro University Semarang. Dr. Insinyur Titik Sumarawati, please, time is yours.
Five states of mercury. The first I wish about the what. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Titik Sumarawati from Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang. I will discuss to five states of mercury. The first I wish about the what is mercury. Number 2, how people are exposed to mercury. How mercury affect people's health. What medical testing is used to detect mercury exposure. How can I reduce my blood methylmercury level, and summary. Number 1, what is a mercury? Mercury is a natural occurring chemical element found in a rock in the Earth's crust, including in deposits of gold. Mercury is symbolized as Hg, as you can see in the left picture. Mercury have a number atomic is 18. It exists the several from E. Elemental mercury. B. Unorganic mercury compound. C. Methyl mercury and other organic compound. Element of metallic mercury is cyan, silver white metal, historically referred to as a quicksilver, and is liquid at the room temperature. It's used in all the thermometer, fluorescents, light bulbs, and some electrical switches. Where the droplet elemental mercury break into the smaller droplet, which can go to through small crack or become strongly attached to certain materials. At room temperature, exposed elemental mercury can evaporate to become an invisible, odorless toxic vapor. It it's a colorless and odorless gas. Number C, organic mercury. Organic mercury is mercury combined with the carbon containing a compound. At a common form, an organic mercury is methyl mercury, which is the product by organisms in water and soil and which accumulate in fish. Well, I've told you about what mercury is. So, how we can export to mercury? Mercury can enter the food chain either from agriculture product or from seafood. Mercury occurs natural as earth crust. It's released into the environment from volcanic activity, whether of the rock and as a result of human activity. Once in the environment, mercury can be transformed by bacteria into the methyl mercury. Methyl mercury then bioaccumulate in fish and shellfish. For example, large predator fish are more likely to have high level of mercury as a result of eating many smaller fish that have occurred mercury through ingestion of plankton. As you may know, all women are exposed to some level of mercury. Most people exposed to a low level of mercury, often through chronic exposure, continuous or intermittent long-term contact. However, some people exposed to high level of mercury include acute exposure. Exposure occurring over a short period of time, often less than a day. There are three types of mercury and how it absorbs in body tissue. First, elemental mercury. The second one in anorganic mercury, and the third one is organic mercury. Organic mercury has a repeat absorption through to skin, lung, kidney, and heart. Methyl mercury is one organic mercury, is the most toxic mercury compound found as a pollutant in rivers, lakes, and the ocean. Consequently, people whose diet consists mainly of shellfish and fish may be exposed to high level of methyl mercury. Generally, two groups are more sensitive to the effect of mercury. Fetus are most susceptible to developmental effect due to mercury. Methyl mercury export in the womb can result from the mother consumption of fish and shellfish. It can adversely affect a baby growing brain and nervous system. The primary health effect of methyl mercury is impaired neurological development. Therefore, connected thinking, memory, attention, language, and fine motor and visual spatial skills may be affected in the children who were exposed to methyl mercury as fetus. The second group is people who are regularly exposed to high level of mercury. Among selected the substance facing a population between 50 per mils, children showed the cognitive impairment caused by the consumption of fish containing mercury. These include population in Brazil, Canada, China, Colombia, and Greenland. Speaking of the effect of mercury of human health, here's some example. One, the study done by our research team on Tambak Oso, Surabaya, show that the quality of the water was poor, indicated by the level of mercury 0.001 part per million. The mercury is probably accumulated in the tilapia fish as the most populated fish in this river. Hence, we take a sample from this tilapia and it showed the mercury was detected at the level 0.008 per part per million. We also take a blood sample from the 75 people who live around the river. Results show there was 5 of the 75 sample contain mercury in very low level, and 75 people has a very symptom such as dizziness, nausea, diarrhea, and a tremor. One thing you should know that tambak yoso is the terminal water treatment of the waste disposal for all the factory. The most commonly accepted method to observe mercury exposure are to test urine or blood, but tests usually measure level of total mercury. Elevated mercury in urine usually indicate exposure to an elemental or unorganic sources of mercury, such as from a job that use a mercury. Elevated mercury in blood usually indicate exposure to organic mercury, or the recent exposure to high level of elemental mercury vapor. For most people, an elevated blood mercury level is associated with eating fish and other seafood containing organic mercury. Everyone has small amount of mercury in his or her body. Some people may have higher than usually level from eating fish and seafood, working with the mercury containing materials, or from other exposure resources. The name instrumentalia access to mercury is a atomic absorber spectrophotometer. There are several ways to prevent adverse health effects, including promoting clean energy, stopping the use of mercury in good meaning, eliminating the meaning of mercury, and the phasing out not essential mercury content product. Promote the use of a clean energy sources that don't burn coal. Burning coal for the power and heat is a major source of mercury. Coal contain mercury, and the other hazardous air pollution that are emitted when the coal is burned in coal-fired power plant, industrial boiler, and household stoves. Eliminating mercury mining and use of mercury as gold extraction and other industry processing. Mercury is an element that cannot be destroyed, therefore mercury already is used can recycle for the other essential use. We do not further need the mercury mining. Mercury use in artisanal and small scale gold mining is particularly hazardous, and health effect in vulnerable population is significant. Non-mercury and gold extraction technique need to be promoted and implemented. And where mercury is still used, safe work practice need to be employed to prevent export. Phase out use of non-essential mercury contained product and implementing safe handling, use and disposal of remaining mercury contained product. A ring of action being taken to reduce mercury level in products, or to phase out mercury contained products. In healthcare, mercury contained thermometer and sphygmomanometer are being replaced by alternative device. Altering your diet to eat less of the types of fish known to have high mercury level can decrease your blood mercury level. Many types of fish do not contain high level of mercury. Eating a variety of different types of fish and shellfish is a good way to gain nutrition benefit. To eat fish will be balanced concern of mercury exposure. Fish are an important part of a healthy diet because they contain high quality protein, omega-3 fatty acid, and low saturated fat, all of which can benefit growth, development, and the overall nervous system and cardiovascular health. Well, we have about the end, so let me summarize for you. Number one, mercury is naturally occurring in human activities. Number two, among the three forms of mercury, methyl mercury is the most toxic mercury compound found as a pollutant in river, lakes, and ocean. 3. Methyl mercury is a particular concern because it can accumulate in the food chain to the reach high concentration, result is permanent nervous system and get damage. That's all for today. Thank you your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Titi, for a very clear explanation about mercury. And it's remind us to be more careful in sorting out the food, especially fish, to avoid the effect of the mercury. Besides, Dr. Titi also explained how to reduce the mercury exposure. Now we gonna move to the second topic about detection and risk assessment of natural toxin for human health. This topic will be presented by Dr. Patrick Mulder. Patrick Mulder, born at 1959, at Leiden, the Netherlands. Patrick Mulder has been experienced in the area of organic and analytical chemistry for more than 30 years since obtained his PhD in 1992 at Leiden University, the Netherlands, and in 1999 he joined Wageningen Food Safety Research, formerly RIKILT, which part of Wageningen University and Research as a research scientist. First in the first in the field veterinary drug, and since 2011 in the area of natural toxin. He is co-author of over 18 publications. In the theme natural toxin, he developed and validated LC-MS-based method for the detection and determination of natural toxin in food and feed. And since that year, 2011, he involved as external expert in working group of the Europe Food Safety Authority, focusing on risk assessment of alkaloid and other plant toxins. Without further ado, please, Dr. Patrick Mulder, time is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind words and introduction. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be able to present at your workshop and at your conference. Only try to find my, I clicked the wrong button. Let's see. Here we go. This is better. Let's see if it will start. Takes a while. Yeah. You can see me. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
okay.
clear.
Well, thank you very much. In this presentation, I will like to present the way food safety and risk assessment on natural toxins is organized in Europe. So it's mainly from a European perspective. I can understand that it may be, in some cases different from you than what we do in Europe. I hope this presentation will give you some additional information on this topic, and I also included several links to further information that you can access via the internet, and that could possibly help you in a lot of things. So my talk will be on two different things. First, I will talk a bit about how the food system in Europe is organized, and then I will give a few examples, practical examples. So food safety in Europe is based actually on three different pillars or cornerstones, as you could say. It's based on legislation, it's based on risk assessment, and based on control of food safety. And there's a lot of interaction between these three pillars. So it's not a static system, but it's really in close cooperation with each other. The legislation, of course, is the basis of everything, and one very important regulation that was published 20 years ago by now is called what we call the General Food Law, and that regulates a lot of basic principles about the law, but also about the establishment of European Food Safety Authority, that I will talk on later, and also how official control should be organized in the European countries. There are many regulations in place, and I only list a few of them that are of relevance for the area of natural toxins. We have Regulation 18881 from 2006. This contains a long list of maximum levels established for a lot of contaminants in all different foodstuffs, and this includes many compounds, but also mycotoxins and some plant toxins. In combination, we have Regulation 401 from 2006, which describes in details how methods of sampling should be done, and also how the analysis should be performed. These two first regulations are mainly for products from plant origin, and the next two regulations are more specific for food products of animal origin, and this includes shellfish, for instance. And these regulations from 2004 and 5 give also maximum limits and give direction on how things should be monitored and controlled. This is all for the European situation, of course, and in a worldwide setting we have Codex, and this also has published many different standards for contaminants in a wide variety of food products and feed products. I only mentioned this one, Codex standard from 193 from 1995. It is also very relevant for contaminants like mycotoxins and plant toxins in food and feed. The European Food Safety Authority, also called EFSA, this was founded 20 years ago due to the General Food Law. It's located in Italy, and it works this way. It is organized in panels. There are about 10 panels on different fields dealing with food safety and feed safety, and also many other regulations of interest. And they work with working groups of experts, and I happen to be one of them. We do, as EFSA, we do risk assessments, and this covers actually all aspects of human and animal safety. And in the 20 years since its foundation, more than 9,000 scientific opinions, but also reports have been published. So it's about 400 or 500 a year. In the area of natural toxins, the content panel is the most relevant, because this not only addresses specific requests from the European Commission on mycotoxins or plant toxins or marine biotoxins, it also deals with other contaminants, but the important thing is that it brings together experts from very many disciplines, from chemistry, toxicology, but also from epidemiology and statistical experts. in order to address the problems from the multidisciplinary angle. The output, as I said, are scientific opinions or reports, and there are about, it varies a little bit, 5 to 7 different working groups. But it's important to note that the opinions, the draft opinions, need to be endorsed by the panel before they are published. And before they are published, it could also include stakeholder or public consultations. And the annual output is around 6 opinions per year, and they are published in the EFSA journal, which is open access, so everybody can get the information that's openly available. How does EFSA work? It performs risk assessment on a specific compound or group of compounds, and at the one hand, it looks at exposure assessments, what's known about the levels in food or feed, or what was also known about the actual consumption of the foods where these contaminants can be present. There's a large database for that. They look at different age groups, different habits in time, and if necessary, they can do modeling if that's required. And the other hand is they do hazard identification and characterization. So they look at all different aspects of the ADME of compounds, but also on the acute or chronic toxicity. They look at genotox data or the mode of action, of course, and what human data are available from intoxications, for instance. They try to determine no effect levels or otherwise lowest adverse effect levels. And often it also includes modeling, and the end result could be an acute reference dose or a tolerable daily intake or something. And when these two things are combined, exposure assessment and the hazard identification, a risk characterization is done, and this can be a margin of exposure for genotoxic compounds. It can also contain identification of population groups that are particular risks, and it should also contain uncertainty analysis, because this is always a relevant part in the risk assessment, of course. For other risk assessors, there is also an interesting tool available nowadays from EFSA that's called the Rapid Assessment Contaminant Exposure Tool, or RACE. And this is an interesting tool that people can use to get a first idea about the possible adverse effects or the risk of a new contaminant. And it contains a kind of decision tree that you can follow to come to a kind of first conclusion. So that's an important tool. And another important thing is that EFSA also maintains a chemical hazard database where all the information that they have collected over the years is combined and is also publicly available. Further, we have in the European Union the system of notifications, RAS-F. And this system is operated by all member states. And in case they have a concern or a food product that is containing toxic compounds, they can notify others. And this is done on a 24/7 basis. So the information should become available very, very quickly. And the system gives also information on what action should be taken. If it is a border inspection, then the consignment can be rejected. But sometimes the products already entered the European market, and then other countries should be informed that they should look for specific products and take it off the shelves if necessary. So to give you an idea, in 2021 there were 6,400 notifications approximately, 1/3 was border rejection, so the consignments were not entered in European markets. About 1/3 they were information notifications, but 1/3 were alerts, and these are the serious ones. So in those cases, something was discovered that could harm the health of people. Of these notifications, about 450 were on mycotoxins, so that's about 10%, and most of them were actually on aflatoxins in nuts and figs, and somewhat less about ocatoxin in spices and figs. And furthermore, there were 75 notifications on other natural toxins, including plant toxins and marine toxins. Well, the final pillar is the control. So, and this is organized in a kind of pyramidal structure. So on top we have the European Commission that defines the legislation and the rules, but the actual control is done by or coordinated by EU reference laboratories, and there are 50 in the European Union. They all operate in different areas, many on food and feed, but also on animal health and plant health. And each member state should have a national reference laboratory on each of these areas, so they should have also 50 NRLs. Furthermore, there are official laboratories within the different countries. So this is a kind of structure that should guarantee that developments and legislation is passed through all the different states and the laboratories. And at Wageningen we now have the European Union Reference Laboratory in mycotoxins and plant toxins, so I am also involved in that. Now, some examples in the different areas. For instance, mycotoxins. We have several mycotoxins that are of relevance. Aflatoxins, we have ocatoxin A, patulin, fulminisins, trichothecins, and we have cerealanon as major ones. And as you can see, they have all different kinds of adverse effects. It can be carcinogenic, but also have adverse effects on the liver, or it can be immunotoxic, nephrotoxins, etc. So there's a wide range of adverse effects. The main denominator is that they are all immunotoxic. And as an example, if you look at aflatoxins, which are, I think, the most dangerous ones, during production they can be present in the fields, and they can contaminate the spores, for instance maize or the groundnuts, peanuts. But the problem comes when it's stored and it's not stored under the correct conditions. Then molds may form, and these molds they start producing these aflatoxins. And if that's not controlled, then via the food products, it might enter the food chain, and people are affected. But it can also be present in the feed, and then it will be consumed by the animals and in the end excreted as metabolites in dairy products. And the toxicity of aflatoxins is well known. They can cause food allergies, all kinds of autoimmune disease infections. They can be detrimental for heart function and for other internal organs. They increase the risk for liver cancer, and also can lead to growth impairment. So, there are a lot of many different effects that are of concern for toxins. EFSA has published an opinion on this recently, and it's again identified aflatoxin B1 as a major toxin in food products. In milk products, it is metabolite M1. It's genotoxic, although the metabolite is about 10 times less. EFSA works with a margin of exposure in this case and to the BMDL 10, which is quite low, which would in fact result in a safe, let's say, safe dose or dose of low concern of only 0.04 nanograms per kilogram body weight per day for a person, which is extremely low. Because if you compare it to what the actual exposure in the population of the EU is, it's much higher in many cases. So there is certainly a health concern also in the European Union, but I guess worldwide, and particularly for the younger people, for the age groups. In the EU, we have extensive legislation on aflatoxins in many different products. It ranges is typically between 2 and 8 micrograms per kilogram for the main metabolite. This is not saying that this is health protective, but this is based on what is reasonable, achievable at the moment. Because basically many people exceed the safe limits. Detection of mycotoxins is actually well established. There are many different internationally validated methods available on the various aflatoxins or the mycotoxins, including aflatoxins. There are also multi-methods available, and these methods are typically based on HPLC UV detection or fluorescence, and nowadays also on mass spectrometry. And the methods use liquid extraction or immunoaffinity columns, and they are available for food and feed. Besides that, there are also ELISA kits available for screening and sometimes semi-quantitative analysis. And nowadays there are also for faux immunoassays or dipsticks available for rapid screening. If you look at plant toxins, the point is that there are many different groups of plant toxins. It's wide variety in nature, and this means in principle you would have to monitor for many things. I will limit myself to the one group, the pyrrolizidine alkaloids, and this will be discussed in more detail by the next speaker. But the pyrrolizidine alkaloids, they have hundreds of different structures. They're known to be present in thousands of plant species, so they have a worldwide occurrence. And there are, of course, there are main families of plants that are more important, like Senecio or Echinacea, Heliotropium, and the Cotylaria. The content panel, they published several opinions and reports on these PAs. They concluded some time back that they are also genotoxic carcinogens for humans. And then again, the margin of exposure approach applies. And it was calculated that a dose of low concern was in the order of 23 nanograms per kilogram body weight per day. So compared to the aflatoxins, this is much higher. So they are much less genotoxic than aflatoxins, but still they are this level is of concern. And exposure, sources of exposure are herbal teas, herbal supplements, honey, but also spices and kitchen herbs, culinary herbs. Since July the 1st of this year in the EU, there is legislation has become in place, and this regulates the maximum limits for a large number of different products, from teas and herbal fusions, food supplements, pollen supplements, but also the culinary herbs and spices. So, and they all have different levels, because this also depends on the amounts consumed and also on what's practicable, feasible. And there are in total 35 different compounds regulated. And this can only be done by LCMS technology due to the low levels that needs to be achieved. And But nowadays, more and more methods have become available that can be used. Finally, the marine biotoxins. We have different groups of marine biotoxins, like the ASPs, the amnesic shellfish poisons. Like this main compound is domoic acid. We have paralytic shellfish poisons. These are toxins and also tetrodotoxins. And on the other hand, we have the diuretic shellfish poisons, DSPs, and these are lipophilic compounds with complex structures and in various groups of structures. Where do they occur? Well, the amnesic shellfish poisoning is more located to the northern hemisphere and also to Australia. But the paralytic shellfish poisoning effect occurs almost worldwide in Americas, but Europe, but also in Asia, as you can see. And the diuretic shellfish poisoning is more prominent in Europe and some other areas in the world. European of the EFSA has published a lot of opinions on these shellfish toxins, and the European Union also has established legislation on various groups. Codex has also put forward maximum limits in their standards, and as you can see, the limits are not always the same. So that's apparently the risk managers not always follow the EFSA opinions. They have also to make other decisions, of course, but this gives you an overview. How are they detected? Well, in the past, many of these marine biotoxins were detected by a mouse bioassay in the European Union, and perhaps also in other countries. It has now been replaced by either LCMS methods or by fluorescence methods. And besides, for some marine biotoxins, they are so toxic that these analytical methods don't work, and we have now developed a neuro-2A cell assay for instance, toxins in fish, and this is a very sensitive method and could in practice be used quite efficiently. I think I reached the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attendance, and I will be happy to answer any questions in the plenary discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Mulder, for a very inspiring presentation. The lesson learned from Europe regarding efforts and steps to maintain food safety in the national level, and the regulation is a key. And some product which is widely used today, I didn't expect that it have a potential biological toxic content in that product. So we have to be more careful to select the best food or drink that we consume to avoid the toxin. Okay, we will discuss later after the third presenter. Okay, we will move to the last speakers in this session, Dr. Suparmi, MSc ERT. She will deliver an interesting topic, a 5-cent lesson on risk assessment of herbal products from Indonesia. Dr. Suparmi, SSE, MSc ERT, born in Nganjuk at 1983. She is bachelor in biology, Faculty of Science and Mathematics at Universitas Diponegoro Semarang, and Master of Science in Biology from Satya Wacana Christian University Salatiga, Indonesia, and she accomplished her PhD and postdoc in Division of Toxicology Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. To Dr. Suparmi, time is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, for your nice introduction. I would like to share my screen. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is clear enough.
Yeah, okay. Let me. Okay. Distinguished speaker, Dr. Patrick, Dr. Titi, Mrs. Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for Indonesian time and good morning in European time. It is such honor for me to be part of the speakers in this symposium organized by Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang, where I also as part of this faculty. In this webinar, I would like to share my research result. Sorry, maybe it's you see my, okay, yeah. In this webinar, I would like to share about 5 cents lesson on risk and benefit analysis of herbal products from Indonesia. And if Patrick explain about in the European condition here, I will tell you about in Indonesia. And this presentation is part of my research result during my PhD and also my postdoc in Wageningen University and Research, where Patrick is also one of my research collaborators. And this is my research, this is my presentation outline. So first, I would like to introduce about why this research is important. And the second is about the result of the risk characterization as explained by Patrick for the non-genotoxic and also for genotoxic and carcinogenics from herbal products in Indonesia. As we also learned from the first and the second day about about the benefit analysis, here also we would like to analyze how the benefit effect can also analyze in the herbal products using a new method. And the last will be the conclusion and also for the future perspective to explain or to recommend, to give recommendation to our government and also for us as a consumer. And this is for introduction. As we might know that Indonesian people and all of the world nowadays are assumed that herbal products are always safe and also natural and that's healthy. It's also, we know that the herbal products are very easy to buy. We can get it from the drugstore and also from internet, and it is very easy. And this growth in the consumption of herbal products is improve the manufacturers of the products that they want to have the potential health claims. But we should be aware that there is also potential adverse health effect that could be caused by the genotoxic carcinogenic botanical constituent in the ingredient of the herbal product itself. So there are 2 questions should be answered in this research. That first, does Indonesian herbal products arise a risk for their consumers due to the overconsumption of herbal products? And the second question is, does consuming herbal products have beneficial effects? And this is the picture of the jamu samples that we analyze. And also recently with Patrick, we also analyzed honey from Indonesia. That's also part of our traditional medicine. And First, we would like to inform or to present about the characteristics of the active pharmaceutical ingredients, or we know about the BKO, the bahan kimia obat that are non-genotoxic. Surprisingly, that's in jamu there are a lot of BKO found in the samples of jamu. So there are phenylbutazone, peroxicam, prednisone, glibenclamide, antalgin, paracetamol, and also sibutramide hydrochloride. This is the one that's currently we are doing research also together with the Ms. Chair, that we would like to analyze the effect of sibutramide hydrochloride in the jamu for slimming in women. And also explained by Patrick how to detect the aflatoxin and mycotoxin. We have a lot of reported research on the contamination of microorganisms in our herbal products. There are also fungi, mold, bacteria, and Clostridium species. And this is the roadmap or the reported studies from the previous research since 1986 until 2020. And they have a lot of reported cases about the adverse effect in patient or in the customer consume the jamu products. And why the manufacturers are perform some adulteration in their products? Because first it's always about the economics factors, because the BKO is also cheap, and also they can increase the advertised beneficial effects. And the second reason is always about the poor regulation from our government, that there is so the producers are not obey to the regulation. And the third is about always there is to increase the beneficial effect without anything about the adverse effects. And in 2018, the PPOM RI, our government reported that 115 items of Indonesian traditional medicine are being adulterated with sildenafil citrate, phenylbutazone, and also paracetamol. A part of them are the jamu or the herbal product imported from other countries. And this is the potential hazards of exposure of BKO. First is about blood dyscrasiosis, and this is drug-induced liver injury, and then the third, liver damage, and gastrointestinal upset, central nervous system toxicity, and also peptic ulcers. And also a lot of report that's reported about the cardiovascular diseases, renal impairment, kidney failure, and also steroid dependence. And this is the results that we compare the content, the reference dose, and the estimated daily intake of the adulteration in jamu. That surprisingly, for the methampurine and mefenamic acid, sibutramine hydrochloride, and also prednisone, they have far away from the reference dose. Means that these active pharmaceutical ingredients are very dangerous if they are adulterated in the herbal products in Indonesia, especially jamu. And this is the second analysis for first about the non-genotoxic, and now is about the genotoxic carcinogenic, and already explained by Patrick. And they are alkynyl benzenes and pyrrolizidine alkaloids, and also aristolochic acids. And there are for alkynyl benzene, there are methyl eugenol, myristicin, estradiol, safrole, elemicin, and apiol. For pyroxidine alkaloid, as Patrick explained, that there are a lot of types, almost more than 660 types of PAs that can be detected in the plant containing jamu. That's this is the plant producing PAs that's also in part of the ingredient in our herbal products. And this is also aristolochic acid that can, if they are bioactivated, that can be carcinogenic and genotoxic in our liver, heart, and also our lungs. And this is what we did, that we collected samples in many cities in Indonesia, especially in Java Islands. And we got it from the jamu stores and also from the supermarket, and also some of from the internet as well. And how we analyze this and how we use the risk of genotoxic carcinogenic compound to predict the risk of the consumption of herbal product. First, we detect the level of the genotoxic and carcinogenic compound in the samples. So for aristolochic acid and alkynyl benzene, we use the UPLC method, and this is the method for extraction. And the pyroxidine alkaloid for honey and also for jamu, we did it in Patrick Labs. We used the SPA extraction, and also we detected using the LC-MS analysis. And then we measure we calculate the estimated daily intake based on the recommended daily intake on the label. And also we calculated using the body weight of Indonesian people of 54 kilograms, and also the average lifetime of 69 years. And we calculated the estimated daily intake for acute exposure for 4 days till 2 weeks, and also shorter than lifetime. Normally, we consume the herbal products 2 weeks every year during lifetime. And also, we also calculated how if we drink this jamu or herbal product every day during our lifetime. And the method we use from the European method that from ISHHAS, that's explained by Patrick before, that we use the margin of exposure and to calculate whether there are a priority for risk management or not. So if the value of margin of exposure less than 10,000, then there is always a concern for the risk management action. And if the MOU value more than 10,000, then there is no concern. And here are the results of our studies. And in 25 samples of jamu, surprisingly, that most of them are concerned to have a risk management action. So there are a risk for carcinogenic effects if we consume every day during our lifetime. This is the herbal beverage. We analyzed 114 samples. And this is quite safe. So these the samples, for example, like wedang jahe, wedang ronde, and something that we consume during the rainy season. So it's mostly only a few samples that's concerned. And for the pyroxidine alkaloids, we analyze from the samples that containing plant producing PAs, and also the sample that without plant producing samples, and they are quite safe. And so we conclude that a priority for risk management is needed when the assuming daily consumption. So this is our findings. and already published since 2018 till 2020. And this is the result when we compare for the all samples. So this less than 10,000 in the left side of these red bars are quite safe, and this is this less is in the left is we need a concern, and in more than 10,000 are quite safe when we consume less than 2 weeks. And this is our current projects together also with Patrick and also Ms. Chair. We analyze the pyroxidine alkaloids in honey, but for the risk assessment, we have not doing it. So there are still ongoing research with funding from our Ministry of Education. And now we move to the how to evaluate the risk from the genotoxic carcinogenic. So we used also in vitro and the combination with the PPK modeling, because as Patrick says that the animal testing in Europe are nowadays are banned, but in Indonesia we still use a lot of animal testing using rat, mice, and also rabbits. So this is how we perform the alternative study to analyze to characterize the risk of the genotoxic and carcinogenic compound. So from this case, we analyzed the monocrotaline, one of the pyroxidine alkaloid, using the pooled cryopreserved male rat of hepatocyte. Then we checked the cytotoxicity test, and then we also did the incubation for the microsome of rat to see how these compounds are metabolized in our body, start from oral dose and in GI tract and also in our liver and then in our bloodstream. So this is the process of ADME. So absorption, distribution, metabolism, and also excretion. And then in this result, if we got the result of this ADME values, then we use modeling using the software of Berkeley Madonna to know how it's work. And then we did a prediction in the in vivo dose response curve in rat. And this is the result. So this is the in vitro result that we found that in monocrotaline is less toxic compared to raciocarpine and ritalin. And if we use the PBK modeling, then it's also, we can see that monocrotaline is quite less toxic compared to the raciocarpine and ritalin. So we conclude that using the in vitro and combination with the PBK modeling, we can also predict the toxicity of the pyroxidine alkaloid without animal testing. And so this is also the prediction how we can predict the PMDL10 that we can use also for risk assessment in the margin of exposure method. So this value that we predicted are quite close to the what reference reported from the previous study. So then we can conclude that the kinetic and metabolic properties also will taken into account in this method. And this is for the last part of my talk is as we also hear from the previous speaker, from the Prof. Fatima and also from others from nutrition, that if we consume the natural product, there are a lot of beneficial effect that we will got from it. So we analyze, we use the annatto, the pyxin, and also the saffron that contain the carotenoid. And this is, we predict this for the insulin sensitivity for diabetes type 2. So we use the PPR gamma activation to know about the activity of these two carotenoids. And the question are, will the effect be achieved at realistic human estimated daily intake? So in this case, we don't use the people, the samples of human, but we use also the alternative method. So here also almost the same as previous method. So we use here the cell of U2OS cell line, and also we use the PPK modeling, and we here, because we predict for human, then we use the pooled human cryopreserved hepatocytes. And this is the result. And here we can see that effective concentration of 50% of pyxin are higher compared to quercetin. And when we combine with the PPK modeling, it's also can be see here almost the same. How many milligrams per kilogram body weights we need to consume of this product. So we can see here that we need more quercetin to be consumed to get the activity of PPR gamma induced by pyxin and quercetin. So we conclude that there is a proof of principle to predict the effect of functional food ingredient in human without the need for human intervention study. Because if we use the human intervention study, for example, in the clinical study, I guess the money or the we need a lot of fund for this. And this is the research of how we get the estimation, how many doses that we need. And here for pyxin, as we see here, pyxin is quite far with what we predicted with the EDI from EFSA, from European Food Safety Authority. And also we compare with the previous study. And here for quercetin, here is what we predicted is in the range of the estimated daily intake reported by the WHO. And here we conclude that a human dietary and or supplemental estimated daily intake may reach this BMD 50 values for quercetin, but not for pyxin. So this is pointing a better possibilities for in vivo PPR gamma activation by quercetin. And it's also already published. So here the DOE, then you can also later see it for the full text. And we conclude here that a case report on adulteration or contamination of jamu and the occurrence of constituents that are genotoxic and carcinogenic remind us to be aware that there is also hazard and risk posed by jamu consumption and also other herbal products. And the second is risk management action, including prioritizing regulatory action. We need to improve it to ensure that the safety of Indonesian jamu. And the third, we can use the novel testing strategy by combining in vitro and PPK modeling, facilitated reverse dosimetry, and it can be replaced it can replace the animal experiment or human intervention studies. And here also the future perspective, what should we do and what should the farmers do? Or, of course, they should obey with a good agricultural and good collection practices, because also as Patrick explained and also Dr. Titi explained, there are also contamination in the environment, in the soil and also in the air maybe. And for the producers, of course, they should be all comply with the good manufacturing practice and also food safety training. And as academia, for example, as a lecturer or researcher, we should explore also more deeper about the risk and beneficial effect of herbal products, especially in Indonesia, because we have a lot of herbal products that we consume almost in daily life. And for the health professional, as all of these audience are mostly of the general practitioners, so we need also the evidence-based herbal medicine, because a lot of reported cases that from the toxication from the herbal products, and the governments we recommend to have a risk management action. And last but not least, for us as the consumers, we should be aware the toxic effect of herbal products. So we need to remember that natural products are not always safe. So we should be kind of see how the label mention about how they should be used and what is the ingredient in it. And the last is thank you for Unisula, especially for IPPM, for this funding of the research, and Wageningen University and research, especially for Dr. Patrick, and also my great promoter, Professor Ivona, and my sponsor, LPDP, and also the Ministry of Education, Dikti. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I give back the time for to the Miss Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suparmi, for the very interesting presentation. From the presentation, we have additional insight that herbal medicine is not always safe, and also alternative of less invasive method to assess the toxin in herbal product. And we must conduct the multi-sectoral collaboration, and every part of us have a rule, and also have a rule to make this herbal medicine can be managed properly and safely, so it is safe for the consumption. Okay, let's move to the discussion. We have a lot of questions since the topic is very interesting. Maybe I will read the first question for the first speaker, Dr. Titi Sumarawati. We have four questions. The first question, Dr. Titi, would you please to explain bioaccumulation of the mercury in aquatic ecosystem? Maybe should I read one by one, or maybe three of all question, and then Dr. Titi will answer? Please unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay. Okay. Maybe better I will read one by one.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. Number one, thank you, Dr. Danis. I have explained the basic principle for the bioaccumulation of mercury in water. You may know the most important pathway for the mercury is through the food chain. The predator is at the top of pyramid have the highest level of mercury, while the small predator have the small level of mercury. I finished.
Okay. And the second, what are the advantage of the AAS method, or atomic absorption spectrometry method, as a method of measuring mercury in the blood?
Using atomic, yeah, okay.
Using
the gold standard
AAS,
for
atomic absorption spectrophotometry.
the gold standard for mercury level detection is blood is using atomic absorber spectrophotometer with the mercury lamp. Using AAS, we can detect mercury in low level as a single compound.
Oh, okay. So it is very specific. We can detect even
Yes.
the amount is very small, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and from I thought that Dr. Puji have a question for Dr. Titi. The question from Dr. Puji, would you please to mention that you mentioned that mercury contaminate the water ecosystem. What is the maximum contamination level for the mercury?
Okay.
About the amount of mercury.
Okay, this is a very interesting question. Thank you, Dr. Puji. The maximum contaminant level the mercury varies. For example, according Indonesian Food and Drug Authority, water is 0. ppm, and according Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, 1 per billion. Yeah.
And
this is a varies.
Very large the variation of the
Yes.
those we can call it is the water have contamination of mercury, right?
Yes.
So what is your recommendation? Should we use the small or the largest level?
Because mercury in the body is the accumulation exposure chronic.
Okay, so even in small dose, it can have effect to our body.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Titi, for a
Thank you,
very
Dr.
clear
Nurul.
explanation to answer 3 questions. Okay, let's move to the second speaker, Dr. Patik Mulder. We have a lot of question about aflatoxin since it's very interesting and as mentioned before that aflatoxin contain so many product contain aflatoxin, so so many people want to know about that. The first from Dr. Danis Pertiwi, is there a rapid detection method of food contamination that can be applied in the society without laboratory analysis? Thank you. Please answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, actually, I'm not really an expert on aflatoxins, unfortunately, because I'm an analytical chemist and more involved in plant toxins. However, if for further information, for the things that I cannot answer, I should redirect you to the, for instance, the EFSA opinion that I mentioned in my presentation, because that gives much more information on how aflatoxin works in the human body and what are the detrimental effects and pathways. Regarding this question, is there a rapid detection method?
Yes,
for food contamination in general, but you think it's more about aflatoxin? Yeah, there are screening tests like the dipsticks, and these are very simple to do, of course, and are not as expensive as the laboratory equipment. But I also think that one other very simple way is by using your eyes, looking at the product as such. does it contain molds? Does it contain black spots or things that don't are not normal? I mean, for maize, it's very easy to see when there is mold forming on the maize, and then you must be careful. And this also holds for the peanuts and other products. Not all the molds will be contain aflatoxins, I'm sure, but there are other molds as well that can be detrimental. So I think very good quality control, but during production and particularly during storage, because a lot of these molds they are formed during storage, is very essential. And then you need, of course, the right equipment and conditions to store your materials properly. That might be difficult if the climate is because this is very this promotes, of course, this formation of these molds and mycotoxins, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that it starts at the basis, and if that's possible, by instructing people that produce the materials and store them, then that will already be of great help.
Okay. Okay, thank you for a very clear answer. Just a simple way we can use our eyes to look the appearance of the food, and also it should quality control to keep it in a good condition and safe to consume. Okay, we will move to another question from Dr. Reza, Dr. Anna, and Dr. Dianovita. They have a question about aflatoxin, how exactly aflatoxin affect human liver and which pathway are involved in this process. And then from Dr. Anna, how high the dose of aflatoxin can cause liver cancer, and how to detect aflatoxin in fruit. And from Dr. Dianovita, what is the lethal dose of aflatoxin can lead acute poisoning of maybe the three person have question about aflatoxin.
Well, I cannot give a very detailed answer to this because I'm not a toxicologist or a medical doctor. But yeah, what I know is that aflatoxins, they are metabolized in the liver predominantly, and they are forming active metabolites that can react with DNA, leading to the genotoxicity and also to proteins. And as far as I know, the liver cirrhosis is a main outcome by after a high period of high exposure to aflatoxins. So there are the particular processes you will have to look up in the FCLPs, for instance. Also the doses, I believe that the dose that can cause cancer, that's very difficult to determine because we don't actually know. And therefore EFSA uses this margin of exposures because they only have data on animal studies. And of course that does not reflect how people, humans, handle these compounds. They can be less or more toxic in humans. But I think that if the levels are in the microgram per kilogram body weight range, then the risk on developing liver cancer in the end after longer periods of time is quite higher than you would like to have it. Lethal doses, I don't actually really know, but it's probably also in the order, I've read somewhere that was in the order of 20 to 100 20 micrograms per kilogram body weight per day for a period of 1 to 3 weeks. So that's a relatively short period. And then you could already develop aflatoxicosis. So that's quite serious. Yeah, and the other questions relating to testing on fruit, actually I don't know. Well, what I said, you can use your eyes, but otherwise you will have to use analytical tests like the ELISA test or other tests.
Okay.
That's more or less my answer. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick Mulder, for the explanation. We have 3 more questions for you. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then from clinician, Dr. Minidian, in clinical practice for common people, how can we easily recognize toxin content in our daily diet? Maybe
Sorry.
beside we just look the food appearance, but in daily diet, maybe how we can easily recognize.
The symptom for a medical doctor. Well, actually, yeah, that I cannot answer because it's I'm not a practitioner.
Okay.
Sorry, then we have to find somebody else who has more experience with clinical symptoms of actual intoxication.
Okay.
I don't dare to do any outcomes on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next question. But thank you for the to be honest to
Well, I don't
answer.
want to give you misinformation, so
Okay.
would not help. Yeah.
That's great. Okay, from anonymous attendee, do you have any suggestion how to avoid genotoxic and carcinogenic effect from our daily food? Do you have any recommendation to avoid that?
Well, basically there are a few simple things, but perhaps difficult to do in practice. You should always, of course, try to find food that has a good quality and does not contain indeed molds of other things that should not be there. Also, especially with herbal products, you could look at the labels if they contain, for instance, plant species that are known to be containing toxic ingredients, metabolites like aristolochic acids or pyrazidine alkaloids or other alkaloids that are known to be unsafe. Not all compounds, of course, definitely are unsafe. That's quite obvious, as we have also heard. I agree with that fully. But there are a few compounds or a few plants that can cause adverse effects. Like perhaps they also have some good effects, but definitely they also have adverse effects. So that would be best to not consume them, and then you probably reduce the risk on this compounds quite a lot.
Okay, thank you. And the second last question for Dr. Patrick Mulder. As we know that many Indonesian food use peanuts as the main ingredient and we consume it often. So before the effect aflatoxin is going worse in our body, is there any early symptom that we can predict if it's because the effect of aflatoxin, or maybe is there any population that have high risk to get bad the effect of aflatoxin? Thank you.
About early symptoms, I cannot answer, as I said before, but I think, groups that are at higher risk, I think the younger people, because they are still young and their body is developing. And if you are exposed to harmful compounds like these genotoxic compounds, then it can have adverse effects later on in life. I think you definitely have a higher risk of developing cancer in the end. So that of course is important. And further on, groups of people that have impaired health system already. Perhaps they have deficiency symptoms, or the liver is not functioning well anymore due to other reasons. Those are definitely also are at higher risk, or they have already some viruses that can interact, hepatitis for instance, with the function of the liver, and then these genotoxic compounds can have a higher impact than on the healthy humans beings. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last question from Ibu Dina. I was wondering what is the best method to detect fungitoxin from human body based on the sensitivity, ELISA or chromatography method? Maybe compare ELISA or chromatography based method, which is the best to detect fungitoxin?
The best indeed are the instrumental methods. Of course, they are also the most expensive. They give you the most reliable results, but it depends on what you want to know. If you are on site on a factory, you don't need this kind of equipment probably, but you could do with an ELISA method just to screen the products that are there, if they are containing mycotoxins or not. So I think it really depends on the situation and the purpose of the measurement. So in an official control laboratory, like I am working at, definitely the analytical methods are based on chromatography, because they have the highest accuracy, and you can use them also for follow-up actions, for finding the producers or whatever. But during production, you could do also very well with these ELISA methods or other quick tests, I think.
Okay, thank you. So the more detailed, more expensive. Okay, but I have I keep one question for Dr. Patrick Mulder. Since you mentioned that regulation is the key. In Indonesia, there are so many obstacles like finance and government commitment to implement so many assessments to determine whether any contamination, even in acute or chronic exposure. It is common in developing country. Would you please to give us a recommendation how to begin that step, like in Europe? Maybe it's so far away. The condition in Indonesia is very we have no finance to doing so many detail so many detailed examination to detect the toxin or anything, or how to advocate the governance to make its political concern about the content of herbal or anything to make food safe to Indonesian people. Would you please to give any recommendation how to begin?
That's always a difficult issue, of course. In Europe, we are lucky that we have a lot of money, and food safety is high on priority for many people. But we also have other problems nowadays, as you may know. But it begins with providing information to the right people, and making them aware that there are safety concerns that you have information on that from literature, but also from your own investigations. I think you also should have a good look at what the Codex advises, because the Codex, of course, is a worldwide organization that also includes a lot of also countries, of course, that are in a similar situation as you are, and they try to provide low-cost solutions for a lot of issues. And I think, that could help you a lot with practical solutions in the fields, but also perhaps how to advise your ministries or provide the right information to the right people, and to convince them that something could be done and that it would be beneficial for the public in general. And that's it's a long way. I know it took us also many years to develop the system, and of course you have to do it on your own ways and with the possibilities that you currently have. I'm quite sure that, but you can improve. That I'm sure that things can get better in this sense.
Okay.
I hope that helps you a little bit.
Yes, thank you. But we have so many homework to do.
Yeah,
to
you
make
have a lot of work. me too.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
Okay. Maybe we will joining on the next step after Bu Suparmi found any contamination like PKO or anything, and we will make a policy brief to give to the governance, so it make they concerned about that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Patrimuda.
My presentation will also be made available to the people. I can send you
Okay.
with all the links and so.
Okay. So many regulation you have. Thank you.
These are only a few.
Okay then. Okay, we go to the last speaker, Dr. Suparmi. This question from Bu Rinawati. I can call her Miss, of course. So I call her Ibu Rinawati. Okay. According to the finding of your study, do the jamu producer always disclosure the ingredient of their jamu product, including the added chemical substance? Maybe about your experience in research, Bu Suparmi, please.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Rina or Bu Rinawati. So as we know that adulteration is added without any mention on the label. So we never know about the ingredients. So they only mention, for example, Zingiber officinale rhizome or jahe. So then with 2 grams, something like that, and then the compound, the active compound, and also the active pharmaceutical ingredients cannot be seen on the label. And they only can be detected using the laboratory measurement, like what Patrick did, and also what we measured using the UPLC or LCMS. So on the label, we will not see. But what we can do is we should be kind of have a knowledge about which plant that contain this pyrrolizidine alkaloid or alkynyl benzene. For example, for the alkynyl benzene of myristicin, it can be detected mostly in the Myristica fragrans, or we call it pala. So it's a lot of studies reported that Myristica fragrans is contain the myristicin, and also, for example, juniper also contain methyl eugenol. So we need to be aware with the ingredients, so then we can avoid to consume this product to avoid this carcinogenic and genotoxic compound. But we also we cannot see it without the laboratory. So regarding the question also from Dr. Dennis to Patrick, that is there any rapid detection? Maybe if there is a method that kind of like stick, Patrick, so we can do it rapidly. So for example, when we buy a food and then we check it using kind of toothpaste stick, then it is very easy then. So is it possible, Patrick, for this kind of detection?
For alkylbenzenes, I don't think there is a test available.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. Because
yeah, so
it depends on the interest of the industry and also of the kit providers if they see a market for that.
Yeah,
and,
kind of the rapid test for COVID-19. So we just use
exactly. Well, that's how it works. Yeah. If the demand is extremely high, it will be very quick. A lot of different tests available.
Yeah.
But this is a very specific issue, and then it will be very difficult for them to develop a test that is commercially interesting.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chair. So this is my answer.
Maybe it is for the next project, yeah, Bu Suparmi. Okay, we have a last question from Bu Murni, Dr. Murni, for Dr. Suparmi. If Jamu have a license for herbal medicine in the packaging, what about your recommendation? It is safe to consumption in a long term or not?
Yeah. So for the long-term exposure, for the jamu that contain pyrrolizidin, alkynyl benzene, and also aristolochic acid ingredient that contain this substance. So we need to be aware to consume it during the lifetime. But I think it will be safe if we only consume what we as we need. For example, when we feel like fever or we have kind of stomach ache, then I believe that people maybe will not consume during their life, right? But we should be pay attention on how the manufacturer give instruction to consume it. So the recommendation of daily intake, so maybe 3 times a day, or we should be follow this instruction, but we also should not consume it every time during our lifetime. So this will be dangerous for us based on the risk characterization based on the content of the alkynyl benzene, pyrrolizidin alkaloid, and aristolochic acid that we did in the previous studies. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suparmi, for a very clear explanation. I want to stay in this discussion, but the time is up, so we have to end this session. But before the end of this session, please, I want to warming up the material. So take-home message is environmental change affect various biological products around us, and so the consequence is we must be more selective in choosing food and feed to be more safe. Thank you very much for the nice presentation for all speaker and also all participants to make this discussion very interactive, and hopefully it can give so many benefits for us. Me, Yuli, apologize for any mistakes that I do. So, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Thank
too.
you, Dr.
Thank
Patrick,
you,
Dr. Suparmi,
Patrick.
and Dr. Titi, and
Thank
all
you, Dr.
participants.
Yuli.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Titi.
Okay. And I give time to Mrs. Made Anjani.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank
Yuli,
you.
for guiding the last plenary session very well. We have all the participants get a lot of benefit and insight from the discussion. And we are going to have a photo session with all speakers in the sixth plenary session and moderator. Please smile. The committee will take a picture. 1, 2, 3. Smile. One more. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will announce award of the best presentation and best paper. Kindly be invited the committee of the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Sciences to announce award. Please, the committee to announce award for the best presentation, or maybe Ms. Aziza, or the committee will announce a best oral and best poster presentation. It's time to announce or yes, announce awards for the best oral and best poster presentation. No? Okay. Lucky Wheel. Lucky Wheel. The committee will announce for the lucky was a participant active. The active participant. And lucky participant. The lucky participant here will be announced by the committee. Please kindly to announce. Oh, from Lucky Wheel. Okay. Who are the lucky active participant? You can see the wheel of names and are the winner for this. Okay, we already have a winner. Name of the winner for got air fryer. Okay, air fryer for Rahmata Almas. Congratulations to Miss Rahmata Almas, who already win air fryer. Okay, and then next lucky wheel is Okay, it's already 6 Salsabila Rizke Jelita Mauni. Yes, she will have a voucher, Prodia voucher. Yes, 1 Prodia voucher. Okay, and then the next winner is for the prize from sponsor. Yes, congratulations to Miss Maya Rianti Amalia. Yes, she will get skincare from Zarina. It's a best product, yeah, for skin. Okay, and then next. Okay, the name is already come. Mr. Fino Fadila or Miss, yeah. I don't know exactly, but I think it's Mr. And okay, and for Fino Fadila, we'll give a voucher from forest bathing from Madinah Mat. Okay, it's good for from Madinah Mat. 1 voucher forest bathing from Madinah Mat. Okay, next. Yay! The name of Nurul Setiani already up and won Ala Nabi product. Yes, Ala Nabi product is a healthy product, yeah, for our what's it? Oh, minuman herbal alami Atibun Nabawi. Okay. Thank you. And next, congratulations to Nurul. Okay, Din Putri Tuluse. Okay, one for Prodia voucher. Thank you. And then next. Willy Wahyu Timur Williams, Mr. Willy Wahyu Timur Williams. Okay, 1 voucher forest bathing. Congratulations for Mr. Willy. And next, we still have some draw prize for the active participants. Who will be the next? Okay, Mr. or Miss Pujo Himawandiani. Yes, she won Ala Nabi from Madinah Mat. Ala Nabi, oh no, from not from Madinah Mat, but from Ala Nabi. Hidup Sehat Cara Nabi. Okay, and then next, we still have okay, congratulations to Dinda Amalia Dwi Anggata. One skincare from Zarina. Okay, next. Okay, Salvalevia Dewi. One Ketelanabi again. We have 4 product from Alanabi. Okay, and then Dr. Gilda Putri Anggraini, congratulations. You got the Alan Nabi product too for this occasion. And next, the last one. Okay, who will won the coffee maker? It's the best door prize from the committee and the sponsor. Okay, please, who will start the coffee maker? It's nice to have the coffee. Congratulations to Miss Fida Amala Damayanti, won the coffee maker. Okay, and this is the door prize for the best questioner from session 1. Miss Ines Aurelia. Miss Ines Aurelia won product Zarina, and Miss Herlin Ajeng Prodia voucher. And the door prize in session 2 is Murti, won Zarina product, and Miss Ida Ayu, Zarina product 2. And for fourth session and fifth session, the door prize from Prodia voucher gave to Miss Mandawati, and Alan Nabi product for Mr. Ahmad Umar Al Farouk. And for the last session, Miss Rinawati, congratulations to Miss Rinawati. You can get the Zarina products, skincare. Thank you for all the winner. Congratulations. And who will announce award? Okay, we will have advertising first before the committee announce award for the best presentation and best papers. Please. Video profile from the sponsor, maybe. Kindly congratulations again to all the winners. Okay, it's already watching the video probiotics from LBO.
Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac. Tahukah Anda, 70-80% sistem imun berlokasi di usus. Pastikan jumlah probiotik di saluran cerna anak Anda tercukupi supaya terhindar dari berbagai penyakit dan memiliki imunitas kuat. Hanya dengan Liprolac, hadir dalam 2 sediaan, Liprolac Kit Saset kombinasi 5 jenis probiotik dilengkapi prebiotik dan vitamin dengan teknologi dual coating yang menjamin bakteri tetap hidup sampai di usus. Dan juga Liprolac Baby Drop dengan kandungan BB12, bakteri yang baik untuk awal kehidupan. Liprolac Kit Saset dan Liprolac Baby Drop dapat dicampurkan di makanan atau minuman dan juga tidak perlu disimpan di dalam kulkas. Pastikan probiotik yang Anda pilih adalah probiotik terbaik, yaitu Liprolac.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maha suci Allah, pemilik keagungan dan kebaikan. Sepatutnya hanya kepadanya manusia meletakkan mahabbah yang paling agung. Dan Allah menciptakan Rasulullah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam untuk menjadi uswah hasanah, contoh teladan bagi umat. Beliaulah manusia paling sempurna imannya, bertabur kasih sayang kepada umatnya. Tak ada manusia yang lebih mencintai manusia lainnya kecuali Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Dilandasi dengan ketulusan dalam pengabdian kepada Allah, berawal dari Health Center pada 17 Agustus 1971, Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung memulai pengabdiannya dengan moto mencintai Allah, menyayangi sesama. Kami berharap keberadaan rumah sakit ini sebagai bukti cinta kami pada Allah dan meneladani Rasulullah dengan berbuat kebaikan pada sesama manusia melalui layanan kesehatan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami atas nama pengurus Yayasan Badan Wakaf Sultan Agung mengharap agar Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung bisa memberikan pelayanan kesehatan sesuai syariat Islam. Dengan menerapkan syariat Islam, diharapkan dapat membebaskan masyarakat dari tuntutan fardu kifayah. Semoga direksi dan seluruh staf Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung bisa istiqomah dalam pengabdian serta mendapat dukungan dari masyarakat luas. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih pada Allah yang telah memudahkan pembangunan berbagai fasilitas pelayanan, penetapan sebagai rumah sakit kelas B, menjadi rumah sakit pendidikan utama, dan mendapat akreditasi dengan predikat paripurna.
Sumber daya insani adalah penggerak utamanya. Untuk itu, penerimaan pegawai termasuk dalam pengembangan sumber daya insani yang bertakwa kepada Allah, istiqomah dalam mengimplementasikan nilai-nilai Islam, memiliki komitmen untuk menjadi manusia-manusia yang kreatif, berkemajuan, dan sungguh-sungguh memberikan pelayanan dengan semangat mencintai Allah, menyayangi sesama, selamat, menyelamatkan.
Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung kini berupaya mengokohkan pengabdiannya dengan mengembangkan pelayanan Multi-Center of Excellence, pusat berbagai ragam pelayanan unggulan seperti Eye Center, LASIK Center, Urologi Center, Cardiac Center, Rehabilitasi Medik Center, Stroke Center, Oncology Center, Skin Center, ENT Center, Pain Center, Infertility Clinic, Integrated Clinic of Specialists. Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung berkomitmen menjaga agar penyediaan makanan bagi pasien dari mulai perencanaan menu hingga makanan tersaji dipastikan bahan yang digunakan adalah halal dan juga proses pengolahannya mengikuti prosedur kehalalan produk. Semua dilakukan untuk menyediakan makanan sehat, halal, dan barokah bagi pasien. Toharo sangat dijaga, baik itu kesucian pakaian pasien yang diproses secara syariat. Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung sebagai rumah sakit syariah pertama di Indonesia. Dikala sakit, Allah sedang mengistirahatkan fisik pasien, namun ruhiyah atau spiritual pasien sedang membutuhkan bimbingan. Melalui layanan peduli ibadah, kami membimbing pasien yang memerlukan bantuan untuk melaksanakan ibadah sholat. Selain itu, dengan suasana agamis serta sikap petugas yang melayani dengan sepenuh hati karena Allah, sangat diharapkan semua ini memberikan kesan yang mendalam untuk meningkatkan kesalihan spiritual pasien kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Ya Allah, hanya kepadamu kami berharap. Ridhoilah amal pengabdian kami untuk memajukan dan membesarkan Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung. Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung berkhidmat menyelamatkan umat.
Venerable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just watched some video advertisement from our sponsor, and thank you again to the sponsor who have supported this occasion. Now we will announce award for the best oral and best poster presentation. Kindly be invited the Vice Committee of the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Sciences to announce award. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Pujiati Abbas, SPA.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We would like to announce the winners for oral presentation and poster. Thank you for all of the participants of oral presentation of the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science 2022. Based on the vote of jury will decide 3 winners of oral presentation and e-poster. The best oral presenter will be getting a total amount of 1,250,000 rupiah. And the first runner-up will be getting a total amount of 1 million rupiah. And the second runner-up will be getting a total amount of 750,000 rupiah. For the best poster participant will be getting a total amount 1 million rupiah. And the first runner-up will be getting a total amount of 750,000 rupiah. The second runner-up will be getting a total amount of 500,000 rupiah. Now, we will announce the winners of oral presentation 1. The second runner-up is Dwiki Fajar with the title of 2 types of LPS for developing myocardial infarction in Rett model, a comparison. And the first runner-up is Agung Karya Winara with the title The Effect of Snail Mucus Acatina fulica toward the activity and chronicity in the site of renal histology in Pristan-induced lupus nephritis mice model. And the best oral presenter is Kirana Pavitra Nareswari with the title of the Association of Allergy and Systemic Lupus Erythematosus as a single disease and overlapping syndrome compared to control group. Now, we will announce the winners for a poster. The second runner-up is Rina Wijayanti. And the first runner-up is Aziza Hikmah Safitri. And the best poster is Maidona Nurul Mila. Thank you. All of the committee would like to congratulate all of the winners. We hope all of the participants will be joining our next International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Pujiati Abbas, SPA. Congratulations again to all the winners. Hopefully this award is useful for your career. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together through 2 days of the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science, and this event about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. Now we will close the conference. I would like to ask Dr. Haji Setio Trisnadi SH, SPKF, as the Dean of Medical Faculty Unisula to deliver the closing speech and close the event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, and His messenger who taught us the meaning of life, I would like to welcome all of you to the 4th International Symposium on Human Health and Aging Sciences. Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Islam Sultan Agung is pleased to welcome all participants and distinguished speakers from Turkey, Netherlands, Japan, Bangladesh, and last but not least, fellow Indonesian professors and researchers. It has been a great challenge to host the International Symposium on Human Health and Aging Sciences. Knowing that the previous 3 symposiums were held on site in Semarang, the capital of Central Java, where Faculty of Medicine Unisula is located. However, during this transition period from pandemic to endemic, we are sure that the symposium will enhance our future knowledge and collaboration, especially on maintaining and balancing the health during the pandemic according to Islamic perspectives and medical sciences. Faculty of Medicine Unisula as one of the best private faculty of medicine in Central Java, Indonesia, is willing to become the pioneer of institution with concern in balancing medical science, Islamic-based medicine to become Khaira Ummah generation and Tafaqufiti, doing things right and doing the right thing. I would like sincerely give my greatest appreciation to the participant, the chairwoman for organizing this event tirelessly, the steering committee, the sponsors, and all the participating faculty members who makes the great teamwork in coordinating and overcoming the hassles throughout these past months. We hope all of you get fruitful insight for the symposium and workshop for the benefit of Ummah. Insyaallah, bi'idnillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Haji Setio Trisnadi, SPKF, as the Dean of Medical Faculty Unisula. Finally, the 4th International Symposium of Human Health and Aging Science officially closing. Let's close this symposium by saying Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And as the master of ceremony for today's event guiding the agenda, I made mistakes or offend someone here. Please forgive me. May Allah always bless us. Finally, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, baik Bu. Kita akan foto bersama ya. Untuk seluruh panitia, mohon dibuka kameranya. Mohon bersih. Dr. Suparni, mungkin Dr. Titus boleh dibuka kameranya.
Kami.
Pak Udi sudah ya?